I have a lot of friends who are sober, a lot of friends who are straight edge, a lot of my friends who are going through it. I know struggling with substance abuse and alcoholism can be really, really hard, especially knowing who to turn to. It can be really, really daunting. I'm here to say that a good friend of mine and his friend started this incredible treatment center called Refine Recovery. They gave me a phone number, 855-516-3332. You can text, you can call them. It's totally confidential. It's safe. There'll be somebody on the other line to help you out, a compassionate human being to talk to help you navigate the process, the insurance treatments. They accept most of private insurances. You can go refinerecovery.com, Refine Recovery Instagram. I know it's hard, but reach out to somebody, man. People care about you. People love you. People want you to be here for a long time. People love you in their lives. If you're going through it, make this phone call. It's totally private. I know people DM me all the time about going through it and going through sobriety and trying to get straight and trying to take care of themselves. And the struggle is totally real. And Refine Recovery is the definitely move. Reach out to them, 855-516-3332, or text them, 855-516-3332. You can call or text this number anytime, 855-516-3332. You know the drill. This number is here for you to call. As we get older, we start paying attention to what we put in our bodies. I personally have been listening to my body since I was 18 when I went vegan. I've always been focused on my health. It's super important, mental and physical health. But it's really important for people who are just starting to get more healthy and trying to step up their life. Doing your homework, reading the labels, researching and verifying everything that's quality. It's part of the game these days. That's why I started drinking AG1s. I'm so proud to have them sponsor my podcast. AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that delivers daily nutrients and gut support and is backed by multiple research studies. You can trust what you're putting into your body. We're all so busy these days, so just throw a pack of AG1 in the morning into a cup of water and shake it up and drink it. I love the way it tastes. I do it every single morning. It's part of my routine. I bring the packets on tour. It's an incredible life changer for me. Many supplements only reference research from ingredients in their product, but I trust AG1 in my daily routine because it's constantly putting the formula to the test. It's backed by multiple research studies, and one of those research studies, AG1 was shown to have double the amount of healthy bacteria in the gut, which is super important because these help digestion in the immune system and the immune health. And these bacteria are known to help with digestion as well, gas and bloating, which I freaking need. And it also promotes regular bowel movements, what I can attest to. In another research study, 97% participants felt more energy after 30 days, and 91% of the participants noticed that they needed less coffee after 60 days. I quit coffee like 5 months ago. I know I'm good on that. But AG1 is packed with a variety of nutrient-dense ingredients and is the perfect complement to my healthy diet. I drink it because I know it's going to work, and it gives me a peace of mind covering all my nutrition bases for the day. In fact, I trust it so much, that's why I'm spreading the word about it. That's why it sponsors my podcast. Thanks to Angie Huberman for turning me on to AG1s, connecting me with them, and now they're part of my podcast. It's so easy and satisfying to start your day with AG1s. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of the vitamin D3K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your purchase at drinkag1.com/OLLC. That's drinkag1.com/OLLC. It's never been a better time to focus on your health and wellness and get back on track, man. Take control of your daily health. Health is wealth. Got to give a big shout out to Liquid Death. I've been in a band called H2O for 30 years, and my first real job with a company is a water brand. Go figure. Love you, Liquid Death. Love the people. Love the brand. Love the concept. Love what they give back. Love the community. Love what they do for the environment. You can go liquiddeath.com/OLLC and get free shipping on any of their merchandise that they make. They have such incredible collabs. Also, if you want to hear the story of the CEO, my good friend Mike Cesario, on the podcast, you can go to episode 115, part 1. And then 2 years later, we dropped a part 2, which is episode 275 with the CEO, Mike Cesario. Just a man from Delaware with a dream, worked at a marketing company, and made this become a reality. Liquid Death is an incredible company, incredible water, incredible people. And I'm super, super honored to be part of them. They sponsor my life. They sponsor everything, my family. So go liquiddeath.com/OLLC and get free shipping on anything you want to buy on that site. If you want to get water, it's exclusively on Amazon.com. Murder your thirst, y'all. Welcome to the One Life One Chance podcast. I'm your host, Toby Morse. Today I have a very, very special guest from the East, from Massachusetts, Patrick Flynn. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
This is awesome. We were just talking about you moshing in your bedroom in your 20s. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And you're moshing to Swizz or 108.
Something like that.
Does Swizz have mosh parts? They probably do, yeah.
Well, not so much. Swizz looms large in my mind.
Yeah. You ever see them?
I did. I got lucky enough to, in a weird way, I'll tell you this much. I'm married to the love of my life, my high school sweetheart, because of Swizz, and specifically because of Sean Brown.
What?
It's a
Please,
good
for
one.
the listeners, how and why?
So
is she a fan too of Swizz?
Oh, big time. She lives for Swizz.
She does. Okay.
Yeah. My wife has much better taste in hardcore than I do.
Okay. And you met her through hardcore, obviously.
We met in high school in history class. So
high school sweetheart.
Yeah.
That's amazing, dude.
Yeah, it's great. I'm real lucky for it, but almost not. But thankfully because of Swizz. So after Have Heart, I wanted to do a Swizz band. So I was 24. I was I just want to do something that's not trying to write unintentionally. I wanted to write intentionally. I just wanted to do an early 80s sounding straight edge uniform choice band called Clear.
Yep.
And then I wanted to do another, what my friend Gil calls a science project band, where you actively try and just ape the sound.
Yeah.
There's no artistic creativity. It's just
is that Sweet Jesus?
Yeah, Sweet Jesus. Yeah.
Because he had a band called Sweet Something or
Sweet Belly Freakdown.
Yes.
Yes. So and then he also had a band called the Jesus. What was it? It was Jesus. There was another band that he did.
Yeah.
Called Jesus Eater.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was why. So we were melding it, and it had the SW, Sweet Swizz. But anyway, so
I wonder if he knows this. He's going to find out soon.
Oh well, he definitely does. I've punished him.
Okay. I love that you use the word punish. I love that.
Oh, I'm an open punisher. Okay. I've accepted my punishing ways. But so my wife and I, we dated for 16, and then we broke up when we were 18. Then we started dating again in college, and we broke up, and we dated again, broke up. It was always, and then Have Heart touring just messed that stuff up. So it was it was impossible tours. But then Have Heart ends, we start dating again. What's up, Kenny? My father passed away, and basically my life falls apart or whatever. So totally taken over by the grief, and we end up just breaking up. It was it wasn't just an on again off again type of thing. We were just done. We had been together by that point, honestly, almost 10 years. But the off moments were always we'll circle back,
Yeah.
But
if it's true love, she'll be there.
Yeah, and we both, but this time it was oh, we're fucking done. We are just, our main man Kenny's here.
What up, Kenny?
Carrie can speak to this. I was publicly distraught with that, that we were broken up.
Yeah, and your dad had just passed too, though. So there's a lot going on.
And she didn't abandon me or anything like that. I abandoned the world. I just was just gone. But I was doing music, trying to start my teaching career, and so I had Clear, just again, a science project, nothing creative, just what you want to sound like Uniform Choice and Youth of Today. That's it.
I love that.
And Swizz, Sweet Jesus was just another science project band. Let's just see how close we can get to the whole mantra of
in the Boston Swizz.
Yeah, exactly. The whole mantra of Sweet Jesus was, what would Jason Farrell do? How do we write this song? And lyrically, I was what would Sean Brown do? He changed my lyric writing style because I remember hearing 9 for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't patronize me with apologies, you son of a bitch. The world has many faces, yours just fits. I was that song is that line repeated over and over. And I was so with Have Heart, if you look, I write 1,000 fucking words.
Yeah.
And there was something so amazing about having one good line and just fucking repeating it.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's fire. So anyway, I wanted to do a band like that, just so I could just not have to write as much. I also had this power violence band called Wolf Whistle that is technically still around. But anyway, so we're broken up, and it's 2 or 3 years, probably 3 years goes by, and Sweet Jesus is doing the writing our LP, and the guy's putting out Brian Simmons. He does the verbal assault stuff, and
Atomic Records.
Yeah, Atomic Action. He also put out the Alone in the Crowd on Flux when it came out.
That.
Yeah, That's fact.
Cool. Fun fact.
So we're recording it in Baltimore. Kenny's from.
Be more.
Yeah, just so the audience knows, like,
I know we got Kenny.
Kenny's my Baltimore, like, spirit child.
Baltimore's incredible, by the way.
Spiritual brother, outspoken, Anyway, so we're in his neighborhood, and
a drink.
we're recording with Jay Robbins and
Jawbox.
Yeah, and
legend.
Brian Simmons. He was a roadie for Verbal Assault.
Yeah.
And from what I gather, Verbal Assault was just loved by everybody. They were loved by Boston, they were loved by New York, and they were loved by DC.
True.
And so with Brian is like this treasure trove of like amazing stories.
Sure.
One of my favorites is that he was at CB's one afternoon, and this big fucking dude turns around the corner. He's like, in my memory of his telling of the story, it's like, dude's got like a trench coat on, but like no shirt underneath. And he's got this giant fucking pit bull. He's like holding on a chain, and he goes up to Brian. Brian's like 15 at this point at CB's. And he goes, "Hey kid, you want the greatest hardcore demo of all time?" And Brian goes, "Sure." He's like, $5. And
Batman.
And Brian goes like, "I don't have $5." He's like, "Too fucking bad." And it was Harley with the Chromex.
Oh my God, dude.
So like, that's just a taste of what Brian, you got to have him on.
That's
Brian,
incredible, man.
Yeah, he's a farmer in Rhode Island, and like, he's a wonderful human being. So like,
too bad.
Yeah. So, we're recording with Jay Robbins. Brian's there. I know
Sean Brown's pulling up. He's got him, man.
Well, so I punished Jay Robbins the night before at dinner. I'm like, "Yo, dude, like, was Revolution Summer truly revolutionary?" And he was like, "Maybe for some."
Yeah.
so I punished Jay, and we had this one song called "Same Man," which is about just like, basically the song was about me kind of losing myself in grief.
Yeah.
And like, a lot of repetitive lyrics and stuff like that. This language, like "same man," just like repeats and repeats. And we jokingly say, like, to Brian, like, if Sean Brown's around, feel free to tell him free to come into the studio. And he's like, "All right, we'll hit him up." And I was like, I know the line that I wanted to do. This song called "Same Man." It's about me like kind of losing my life to grief. So he says like, "Oh, I can't make it tomorrow, but I'll come down, like, the studio." I was like, he's not gonna come. There's no way. And so I drive home all the way from Baltimore, and I hadn't spoken to my wife, my girlfriend at the time. We'd broken up. I hadn't spoken to her like 3 years.
Wow.
And we were together for 10 years, and everyone was like, "Oh, these two are made for each other." And so like, we went from talking to each other for like 10 years straight to absolute silence. She moved to New York, and I was in grad school in New York at Columbia for a couple summers. I would just go to New York and just like fear bumping into her,
Wow.
Like, it was just like, so like, we just hadn't talked, and it was just like truly gratingly depressing on me.
Yeah.
But I was trying to like, move on with my life, but I could feel like my soul was like just out there.
Yeah.
So I drive back from Baltimore, and we get the mix, and Brian or Jay sends me the mix, and Sean Brown's on it.
Dude,
and
no way.
To this day, I still get chills when I hear it, because like,
wow.
like he gave like 110 performance, and like, I hadn't even met him, and he just like, he read the lyrics, and he made a nice, he had Jay like offer like some nice commentary on the lyrics, and I was just like, "Oh my God, this is like,
that's incredible,
my fucking
man.
hero telling me that my lyrics are strong." And like, and to this day, I still listen to it, and I'm like, he captured. It's very hard in the studio, especially in hardcore, because you got to do it again. You got to do it, and then like, you lose like the rawness of the live moment.
Yeah. He
fucking nailed it. I actually just got chills thinking about the first time I heard it.
Yeah.
But I was so moved by it, and there was something about, and the song was just again about how I kind of lost all my shit, and like after my father died, and I was just like, there was some catharsis that came with that.
Yeah.
And like, also like the last song on that record, I wrote it in like, it was Saturday night, Kenny, in Baltimore. That place is fucking wild on a Saturday night in the summer. Oh my God, dude. So I'm trying to write the lyrics to the last song on the Sweet Jesus LP.
Yeah.
It's called Goliath. It's about facing grief head on.
Yeah.
It was my Goliath. And I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to like walk around all over Baltimore by myself, like downtown though. Like, oh my God, dude, it was like a fucking, like people puking everywhere. Everyone's making out. People are yelling and fighting. I was like, where the fuck am I? I knew Baltimore was wild, but this is like next level, like Mad Max. I felt like I was in The Crow 2, The City of Angels. But somehow like Demolition Man, it was just like,
yeah,
it was just fucking wild. And so like I go back into my hotel room and I put on this weird instrumental set that Sonic Youth did on this thing called Sessions. We ended up sampling this thing. Anyway, I just put it on.
Wow.
That record. I love that record. I'm going back on my Sweet Jesus times. But there's this interview that my brother loved Sonic Youth. He was older. He was into like Scratch Acid. He was like taken by Nirvana. Like really. He dug deep into like the weird shit that Kurt was into, and like,
yeah.
And so I got that third tier, and none of it really made sense, but I could hang with Sonic Youth. But PBS used to do this thing called Sessions.
Okay.
And Sonic,
yeah.
And Sonic Youth was on it, and I remember they interviewed Thurston Moore, and they're like, so, and the question that the interviewer goes like, so what are we in store for? Thurston Moore just goes, total destruction.
It's hard.
It was fucking sick. My brother was like, that is so fucking sick. We were watching it live on PBS on a Saturday night after SNL or something like that in the 90s. And that's how we start. That's how that Sweet Jesus record starts.
Wow.
Like, what are we in store for here? Total destruction. And it just goes right into the first song. But anyway, I was just listening. Man, I'm going to get the band back together. Sweet Jesus is coming back.
Getting hyped on this. Is awesome. Yeah.
The record's fucking good. Andy Norton sings on the last song too. It's
wow.
Very cathartic moment.
Shout out to Praise, man. Great band.
Yeah. I was working through some shit. The Same Man song that Sean Brown sings on and the Goliath song were really like big and important. And I was just accepting like, death and loss in life. And so like I fast forward, I get the mix, Sean Brown's on it. And between my night in Baltimore by myself writing those lyrics, I went back to the hotel room, psycho shit, and sun's coming up because I had to record like the next day. I was like really late. It all comes to me. Real power of art, like, transformative moment getting you through the next stage that you need to be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so grateful for it. Like truly, just to be in this world and to be able to like, produce art. So anyway, sorry for the big digression.
No,
folks,
it's great.
but, so like I get home, I get the mix and I hear Sean Brown's parts. And I was just like, oh my God. It's like it felt like there was something in my life that was just kind of gravitated.
Yeah.
And there was some like weird acceptance that like between losing my father and also losing the love of my life. And because I felt like I can live this life whole. I can be wounded in love and wounded in like loss of my father.
Yeah.
But I can still live and I can still like make meaning and stuff like that. And with that, I've somehow just like worked up the courage to call my ex-girlfriend. We hadn't talked in 3 years.
Wow.
Because I was upset. I took it as like an abandoned thing, and it was not the case. I abandoned her, my grief and stuff like that. But she had my Swizz records.
Wow.
And like I had like OG first pressing Sandwich records. Like I was like, you know what? Like I need those records back. Like I'm a record collector.
Yeah.
Like, but not for everything. But like, now I need these records back. And now like, I feel like I can call her and it's not going to be this like, I'm not going to be confused about, am I calling you just to get you back?
Yeah.
Or am I calling you and I'm afraid of like, you just like, the feeling of like unrequited love.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I didn't have that fear anymore because I had accepted like, the meaning of life and, and what it means to lose. And,
were you nervous calling her?
Yeah, I was, but like there was a clarity and she answers the phone and she's like, hey, because she hadn't heard from me in like 3 years. And I was like, hey, it's like 10, we were like, just like 15-year-olds in love for like 10 years and just like really, you know, kind of like movie stuff. And my heart's like racing. I was like, hey, yeah. She's like, what's going on? And I was like, you know, Sean Brown just sang on, you know, my band's record. She's like, oh my God. And I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like, that's the first thing I say to her after like 3 years of silence. Yeah. Sean Brown sang on my song. And she goes, oh my God, Pat, that's awesome. And I was like, yeah, it sounds so good. And she's like, oh, that's so great. And I was like, yeah. And I was just wondering if I could have my Swiss records back. And she just goes, oh, that's, you just want your Swiss records back? That's why you're calling?
Not me back? Yeah. Wow.
And when she said that, I was like, oh, like you're that hurts. Like I didn't think, cause I was like, cause I thought she was still dating this guy who she was living in New York with. I thought she was just in New York, and I was like, maybe she's at her mom. I could just pick up the records at her mom's house or something like that. And I was like, well, yeah, you know, yeah, I could get, you know, I was just super awkward about it. I'm actually, I feel like I'm reliving that moment right now, honestly. I like, it was crazy because it was like the true love of my life. This was the person I was like, I'm not going to have children because she's the only person I would ever want to have children with. And so like, I would like foregone having a family because of like, without her in there. I was like, I'm just going to, you know, die alone. That's cool.
Were you dating those 3 years or just kind of trying to move on?
I dated here and there, and I dated this one girl, and like, wonderful human being. It's just, you know, the match wasn't there. It's just, she, you know, and basically that's how it's going to go. Like, you know, I actually called my ex-girlfriend, my now wife, while like I was with my current girlfriend. It was a serious relationship. Yeah. And I accidentally referred to my ex-girlfriend as the love of my life.
Wow. In front of her. Yeah.
That was like towards the end. And so like, I was like, I think that this relationship might not work long run because you know, but that was the reality. And so we, and like by the grace of God or whatever, like she goes, well, I'm actually in Massachusetts right now. Like I'm on the Cape, and I was like, really? And she's like, yeah. She's like, I was like, oh. She's like, do you want to like, are you in Boston? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, do you want to meet? And we met up and
got the records.
And
you got her back.
And I wasn't expecting at all. And look, we ended up having like met up in Somerville, and I mean, it was big. I bumped into her sister, who's like who I met when she was like a babe, like a kid in middle school, a year and a half prior. I was running, and her sister gets off the bus, and like I literally bumped into her sister, who like, because when we broke up, I lost a family, I was close to family, and I just instantly started crying. I was like in the streets of Boston, just running, and she started crying too, because like, oh man, get worked up. So anyway,
no, it's amazing.
So like we start, you know, we talk again, and then we ended up having this like very long and enduring conversation, like on like a beach that like until like this fucking sunrise, and you know,
that's a movie too.
Yeah, man, it was big stuff.
And they've been back together since.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's
I mean,
amazing.
you know, it was like a, you know, slow process there, but you know, like, and she gave birth to my 2 children, and
that's incredible, man.
It was our wedding anniversary yesterday, so
happy anniversary.
6 years, but it's not like. It's weird to have a wedding ever because we were together for so long before.
Yeah, since high school. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's real cool. And I'm one thing I'm glad about with like in the way in which hardcore is now, like I can, and I think H2O, like we were talking about before, like Sevens, that you guys have just like remained this like positive force, no pun intended, but just like this light that's like keeping the door open for vulnerability. And now it's like we were saying, like 10, 15 years ago, it'd be kind of hard out for a band like Fiddlehead to be playing Sound and Fury, you know, like, yeah. But now it's like, there's no code to emotion in hardcore. And
I love it.
So I can just straight up write love songs. Like we have this one song called Lover Man. Kids fucking mosh to it. And it's not an ass beater. I call it a heart beater. And kids like, it's so wonderful.
Yeah.
And like we played this one show with No Pressure. And,
Great band too.
Yeah. And I think it was in Texas. And there's some kid in the audience. He's wearing a Marauder shirt. Life is Pain.
Hard.
Yeah. Life is Pain on the back.
Yeah.
And he's like singing along to Fiddlehead, like, you know, like these like love songs. And it just kind of dawned on me, like life is pain. That is like, that's hardcore. Like, but like, and I'm singing about it too. Like,
Yeah.
it was just, it's a cool time for hardcore. I'm into that.
Yeah, there's no really blueprint for it, and there's not one particular style or sound.
Yeah.
Like when you see like Angel Dust, they have like half the set, he has an acoustic guitar singing these pop songs, but then the second half he has a microphone and people are diving, moshing.
Yeah.
I love that.
It feels like, and I wasn't there obviously in the late 70s, but like I remember hearing listening to this interview with Johnny Marr, and he was just talking about like what's that famous show that like everyone, like Sex Pistols played Manchester.
Oh yeah,
they wrote a whole book about it.
Clash
and,
came out. Everybody came out to the show.
Yeah, it was like the name of the book is called like I Was There. It's about all the people who claimed that they were at this show. Like all of Joy Division, all of New Order was there. Like, you know, Johnny Marr was there, Morrissey was there. Like all these, like everyone was at this one show that Sex Pistols played in Manchester, and it like gave birth to like the Manchester punk scene. And but Johnny Marr's like describing like what people were like in this like nascent, early, primitive stage of punk, and he's like there was just no form. It was just like people look. There was no code.
No code.
And the spirit of like Bowie and like just Suffragette City was just sort of there. And like, you know, I look around, and when I see that happening now, I'm like, man, this feels cool. Like it feels like it's kind of like, you know, I don't think things work in cycles, but like I feel like it could be wrong. And again, I don't want to speak. There's probably a bunch of shitty stuff going on in hardcore punk right now too. But like my 39-year-old, like, you know, 1,000-foot view is like I like it when I see like at a Fiddlehead show, like ass beating looking dudes wearing Marauder shirts, like singing along songs about grief and being vulnerable and like and love. And I think that's a sign of no code. And also, like, you know, I don't have to get questioned by people if I'm wearing a Cold as Life shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
It's just, oh yeah, it's cool. You know, Pat likes Cold as Life. Whereas like if I wore a Cold as Life shirt like 20 years ago, people are like, you don't fucking like Cold as Life. You know?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm down for the D, man. Come on.
Or a Sade shirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like back then, it was just like growing up, it was just hardcore punk skateboarding, had like your blinders on, and everything else wasn't cool enough. You know what I mean? Like even though I liked pop music and stuff like that, Madonna and different stuff, but now you can like everything. You don't have to have a guilty pleasure. Yeah.
And we had an amazing conversation before.
I know, dude. Let's get it. It was crazy.
But what you were talking about, which I think is worth noting, was just I think all roads come back to 7 seconds.
Absolutely.
But like it dawned on me that Walk Together, Rock Together was not just like a cool title for a record. Like there was legitimate genre segregation and conflict. So much that someone had to write a song calling for peace.
Punk, skins, everything was separated.
Yeah. And did you ever see that? I was talking with another podcast recently, but like the Edge of Coral movie.
I heard about this.
Yeah. Like,
was it made by somebody from Germany or something, or
no? But a German spirit.
Okay. The Edge of Coral. Okay.
And it's a movie, and it's got like Murder City Devils in it.
Okay.
Rocky Votolato like stars in it.
Okay.
But it was made in the Northwest.
Okay.
Because like in like the height of like the 90s straight edge scene up there. But it's about it's about how like the punks and straight edge kids can't get along. And like
that was the thing though, really, back in the day.
It's I know.
And then Mike Judge came and like was a protector. He's like this superhero straight edge guy who was down to fight. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He says he started Judge to protect youth of today in those bands.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was like the protector.
That's amazing.
It was like a harder, like we talked about earlier, the Age of Coral for straight edge.
Yeah.
Bringing it down. Do you know what I mean? It was more of a tougher straight edge thing before Earth Crisis, and they're badasses too, but hard. Can't get the Judge hammers.
Oh,
we're talking about the mystique of Mike Judge and how amazing he is too, and fucking he's.
Were you at that show, Kenny?
That when Judge played the first show at the B&B Bowl in New York City.
They didn't play, but
he was up in the
rumors that Mike was going to play New York Crew with GB, and the whole day everyone's like looking around, and Civ goes, "This one's going out to my friend Mike up there in the rafters," and like all you could see was a silhouette of Mike, and everyone's like, "Oh." And then a year later they played, but
Here's the real truth to that story is that Mike was off the grid for many, many years.
Yeah.
Somebody somehow reached out to Mike, knowing that he knew a band called Sick of It All, and asked Mike about getting friends into a Sick of It All show. Somehow Mike finds Siv's phone number, texts him after 30 years saying, hey, you think you have any connects to get my friends on the guest list for a Sick of It All show? And that's the connect.
Really?
And I think Siv said, come see Hardcore Now. Come to this show. Come check this out.
Yeah.
And I'll take care of you. And he came to that show.
That's amazing.
And then you want to play it. And that was when it started. All because of a guest list for Sick of It All. But he's totally off the grid. Mike was off the grid for so long.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's such a sweet freaking human.
I've had the privilege of meeting him, and I struggle to find the words to speak because I'm just like so. And
the mystery of him was urban legends.
He's not, but he's just not intimidating. He's so pedestrian and wonderful, and that's the shit. Just people are just kind of common people.
We have so many characters in the hardcore scene, man.
Yeah,
there's so many incredible characters, especially Boston and New York.
Boston's got a bunch.
Yeah,
got a bunch.
Obviously, you born in New Bedford?
No. I was actually born in. I was an Army brat. My whole family ancestry is Boston and Massachusetts, and but my father was born in he was in his father was like super lower working class, and like they grew up in the projects of Boston and Hyde Park, and my father it's kind of genius. We just played that Sound and Fury last night.
Yeah. Which, by the way, was amazing. You came out to a Sinead O'Connor covering a Bob Marley Redemption song.
Yeah.
I got goosebumps watching that. It's such it was amazing.
Yeah, it's such a powerful moment.
By the way, this guy headlined both nights at Sound and Fury. Fiddlehead one night and Half Heart the other night, which is pretty amazing. Totally two different style bands. It's so cool.
Yeah. I feel good about that.
It's a big deal, bro.
I'm a little embarrassed. I think Riley Sound of Fury was trying to razz me, but he knows I like a little bit of modesty in my life, and headlining 2 days of a festival is not exactly the poster boy for humility. But
you're already out here from the other coast, you might as well do it.
Yeah, and that's it. Like I don't get to tour as much, but like the show last night was amazing. I just saw right before it was coming up. My buddy Jeff sent me a message that he just wrote "gasp." It was a video of like us. We have a song called Boston's, and that song is about my grandfather, my father's father, and my father, and me. I went to, again, my grandfather, his name was Jim Flynn. I never met him. He died before I was born, or I think he might have died no, he died. Yeah, he died before I was born. Because I think he died like right before my older brother, my parents' first child, was born, and I think my father struggled losing his father and having his first child. But he was a real Boston character. He would old school. He would. I guess they used to just do this, but and you can kind of see this on The Office. Actually, like the Bob Vance Refrigeration. Do you watch The Office at all?
No, but I know what you're talking about. I think
there's a character he says his name. He goes Bob Vance Refrigeration. It's like very quirky. Okay. And I remember watching that, being like, it's a weird. I was like, why do I find this this guy why is this a thing? It's an old school. The writers were like, they weren't just like randomly having this character say Bob Vance Refrigeration, but that is an antiquated thing from like the 40s and 50s. And my grandfather, Jim Flynn, he used to go, Jim Flynn, State Street. Like it was a thing. And especially if you were lower class and you could say that you had a job, it was a very big deal. So you had to say like Jim Flynn, State Street. But he worked 2 other jobs too. And, just trying to keep a big family of 5 and stuff like that. Just, some tough stories that I remember my cousin Jay telling me, and I was like, it must have been tough growing up for my father and his brothers and his sister.
It's a hard name, Jim Flynn.
Yeah.
Flynn's such a it's such a...
Yeah, it's pretty classic.
Classic, yeah.
We Half Hour played Dublin for the first time years ago, and I got on stage, and my grandfather was smiling down ear to ear.
That's amazing.
Because when we got on stage, everyone... Because like in Ireland, there's not that many like Irish clans. It's a clan. O'Floyne is an actual clan.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I got on stage, everyone started, and this is what they used to call my father, everyone started chanting, Flinner. The whole room was just chanting Flinner just as I got on stage.
Wow.
Like I knew that my ancestors were like, welcome back, sonny boy. But anyway, I was like, it dawned on me. I was like, oh man, I feel, if there's one thing I feel extremely proud about, it's seeing people sing along to this song, Boston's, that we have. Cause like, my grandfather worked pretty hard, struggled with alcoholism, but to make ends meet, to raise a family, to get them out of the cycle of poverty. And so my father, though, he went to, in the oldest public school is in Massachusetts. It's the oldest one in the nation. It's called Boston Latin. And
your shirt, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually, I happen to be wearing the Boston Latin shirt. Like John Adams went there, like all like the Boston Revolutionary, like it was a public school, but you had to test into it. Okay. So like, just to be clear, like the truest, most public school, in my personal opinion, was English high school, because you didn't need to test into it. But the concept of a public school didn't really exist in the 17th century. And, but they made it available, but you still, historically, you had to test in.
Okay. And
typically, like the rich kids on like Beacon Hill, they go to Boston Latin, they'd be fine. They had the support at home, like they had the family, the tutoring and stuff like that. And there was my father with, his father gone, like always at work and stuff like that, his mother gone. But they were both like intent on like, you got to go to fucking school. They probably didn't swear at him, but like they're like school is the way. This is it.
Yeah.
And, my father's older brother, my father was the second one born. His older brother, Jimmy Flynn, he got into Latin. It's hard to get it, especially if you were like a poor kid from Hyde Park. You get all like the class identity issues and stuff like that. So anyway, he goes, my father tests in. It's like, this is like decision-making stuff in the 6th grade, because the school starts at 7th grade and goes to 12. Yeah. He tests into it. And he gets in, and so he gets in, does an extremely amazing job. He gets into like a bunch of Ivy League schools, like poor kid from Boston, the projects. And from what I gather, like I found this acceptance letter of his, like after he died. I was in his office. Fucking kills me. He got into Johns Hopkins, Baltimore, and he got into Dartmouth. These really nice schools. But on the acceptance letter, it's in my father's handwriting. You just see the words, forget it. Because he couldn't afford to do it. Wow. And he couldn't take the risk, just having no background, being that debt. And so he got into what is like equally prestigious, but entirely free, West Point, United States Military Academy. Mm. And my father, my grandfather was a World War II veteran. My other grandfather was on the other side. But, like, he didn't know what he was like, just a kid from Boston. He's like, I guess I'm fucking joining the military. Like, so he goes to West Point. It's where he's buried. And, like, lives a good life. And, like he was in Vietnam. And I remember my mother telling me that his primary mission was to keep people safe, and that was it. And like, I can't believe it. I have this photo of him in my classroom. It's him and his platoon. And it's kids who are like legitimate teenagers, like 17 years. It was all poor kids that were drafted and stuff like that. It's like they just go after the poor first. And he's like sitting in front of this platoon. It's like 17 and 18-year-old kids. And he's just, in war. And I keep it there in my classroom in case I feel like I got it bad, with my teenagers in the history classroom in Lexington. So like, but, my mother told me this story that this one kid in his platoon died. And apparently my father reached out to his mother every single year on his birthday and just kept in touch with the family till he died.
That's amazing.
So my father was a good man, and like, got us around, gave us a chance, and got a family into like, we weren't like upper middle class, but we were lower middle class. And, we didn't have trust funds. We didn't have savings, but like, when my friends would go on vacation to like Florida or something like that, where we would go to the Embassy Suites in Waltham, Massachusetts. because my father had a military discount.
Wow.
And we would just go into Boston. And to me, that was like, that was another thing my father would do. He, you know, like at his wake, one of his childhood friends said, Richie had this ability to make us feel like we were like kings and princes in like this little tiny, like, I still go to Bow Street in Boston, check out the place.
You do?
Yeah. Every Father's Day, I try to drive by there.
How many siblings do you have growing up?
Yeah, 4.
Wow.
And like, honestly, like a little bit bigger than this kitchen right here. Like it was just
Dang.
I look at that. So anyway, so pops up and he's got a family and, just doing the right thing through education, doing an honest life.
Yeah.
Retires from the army, becomes a teacher, that's where he found his love. And so then I get into college and I'm like, I don't know any of this struggle. And like, I'm just some like, lower middle class, like, suburban dipshit who's like, and my father did a nice job but he wasn't trying to make us like he wasn't torturing us with like you don't know how hard it was.
Yeah.
But he did, promote like a level of like, I don't want to say fear, but like concern for like what it means to like fall into poverty. He's like, it's a nightmare. There's so many things that come with simply being poor, and to get out of it, it's so difficult. You just gotta burn every single fucking fiber just to pop a little bit out and just to kind of have a basic decent life.
Yeah.
So like he gave that to us, but like, I had adolescent hormones like all over my fucking brain and stuff like that. I'm being like this like just asshole like teenager, and like God bless my father. He bought us cars, and I remember, but they were cars that cost $500.
Okay.
And they would last. They would literally go for like a month and break down. So like on multiple, I remember he bought my brother Miles a car. It was a Thunderbird, but it was like a Thunderbird from back in the fucking day. My brother drives us into Boston, and it was like the first drive breaks down. My brother's like, I don't know what to fucking do. His car, I was like, I thought this was brand new. It doesn't look very brand new. So that was the shtick, and then you just wouldn't have a car, and so we'd have to be driving. But like occasionally he'd be like, I thought it was amazing. Like my dad's buying cars and stuff like that, but it's like pieces of shit. What I had one that my dad bought me. I think he bought it for $250.
Wow.
It lasted. I made it work, but the driver's door wouldn't open, and so I would have to go. God bless my wife, because she was with me when I was driving this car.
Oh
around.
wow, she's a real one.
Yeah, I had to go through the passenger seat just to get in.
Sick.
So before like I'd open that, she'd think I was being polite, open the door for her. I was like, no, I actually have to get it first. We had Pearl Jam Verses stuck in the tape player.
No way.
Yeah. And so like I know that fucking album by heart, man. but so anyway, but I'm just like an asshole teenager. I'm like,
what kind of shit were you doing? Just get in trouble? Fights or?
Like I took a cue. I saw, some stuff going down. And so I said, I think straight edge is the way for me. And so and that was a blessing. And my father literally, when I was 14, they very, very, very nicely brought me to Warped Tour as my 8th grade graduation. Saw a band called H2O.
That's crazy, man. This is 99. Wow.
I was upset. I was like epitaph fat, like everything, give it to me. H2O always stood out as fucking different though. In the roster of those bands, I was like, there's something different going on with this, and I don't fully understand it. And what it was that it was hardcore. Like I was like,
was that like your first hardcore stuff? Was it going to the Warped Tour?
Well, I'm trying to think. So like I like, man,
any concerts before that or anything?
No, that was like the first
Wow,
concert.
That's crazy.
But like for years I had been kind of like obsessed with punk, like because like my brother went into like serious grunge.
Okay.
like stuff that like he was like listening to like Big Black and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, songs about fucking, like it's pretty interesting stuff here, Miles. But and then my sister, she went she went away on this like school trip to Paris, and like as Belle and Sebastian and like Blur were just popping off in like Paris and the UK.
Yeah.
And so like she came back with this like amazing like likeness for like indie.
Okay.
And like Oasis is just popping off, and she's
yeah,
just
yeah.
like, you know, this is like before Wonderwall comes out.
Damn.
So she's like, oh gee, like, and
The first demo.
Yeah. So she comes back with all these like great records, and so my brother and sister have like clearly an interest in music that's not mainstream, especially with like my brother liking like Swans and Scratch Ass. I just hear like droning noise coming out of like my brother's room, like hearing like I think like some like Highway, there's some Sonic Youth song that was just like stands out, looms large in my mind. My brother was in Fugazis as well.
Fugazi too. Wow. Okay.
Just anything that was like off the beaten path.
Yeah.
Like, but he didn't get into hardcore. Like he was just like on the I guess like where everyone went after hardcore after the early 80s.
Yeah. Were you listening to like just radio stuff before that? Just whatever you listened to?
Well, it was Nirvana, and then like Weezer's Blue Album.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Like I never really got that into Green Day because I just felt like, you know, I liked it. I liked the punkness of it.
Yeah.
But Weezer's Blue Album was just like untouchable to me. And I was just like, but I recognized that Dookie was good, but like that was there. And, you know, but my brother and sister they had found their own stuff. And so I was looking for my own thing.
Yeah.
But in the world of like subculture and alternative stuff. And so like, I got massively into Nine Inch Nails because like it was just so like it was so upsetting stuff. I mean, the Closer video.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that coming out? Because
it was really powerful. I remember that coming out. Yeah,
yeah. Extremely upsetting stuff.
It's crazy.
Like lyrically, I want to fuck you like an animal. Like I remember being like,
damn.
That's on the
young too.
Yeah. That's on the radio. Like they're bleeping it out, but I know what he's saying.
It was shocking. Yeah.
And so like I was trying to find my own cutting edge, and so I dug deep into there, and then I got like super in like KMFDM and like just like
this is so
like
random.
early Prodigy.
Revolting Cocks.
What's up?
Remember the Revolting Cocks?
No,
they were part of that World 2 Ministry and all that stuff.
Might have missed. I was in the Ministry. The Escape from LA soundtrack was big for me.
Okay. I would have never paid you as a ministry. This is cool.
Cool.
Ministry.
If Paisley could fly, oh my God, Filth Pig. Big time. But I was swimming in that world, and there was something about like the big nu metal wave that just like was like, I felt it for a second. I was like, I just don't think that this is me, and I got swept for like 4 or 5 months.
Corn.
Yeah. And
Biscuit.
Yeah. But I was like feeling like this isn't me. There was something like, and I remember, hand to God, this is, I literally looked in the mirror, and I was just all done up.
Like, please explain.
Like a ball chain necklace. I had a ball chain wallet.
That was the trend back then.
Yeah. Like massive Gencos. Like,
what?
Like, and I was for it. I think Justice.
Is there pictures of these anywhere?
I could try and find some.
Oh my God, this is
I might have burned them, but no.
Dude, this is so
come as
cool.
you are. I got to accept yourself. But I feel like Justice could probably relate, you know.
Dude, Genko jeans are back. All that shit.
Oh, they're back. But
so chain wallet.
Yeah. And I straight up like looked in the mirror, and at the time was Damn It was on college radio. It wasn't on like big mainstream radio. But it was on college radio. Brown University's radio station, WBRU, was big. It's amazing that they existed as that large, and they were just a college radio station. But they were pumping Damn It. And I didn't have access to MTV. So I remember hearing that song, and they would play it like once a day, and I'd be like, this feels pretty pure. And like,
it's a good song.
And like, I remember just being like, it's very wholesome. It's about growing up. And like, and I was like, they just look like skaters, and it feels like life is simple, and like I got a lot of rage in me, but like I don't feel like I need to express it in my clothing, and so I remember I just looked in the mirror, and I was like, this fucking sucks, and I shaved my head.
Wow.
And I like from that kind of point on, I've just really been on a path of like,
this is incredible, man.
A real, like, you are not what you wear type of thing.
Yeah.
And I remember finding that line and being like, this is
powerful line.
And I felt no pressure whatsoever to look a certain way with Blink. And so, so this must have been 96, 97 or something like that.
So cool. People always say Blink is like one of their first kind of gateways to hardcore. It's interesting. It's cool.
Yeah. And you know what it was? It's like the thank you list. And so like from that, I discovered all of like the Epitaph Fat stuff and Nitro and and so like, and it was so like they did a really nice job, like the fact sheets of all the bands, and so like all the while, like I got like Punkorama.
Those were sick.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah,
and there were some things that were just standing out from the rest. Bad Religion, and you guys, it didn't link up with all the other bands because and what it was like it's hardcore, it was just, it's that thing that kind of like I put, it's not like, I think that the two things like work together, but there's like this like slightly different spirit from what a lot of the stuff was on Epitaph at the time, and it just stood out. And not like as like better or anything like that, but I remember I didn't like fully understand it, especially H2O, because there was something, and AF as well, there was something like slightly unconcerned with I don't know, like accept, like the audience in many ways, just kind of a little more raw, I guess you could say. But
I think Guilty by Association was on that Punkorama. One of those songs was on there. People tell me
Ever Ready.
Ever Ready was on that.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a Punkorama too. It was
okay.
Extra. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was up Thick in the Water in '97.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I like all the while I'm eating that stuff up, and I end up like basically like kind of like sniffing out that like there's some real shit in here, like, and I remember seeing the Crass logo, like kind of like here and there, just like pictures that I could find somehow like in sheets, and so like Blink brings me to like the Epitaph Nitro stuff, and I'm just seeing like, and just like no effects stuff, like I'm seeing the Crass logo, I'm like, what is that? And so I end up buying The Feeding of 5,000, and I saw it at the record store, and I was like, this looks kind of fucking weird. It's very like, it's like very minimal, but also kind of disturbing. And I was like, they had a record called Penis Envy. What's up with that?
Yeah.
And so like, I asked the guy at the store, I was like, what? It's a shame there's no more record stores, man. Just that type of stuff happening.
Just discovering stuff, man.
The guy tells me, he's like, listen, so Words and Music in Fairhaven, Massachusetts. And he goes like, listen, you want to start here because this stuff is all about this woman named Margaret Thatcher. I was like,
yes.
And I was like, I don't know what that is. And he's like, but jump in here. And so I remember putting it on, and the first song is Reality Asylum, and it's like, I think it's Eve Libertine, and she starts off, she's like, I am no feeble Christ, and just talks, and it's just pure fucking noise, and it's like ringing loud and like getting louder, and she's just saying like, your cunt fear, warfare, and like, and then all the feedback cuts, and she goes, Jesus died for his own sins, not mine. And then it goes right into Do They Owe Us a Living? And I like that sequence lit me up, and I was like, what the fuck? Because like Do They Owe Us a Living just cuts right in, and I remember feeling like, this is the actual true shit. I don't understand any of it. Because I was like, I had to have been, I think I was 13 or something like that. And I was like, I don't understand anything of this. But there was no scene. I wasn't going to shows or anything. It was just me in my room.
It's crazy, yeah.
And I famously, I lied to my mom, if she's listening, sorry. But I said I was going to go to school one day, and I didn't. I was like, I'm going to ride my bike today. She's like, you don't want me to drive you? I was like, no, I'll ride my bike. And so like I rode my bike like up the street and just like stood at the corner by myself, and I so I could see her drive to work. I go back to the house, and I committed to learning every single lyric to Do They Owe Us a Living.
Wow.
To like prove that like I am in this punk world. Like this is how I do it.
All day studying the lyrics.
I have to know the entire thing. I basically could probably still do it right now.
That's amazing.
I'm not going to, I've actually punished my friends, but fuck the politically minded, something I want to say about the state of the nation, the way they treat us. I could do the whole thing. It's a great song. But I didn't understand it. What do you mean a living? I was like, again, this like, suburban dude. But I had to like prove something in myself that like, this is my tribe.
And you found it on your own too.
Yeah, I did. And so like, and so that was like maybe 97, 98 or something like that.
That's crazy.
And then on comes Warped Tour. And I'm still, I wasn't like holier than now because like, I'm into, anarcho peace punk. Like I wasn't old enough to get that was the thing. I thought it was whoosh, all the same.
Yeah. We rocking patches and stuff? Punk patches?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I get to Warped Tour. I'm wearing my Sick of It All shirt. Bought a Hot Topic. My father was not ecstatic about that because lo and behold, when I bought that shirt, some dude wearing a Sick of It All shirt shot up a Navy base or something like, or Marines base.
We're in the NY one. That's right.
Yeah.
Dude.
And my father is watching the TV. He looks at me and he's like, what the fucking fuck are you into? Like,
wow, man.
So anyway,
terrible timing.
Yeah. Bad timing. But I just loved the message. I'll be full on. I had never heard Sick of It All when I bought that shirt.
Okay.
I just knew.
That's okay, man.
I was
we all start somewhere.
I didn't know it was like hardcore. I didn't know really what like hardcore was. I'm still in punk.
Yeah.
But and again, like H2O's different to me. Like it's like all the Epitaph Fast stuff, and then like I'm like something different about this. And I got the release video that Victory put out.
Oh yeah.
And like the interview that you did, I was like,
oh, I'm in there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay,
you don't remember that, dude? It's dude.
Oh, it's breakdancing. Oh shit. Okay.
Dude, it's amazing to me that you don't know you're there. I literally watched that every day.
Holy crap.
For like 3 or 4 years. Did you watch it, Kenny?
Yeah. Wow, dude. Okay.
Yeah. So like,
wow. Okay.
But again, and you had you're X'd up and I was like, even just in like Dan Yeman's in it in Lifetime, and like there's something different about the way that these guys are talking that it's like it because then there's an interview with Blink and like there was just like a different posture. Same punk world,
yeah,
but there was something slightly different, and I could sniff it out. And so I get to Warped Tour, and on that day, John JFK Jr. died. I don't know if you remember that. Died in a plane crash.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, my parents are driving me out Western Mass to go to Warped Tour. It's my first like punk show ever, and I'm like, it's a long drive from New Bedford, and I'm like, the radio. My parents, they're like Irish Catholics. Like, oh my god, they're like stunned. They're like, JFK's son died in a plane crash. Like they were like, I was just in the back seat by myself, just being like, this feels pretty cool that on the day of my first punk show, I'm sorry, Kennedy family, but like, we got a new dead Kennedy, and I'm going to my first punk show. There's some poetry to this. I don't know.
New dead Kennedy.
So anyway, I go to Warped Tour, and I think you guys played earlier in the day, and I was like, this is cool. Like you were interacting with the crowd. It didn't feel like you're kind of like pandering. It's just like, again, there was like a weird rawness. Whereas later on in the day when Blink came on, it was just like, it was fun, but like it was just slightly different. It's just like, and like that's the thing about hardcore is like, and you notice how people say like hardcore and punk.
Yeah.
Like to me, ultimately, it's all punk music.
Agreed.
But there's a slight difference. I'm not trying to draw lines or anything like that, but it's a slight. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I the rest of the day, the waters are like fucking $5. I'm like dying, and like I can't buy anything. I got no money, and like.
Are you there solo?
Yeah.
Wow, dude.
No, I was with my friend Eddie Delacy.
Okay.
He's a fisherman in New Bedford now.
Okay.
But I might as well have been solo because we got split up.
Yeah.
And it was so massive. I didn't fucking see him the entire
no
day.
phones back then, probably.
Zero.
Yeah.
There was no link up in the back. It was like,
nah.
See ya. I didn't get to spend the day with like my friend, my BMX friend. And so I kind of left. And I remember Seven Dust played that year. And this is like, again, like genre division. And, and it was, I didn't give I didn't like Seven Dust, but like the crowd was so divisive about it. They start playing, and it's like later in the day, and there's just like kids like 1,000 feet away, just being like "fuck you guys," and like, and it left a bad taste in my mouth. And I wasn't like riding for Seven Dust, but like I was just like, that ain't the vibe, like and so I kind of just sort of left feeling like, But luckily, 3 weeks later, there was this local show in New Bedford, and the opening band was this band called The Products, who just changed the name to Beyond Authority. For anyone who gives a shit. But like they were like, street punk. Yeah. And but the singer, like he was like a street punk, and then the singer was like a hardcore dude, and then there was like an anarcho punk dude in the band. And then the band that followed was like a band that sounded like Sam I Am.
Oh wow, yeah.
They were called Before I Break. And just that, like that dichotomy.
Yeah.
Like the street punk is kind of like emo, like but hardcore-ish kind of sound. I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. I see people wearing sweaters. I see people wearing back patches, spikes. And then I see people wearing looking like, wearing basketball jerseys. And then I see people just like t-shirt jeans. And then I see people like wearing, I was like, there's no code here.
Yeah.
And Gray area played that night.
Wow.
I didn't know who they were, but everyone was like, it's dudes from Warzone. And I was like, what's Warzone?
Yeah. Token entry.
And I was like, but the local band, this band All Chrome played. And I didn't know any of the words, and I didn't know they weren't on Epitaph. They weren't on a label.
Yeah.
And I didn't know of them, but the entire room, Carrie can attest to this. The entire fucking room knew every single goddamn word.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't for Blink-182. It wasn't for a huge label band. It wasn't for, and I was like, holy shit, you can do this stuff. Like you can do this. Like you can be, I was like, wait, what do you mean All Chrome's from New Bedford? And to this day, I still listen to that record. It's so good. But after them was Gray Area. And there was this really cool, because it was a newer record, and there was this everyone was like, it's dudes from Warzone. We have to lay praise. We have to give praise. We have to watch them. And I got to revisit that record because that first record is amazing.
It's really great.
I remember being totally struck by it, the singer's delivery, and it wasn't like, it wasn't fast. Yeah. But but then I was like, but early day, The Products just played, and and there was just kind of a straight pitch. It was just such a sonically, and there were still Riot Girls at shows at this time. Yeah. And there was a principledness to the Riot Girls. Mm-hmm. It was a force, it was just there. Yeah. There were Krishna tables. There was just it was this utopian place to find. And I was like, and everyone was so pedestrian. Everyone was just, hey, what's up? And I remember seeing these two men who had they were just it ended up being this dude, Eric Yu, and his friend, just it looked like they hadn't seen each other in years. And they're just Before I Break was playing very kind of classic emo, but Sam I Am emo type of stuff playing in the background. They see each other and they're just hugging each other. And I was like, there's none of this bro shit. This is just there's just truly no code. Yeah. I really think that night absolutely changed my life forever. And I never looked back. And so and then I there was a few months where I was trying to figure out well, then who am I? Am I the punk kid? Am I the Products fan? Am I into this? Cause I knew who Sam I Am was. They were on the New Red Archives comp. Yeah. But so was Social Disorder or something like that. There's it was all these other Bay Area bands. Yeah. And anyway, I was trying to figure out who do I get to be? Who am I going to choose? And I remember the kids who had backpacks on and just hoodies. They just looked like they came from history class.
School, yeah.
And one was wearing a Gorilla Biscuits Hold Your Ground shirt.
There you go.
And I decided to check it out. I was like, these guys are wearing they look like they're wearing college sweatshirts, and it's kind of just
normal,
just pretty casual.
Yeah.
And I was like, and again, it was that coming back to that moment, because I was like, I think I'm going to be Mr. Anarcho, peace punk. And I was patching up and stuff like that. And I had another looking in the mirror moment, and I was like, this dude, you just you don't got to to quote Civ, you don't got to prove it. You know, like I was just
Yeah.
like, this is just, I just don't want to do anything. I don't want to get dressed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, you know, my father was like promoted, like we would go to like, when we go on our vacations to Boston,
Yeah.
we would just go to Harvard, we go to Boston College, we go to BU, and like he was doing something. He was like, hey, listen, like we want you to understand higher education is something that we want you to consider and stuff like that. And so like the collegial element was there, and lo and behold, I'm looking at like Civ and wearing a Harvey shirt or something. I was like, is that a Harvard shirt? Harvey? What was Harvey? Like, looks like college shit. And like, and you know, it all completely changed when I heard filler for the first time. And just like, and also again, like somehow Minor Threat, they were just wearing t-shirts, you know?
Yeah.
But like discovering the youth crew shit, it just like,
all the varsity jackets, all that collegiate. Yeah.
I was just like, it just seems like I don't have to do anything. And and so that's where I was like, you know what? Like, I feel like I'm going to pick this identity because this identity doesn't require me to do anything.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I just felt like I could do whatever. I could wear a sweater, you know, like, and so I'm just going to be that dude. And like,
change your hair and get tattoos, none of that stuff. Just be yourself.
I mean, God bless Walter Schreifels, man. Like just and Civ and just GB, like the lyric, I Hold Your Ground 7-inch, man. And just I started today. I was listening to this like 5-hour interview that Civ did with like
you did recently?
I don't think it's 5 hours, but it felt like 2.5 hours. Like,
what do you do with?
Damien.
Oh yeah.
And you know, I think it's long, but it's only 2.5 hours because Fiddlehead just took a bandwagon.
Oh yeah. We're talking about that.
Never gonna do that
again. Yeah. Your last tour in the bandwagon.
I would listen to the interview every night.
Yeah.
And like accept death. You know, so I could fall asleep. The sweet acceptance.
Did you ever go on a tour bus before?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's way different. Yeah.
Yeah. I've toured a lot. Like when Halvor was around, I look at Terror and I look at those guys and like, you know, they're built for it.
They're built for it, dude.
Like, and they're a machine. There's no
it's
fucking
incredible,
joke
man.
about it.
They
and like,
live that.
And like straight up, like that's in my soul. So I was an Army brat. I moved around a bunch. And so like, you know, I'm born in Jersey to circle back to where we're talking about. I was born in Jersey and then lived out in Arizona for 5 years.
Arizona. Wow.
Yeah.
What part?
Sierra Vista.
Okay.
Near Tucson. And so like, you know, desert landscape.
You went to school out there too?
Like preschool.
Okay. Super young.
And then my father worked at the Pentagon. He like was a speechwriter for Colin Powell, debriefing Gulf War shit, like crazy stuff. And lo and behold, I find out not only I lived in Columbia, Maryland. It turns out that Void was from there.
Yes.
And this is a fun story. I'm at This Is Hardcore like 2014, and I'm talking to Andy Norton from Praise, and I'm just like Andy, so like where in Maryland like did you live? And he's like, I lived in this town called Columbia. It's like outside of DC. And I was like, I live in Columbia. And he's like, oh wait, really? And we had known each other like through bands and Desperate Measures and like, and he's like, yeah, I lived on Red Apple Lane. And I was like, I lived on Red Apple Lane. And he was like, his eyes wide. He's like, I lived on the street next to it.
That's so crazy.
And that was a neighborhood of tons of fucking kids because it was all like Army families and and local and we probably like played together. I sent him a picture. There was a school phone book, a town phone book or something like that, and I sent it to him, and we're like our families are on the same page. It says like, you know, Richard Flynn, and it says like Patrick, Tess, and Miles.
Wow.
And then it says like Andy and his family.
That's crazy.
We were like, and he was. It's possible that he was in the same exact class as my sister.
Yeah.
Because Andy's a couple years older than me. But that was my time in Columbia was like it was shitty. It's made me like a protective parent, you know, because like I talked about it on stage last night, but like I'm starting to see how the world intervenes with your kids and stuff like that, and how kids can be cruel to kids. And
it's brutal, man.
The house I moved into was the family that lived in the house I moved into in Columbia was everyone loved the kid that lived there, and the logic of adolescence is and kids is that it's very simple and binary. So when I moved in, they thought that my family had moved him out, and my brother and sister, they made friends, but the kids hated me because they thought that I moved out that kid. And this was like like movie like kids playing all the time. And I just moved from Arizona where I had no friends.
How old are you then?
5 turning 6.
Okay.
So from 5 to 7, I'm in this big neighborhood. I'm trying to relate, but there's already a clique. There's already like everyone knows each other, and these kids are mean mugging me, just being mad, like mean to me during like red light, green light stuff and stuff like that. I wouldn't let me play, and just like act like one kid stuck a stick in my bike, and like I went flying off, lost half my face.
Wow.
Thought I was like 6. I thought I was gonna die.
Wow.
But so I had the outcast experience, but there was this one kid, and like God bless his soul. It explains why friendship is so huge for me. His name was Gregory Surface. If he's out there somehow listening, I hope you're well. But like he was cool with all of them, and like they all liked him because he had been around. He was like a year older than me, but for some weird reason, he decided to like stick his neck out for me, and he would hang out with me. And so we would go off like on our own adventures, just like just ride around the town, and like, you know, I remember we saw like a dead possum. We didn't understand a dead animal, and so we were like, we got to help it. It's in danger. Just like extremely sweet stuff. Yeah. And so then we moved because my father retired, and
Stand By Me shit. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why that movie hit real hard for me. We sampled Stand By Me on the half-hour demo.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Great movie, man.
Dude, but like I'll never forget it. This is some real movie shit. We'd always do sleepovers, watch WrestleMania. His family had pay-per-view, so like we would do that.
Nice.
And you know, it's the last sleepover. I think we rented Hot Shots 1 or something like that. It was great.
Classic.
And you know, my house was across the street from his, and my family had moved out, and you know, my mom went up with my brother and sister. My dad was just going to drive me. For my father, it's a big deal. He's finally moving back to Massachusetts.
Yeah.
You know, his time in the Army is just done. It's big for him. Again, God bless my parents. They knew that like it was like Gregory was like my first friend, and they were like ripping me from him. Yeah. And so like they said, like, you know, you're going to do one last sleepover, you know, sleep over Gregory's, and then in the morning, you know, we'll drive back. And oh God, I get choked up when I think of this.
Damn.
Fucking Gregory Surface, man. I'm in the car, packed up car. He runs with the car. And he's waving.
It's like every movie, man.
He's waving.
Dude.
Goodbye. He's running along. I got, you know, and I remember like looking in the rearview mirror, being like, there's my friend. That's why I love you, Kenny, man.
Dude,
the symbiosis, when you find somebody you connect with, it's special. You gotta. Kenny lives in Baltimore and
PG County.
You know, I want him.
That's heavy. That's like a movie, man. You never like connected after that.
Like our families kind of wrote back because he was an Army family too, but like it just kind of lost touch. But like, you know, but God bless him because he showed me what it meant to, you know, solidarity and to connect for the outcast. But I also had the outcast experience. And I think that like that's a lot of like what hardcore is. Like, you look at the lyrics, you look at the patterns, what people are writing about, like people write, like that was the thing that I was like, man, like GB's writing about like friendship. Minor Threat's writing about friendship. Yeah. Crass is writing about Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
And like,
which is cool.
Yeah. But I just can't relate. And just
like Sex Pistols, Never in the Bullocks. I could skate to it, but I couldn't relate to it.
That's right.
And like Fuck Your Parents and Anarchy and all this shit. I'm like, I love my mom. She raised 3 boys. So so I feel like punk was like fuck everything. Mm-hmm. And hardcore was like, let's fix everything. So when I found hardcore 7 seconds, all these bands, they would talk about making a change in the world. Yeah. That's why I connected to it for sure.
And like, you know, like it is a bit of a trope to be talking about like friendship in hardcore at this point, but like I actually like I'm here for it. Fiddlehead has like I wrote a friendship song on the new record. It's called Fiddleheads. It's about the 4 guys. You know, like nice. My buddy Jared Carmen said it best. He said, you know, friends are the new family, and I just think that that's like a, you know, it's not like the new family, but like, you know, family's there, but like I just think that stuff's like super important. Like, you know.
It is,
and I don't care if it's corny and hardcore. It's like it's
real though.
They're not talking about it in any other musical genre.
They're not, man.
And like, life is hard, man. Like, you know, shit happens. Like, you know, being a family member is really tough.
Yeah,
because you're absolutely tied to them.
100%.
You need somebody who, excuse me. You need somebody who's you know, like has that kind of like the room, you know, that's what friendship's there for. And if you can find a real loyal friend who's going to run after the car with you, you know,
that's incredible. I know
that you got to hold on to those types.
I mean, think about the friendships you made through hardcore and the father figures you've had in hardcore, all that stuff, dude.
Oh, big time. Like I was just talking to John Coyle last night from Outspoken, and I was like, I'll say this to him through the podcast, but like, just like the fatherly like advice on the way of the world. I don't know if you were ever like into Outspoken.
No, I know him for sure. I know songs.
Dude, some of the stuff that they were saying, Kenny can attest, is like extremely progressive. Like really like talking about homophobia. Dude, like what's the line? Love, all love is legitimate.
That's amazing.
94, maybe they like so early on, and like really, and like it wasn't a trend really to do that, and like. Man, all love is legitimate. Man. Look, what a beautiful line to put into the world. But like, he was at the show last night. I saw him. I was lit up. I was like, oh my God, you made it, man. And he's like, yeah. But that, like, my father was of a different generation. Like, I remember when Ellen came out. My father was like, My father wasn't an asshole, but like, he was born in 1945. You know what I mean? So like, but he was just like. This Ellen person is interesting. But he wasn't, he had his own way, as all older generations do. And, he was in no way, restrictive or oppressive on like my identity or anything like that.
But then you become a dad, and like your ethics and everything you grew up on is from hardcore, which is totally different than how we were raised.
Yeah. And kind of circling back though, like just like what I'm real grateful to see is so we had that song Boston's. It's about the intergenerational stuff. So I'm like getting into hardcore. I'm obsessed with it totally.
Find GB.
Yeah, it's all I want to do. That was a big digression, by the way. Sorry, guys.
Nah, it's all good. I love this. This is amazing.
But fucking I was just obsessed with hardcore, and like lying to my parents about like this so I can go to a show and stuff like that. But when I told my father, when I discovered straight edge, my father said to me, you can do whatever you want as long as you are this straight edge thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, hell yeah. Turns out I couldn't do whatever I wanted to. There were still limitations on that. I had to come home from shows.
But there was trust and you knew what you were up to and you were doing.
Yeah.
You were safe at these shows.
Yeah. But my father was always quick to remind me, trust takes years to build and a second to lose. And I was like, oh, fuck.
Hard.
Yeah, big time. He would snap his fingers just like that.
Was he pretty strict?
He was perfectly strict.
Okay.
I would say, because he knew how to bend.
Yeah.
And I
knew
knew
a softie too, in his own way.
In his stoic, kind of like ancient Cicero, Roman philosopher way.
Yeah.
Which I can't seem to shake sometimes. His spirit will come out of me on shows.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm happy for that. I might present on stage super serious because I am like it's because of the content of what I'm singing.
Yes.
If you see me singing like one of the love songs, like the song we have, Lover Man, where kids like beat ass to, like I'm smiling, and but like if we're singing a song that's like just about like the preservation of like of human dignity, I'm getting pretty fucking serious about it, and like I got something really serious to say, but so over the years, I feel like people might have thought that I'm like this like brooding poet who is like, the way of the world is cold. Not the case. I'm here for the laughs and the dick jokes and just like
you're human.
Like I said, Hot Shots was like the movie me and Gregory watched. So,
and you're emotional too. You have everything.
Very. I'm happy to be open with that.
Did you become more emotional when you became a father? You've always been like that.
I think there's this. Yeah, I think I've always kind of been that way.
Yeah.
And
I think
dad
brings it out more, man. I felt.
Yeah. And I've had to like try and figure it out with music and stuff like that, just to channel it there because can't be too much of a blubbering mess all the time. But like in terms of like, I was just like a dickhead kid, obsessed with hardcore.
Yeah.
And I wasn't grateful for like all the things that my father had done. so I get to college. I wasn't a good high school student.
Did you graduate? Obviously.
I did. And like the school I started out at for college, it was only in its second year as a co-ed school.
Oh, okay.
And I'm pretty certain that they accepted me because they needed to up the male demographic.
Yeah. That's
but,
funny.
But the thing is, when I was in middle school, I loved history. I loved education. I didn't know how to read. Sorry, Kenny, to report, but the Baltimore County schools did not teach me how to read.
Wow.
And I came to second grade. You're supposed to be on level, and I didn't know how to read. And so Sister Louise, God bless her, I missed recess for her first year, but I knew the terror beyond the outside, not knowing how to read. I was behind, but I didn't. I won the spelling bee the next year.
Nice.
Pretty sick. But then I
remember the word.
No. I remember winning though and being like real proud because like I was the kid, the teacher on the first day of class. I was the new kid. I just come back from Columbia, Maryland. I'm the new kid. First thing she does, and she probably just expected I knew how to read. She could have been a little more fucking sensitive about it, but she goes, "Why don't we have the new kid, Patrick, start us off for reading for the year?" I didn't know what a page number was. Whatever was happening, the Baltimore schools, Columbia schools was not working because my parents were like, "What the fuck? You're not learning how to read?" And they were busy. My father was retiring. My mother was relocating as a social worker.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know how to read. I'm on the outside. And I tell this to my students all the time. Like, this is like my opening. Listen, I don't know how to read because I don't want them. I teach like the AP courses and they get really like kind of weird imposter syndrome. They think, oh, everyone's a genius here. And I'm like, I'm interested in your skills and not your ability to just demonstrate yourself as like a know-it-all asshole. So like,
yeah,
I'm here for you to like work on it. If you feel insecure, I'm your man. Like I'm here to help you build, and you just get any of that noise out. I know that if I had heard that, I would have been like, fuck yes. And that's what Sister Louise was for me. She just built me up. So like I found history, just felt completely in love with it. And then I get to high school and it's like a fucking factory, like so many goddamn kids. That's why I just really got turned into hardcore. We're talking about my iconic Embrace moment.
Yeah.
I went into, this is a good one. Kenny, are you an Embrace fan? Okay. Fair enough.
He said, no, I'm good.
Yeah. Well, Embrace has this song called Building. And I've always wondered, I want to pick Ian's brain about it, but like, is he saying
it's
it?
Gonna happen.
Is he saying it in jest but like the reappearing line is like, he's like, I'm a failure. Everything I do turns out wrong and stuff like that. My English teacher was being an asshole. And I went into the bathroom stall with my Walkman and just listened to this Embrace song on repeat in the bathroom stall. And it saved me because I was like, all right, I'm not going to like fall apart. I'm just like, it gave me that like strength to kind of get back out there. And I had someone, Ian gets me.
Yeah.
So I struggled in high school. And so but point being like, I didn't know what I was going to do at all.
In college, like what was your...
I didn't know because like high school destroyed my love of history. It was all know-it-all bullshit. It was like teacher would lecture and talk to one kid the entire time. And meanwhile, my middle school history teacher, it was like, yo, let's take this textbook and let's decide if it's actually real. Like, let's look at the evidence.
Wow.
And let's look at like, let's pose questions. Should the US have actually dropped the atomic bomb? Like, it was an amazing middle school experience.
Yeah.
He took a real inquiry-based approach, which I'm really grateful for. But Mr. Hall, God bless him. But man, I hated history. I hated learning. I hated education. Education was hard with my family growing up because they were big pushers on education.
Yeah.
So I get into college. I'm right down. The college I also went to, I got into Roger Williams in Rhode Island.
Oh yeah, I know that. I used to live in Rhode Island.
Yeah, and I went to Emmanuel College because there was Simmons College and then there was Wentworth. And my best friend Ryan Hudon, the guitarist of Half Heart, went to Wentworth. So I was like, I'm just gonna go there. So we're gonna be basically neighbors. And so I'm just like fucking around with Half Heart and like trying to build it and like, like I started the band and like I'm dating my now wife, and that first semester, I kind of felt the pressure of college a little bit. I'm going to link this back up to the reason why this video of us playing this song Boston's means so much.
Yeah.
But I was just obsessed. I was like, if I fail out of college, my father might kill me, but I can run away, So like that first semester, Have Art had started in the summer of 2002, but we didn't play a show until summer 2003.
Yeah.
We didn't have a demo out.
That came out 2003.
Yeah. And So like, I'm trying to book. I had met the dudes in Foundation from Atlanta. Foundation wasn't a band yet, but I met them. So Andrew said like, Andrew from Foundation, he was an actual high school kid. He goes, and Champ as well. He filled in with Half Hour for a while. They're like, yeah, well, because I had demos at Posse Fest 2003.
Posse Fest.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, I got a band called Half Hour. It's like straight edge stuff. We're kind of like, yeah, we're moving to Boston now. Like, so they're like, oh, cool. Like, and Andrew's like, no, Andrew wasn't there. He had a zine. Champ put me in touch with Andrew, and then I got on the phone. This is before like cell phones were a big thing, and and so like I'm talking to Andrew, and he's like, oh yeah, he's in high school. I'm in like freshman in college. He's like, man, I'll book you. I'm not making fun of his accent, but he's just a true Georgia boy. He's like, man, I'll book you. I can't give you any money. I can't guarantee that, but I got One Up's playing, and I'm making him sound like Elvis now. Anyway, fuck. I'll just stop.
It's pretty good though.
Yeah. But anyway, like he
come on, play.
Yeah. I was like, okay, cool. We got a show in Atlanta on New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve, wow.
That's a start. We don't even have a show in Massachusetts booked, but because of that, and that was like sorted in September. I was just starting college, and I was like, I gotta take my studies pretty seriously. And,
yeah.
But I got this show in Atlanta, New Year's Eve coming up, and so like what I decided to do that first semester was completely ignore everything else in my life and try and book a tour down to Atlanta and back. I don't think I've ever really talked in depth about this tour, but like,
book it yourself?
All by myself in my college dorm room.
Wow.
And I probably sent out like thousands of, I probably sent out maybe 800 emails.
Okay.
Like truly like do as much as I can take. And like, in the back and forth, well over 1,000, like just like, hey, book my, like blah, blah, blah. And like, so ended up the routing for that first tour was, this is some real like early band shit. It was Haverhill, Mass.
Okay.
On what would have been the 29th. Providence on the 30th.
It's good so far.
Bit of a hiccup though on the morning of the Providence show. So this guy from Taunton,
Mass.
I knew it was going to come up.
There we go.
This guy, he was an older guy in the scene. He was, by older, he was like 25 or something like that. So he was of age to rent a van.
Okay.
And so he was my connect. Fucking son of a bitch. This guy, I was like, you have a credit card? Because I didn't have a fucking credit card. I was like, I just turned 18. And he's like, I was like, Russ, you have a credit card? Yeah, I have a credit card. I was like, can you rent us a van? Because we're going with our buddies in this band called Through Words. And he's like, yeah, I'll get you a van. He had like a little tiny label. And I was like, cool. So I need you to book it. I need you to book it for December 30th to like January like 16th. Like my entire like school break was in there. And he's like, all right, yeah, we got it. So it's like a 2-week fucking thing.
Yeah.
So the morning of, it's Providence, and then the 31st was the big Atlanta show.
Yeah. I
don't know if you know your geography that well, but Atlanta's not anywhere fucking close to Providence.
Nowhere, dude.
So, and but the thing, I remember doing the map quest. You could actually get the time.
Yeah.
Printed out the directions, had a whole binder and shit like that.
Sick.
And I was like, all right, it's gonna take us 20 hours to get there.
Dude.
That's not 24. So if we leave right after our set, we're going to make the Atlanta show. Like immediately after our set to go to Atlanta to play the next set.
Dude.
But rewind, morning of the Providence show, I drive up to Boston with Russ to get the van because he's the older guy. He's not coming on the tour.
Yeah.
I see him go in because I'm like hanging in the car back because no one's supposed to know. He goes in and he comes out a lot quicker than I had hoped. Because I thought that the transaction stuff would be a little bit longer. And he comes back in, no keys in his hand. He just sits down. He goes, hey, I got bad news. They won't take my card. And I was like, Russ, you said you had a fucking credit card. He's like, well, I have a debit card. And I was like, you fucking idiot. Like, do you know what? We don't have a fucking van now. But here's the big context why I was kind of freaking out is my high school sweetheart had spent the last 4 months literally not hearing from me. Like, because I was so obsessed with booking this tour. I would like go to her college and I would immediately just start doing fucking emails, not talking to her, and be like, yeah, that's cool. Like just being like an ignoramus. And she was like, fuck you. Like,
and now you needed to save the day.
Yeah. And so December 23rd, 2 days before Christmas, she's like, we're done here.
Oh man.
And I was like, what? And she's like, you haven't talked to me in like 3 or 4 months. And like, that's it. I'm sorry. And I was like, no. But she's to this day, she's friends with all of us.
Yeah.
And she was still, and she was, it was high school. She was friends with all she was our friends. Not all of my friends. It's just our friends. And so I spent the next week being like, oh, well, at least I'm going on tour. And so then Russ comes back in the van. I'm like, you motherfucker. I can't even fucking do this tour now. I lost the love of my life because I was booking this tour and now I can't even fucking do it. And he's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. And he goes, I know, dude, Kenny, I'm so fucking glad you're here. He goes, I do know some people in the Maryland area.
Wow.
He's like, they're like this, it was this guy named Rob. It was Rob from Ruiner. Because Russ had put out his band Farewell Hope. It's so great, Kenny.
Wow.
Gotta get you on the mic, man. I just need the world to know that like the world of hardcore does not move without the Kennys. With like Kenny, what was your band again? It was Nick Fury. That's right. Yeah.
Nick Fury?
Yeah.
It's a hard name.
But
oh shit, I know that name actually.
Yeah. But truly, like, this shit doesn't work without like the guys. Like you might, people out there, you might think that like it's just all the bands. No, it rides because Kenny was one of the only kids that like Havhart's coming through. No one gives a shit about Havhart. I remember seeing you there. I saw you there again. Mosher, you're friends with all the cool dudes, Lion Buddha guys. I'm like, oh fuck.
Mosher.
Like, and I remember Havhart played with Earthquakes, and I was like, oh, that's that dude. Yeah, that dude's cool. And but Kenny's just on like, he's having this outer fucking body experience with her. It was the first Earthquakes reunion, and like,
oh, that's sick.
To no one other than himself, he's just like losing his shit to every fucking single word of Earthquakes. It would be like if someone was just watching me listen to Outspoken in my bedroom.
Okay.
And it was just like, it was just the pure love. But anyway,
that's awesome.
God bless you, Kenny. So fucking
Atlanta.
I love this memory lane shit. If I'm blabbing, man, I don't get to
no, I love this shit.
And I don't think I've really talked too much in detail about this before. I was thinking like, cause I've done a lot of interviews, and so I'm trying to hit the specifics.
This is nice, yeah.
But so Russ, we're sitting there in the fucking Boston rental van thing, and I'm like, I saved up all this money to fucking like. The only hope was like, oh, now I got money. So Russ goes, I know this guy from Maryland who might have a van, Farewell Hope, Rob, who went out to Ruiner. And I was like, I had met Rob, and I was like, okay. So he puts me on the phone with Rob, and Rob was like, well, we don't have a van, but I know these dudes. They're like a Christian hardcore band. They're called X Looking Forward X. They're big in the Christian hardcore scene. But they got a van, but it kind of sucks.
Christian or Christian?
Christian.
Cool.
And he's like, they got a van, but it kind of sucks. And I was like, I will fucking take anything that can fit 14 people.
So 14 people?
No, I'm sorry, 12.
Okay.
I was like, I'll take fucking anything. And he's like, yeah. I was like, is there any way, Rob, that I can pay you to drive it up to Massachusetts and so that, we can go? Because we're all packed up here. We're all like, by the way, nobody in the bands wanted to do this tour. Truly. I was convincing.
It was all you.
It was just me. I swear to God. Ryan Udon, he was stoked. He's day one. I met him when I was like 9.
That's cool.
But he would, like, but it was just, everyone was like, I don't want to fucking do this. Drive to Atlanta. Like, it'd be fun. But
I'm really hoping this Atlanta show is amazing.
Yeah. So, we like, and Rob's like, you want me to get this other band's van and then drive it up to Massachusetts and then drive back down? I was like, yeah. He goes, no fucking way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I was like, all right, fuck. So like, sadly, we couldn't take one of the, $75 cars that my father would, occasionally throw by me. None of us have cars. Like, we're not, like, we didn't come from money. And like, none of our parents were like, oh yeah, we'll drive you all down there. They're like, good fucking luck. Like, and so, we had one car. We had Eric's car. Yeah, it was just, so it had to have been 5. Well, this is how it ended up being 11 people. So we got 11, like we got 10 people, but one car.
Dude.
And so it's like
a clown car.
Plus all of our shit. Like,
yeah.
Havard had no merch other than the demo, which was free. Wasn't exactly a hot seller, so but we had pins, which this girl Brooke had made for us on the tour.
I remember Brooke.
Yeah,
buttons. She used to make all the buttons.
That's right. Yeah, I just did an interview with her kid. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so she my friends were all sitting there, and it's like time's fucking ticking. It's like 2 p.m. Providence show tonight. What do we? I felt like it was in that movie Dunkirk, with like the clock's ticking the whole time and strategizing. And I'm like, all right, so how do we get to fucking? No one would loan us their car because we would have to leave the car in somewhere in Maryland.
Yeah,
and everyone's like, go fuck yourself. Like, and so I'm pretty sure it was Ryan Hudon. He goes, well, this might be a sensitive subject, but maybe Marin could drive us down. And I was like, man. Marin? Like, you mean the love of my life who just fucking dumped me 6 fucking days ago? You want me to spend the 2 weeks? It's like, she just dumped me. And they're like, yeah, but we're all friends. And I was like, is it really coming down to this? That the only way I can do my first fucking hardcore tour is because I knew the deal. She wasn't going to take me back. Like, that was it. I'm pretty sure she, maybe met someone in the 4 months that I wasn't talking to her while we were and so like, I felt that she was on to the next, and I was like, I'm going to be dying every fucking night. And like, and I was like, I cannot believe this. And so I call her up and I was like, hey, she's like, hey, how's it going? Like, as if like everything.
Just like the Swiss phone call.
She's like, how's it going? And I'm like, I wanted to keep dating, and she was like, what's up? As if like, she didn't just destroy my heart and obliterate it. And she's like, and I was like, hey, and she's like, are you leaving for your fucking tour today?
Dude.
And I was like, well, technically there's been a bit of a hiccup. She's like, oh yeah, what? And I was like, well, I give her the rundown. She's like, yeah, so why you're calling me? She's like, well, looking to see if maybe you'd be interested in then driving us down to Maryland, and you'd have to come pick us up in about a couple of weeks. And she's like, here's what I'll tell you. She goes, there's no fucking way I'm doing that, but I'll go, but I'm going on the tour with you guys.
Wow.
And I was like, because for her, I was just hanging out with friends. She's God bless her. And
she sounds like amazing, man.
Truly, the band wouldn't have happened without her, but it also wouldn't have happened without me willing to endure the pain. I'm just saying. So my father is, because we're all doing this strategery at my house, and my father is just like, buzzing around the house. He's on school vacation, and like he's like hearing the nonsense, and so it's like now like 7 p.m. We got to get to the Providence show. So Marin agrees. We're all gonna pack in our car. We're all about to go. I've never told this story.
What kind of car?
Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta. Not exactly big.
No. Nice car though.
Yeah. Everything inside was made out of plastic and broke off easily. So when we packed every fucking thing possible, everything was just broken inside. it was like real clown car shit. My head was like pressed up against the
Jesus.
window, but it was like, hey, it's not that bad. It's just to Maryland. What is that? 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yeah.
Something like that. So right before we go to the Providence, and it was like, we go to Providence and we're going straight to Atlanta.
Yeah.
My dad pulls all of us aside. We're all teenagers. We're like, you know, I'm thinking I'm a big man because I graduated high school, but like half the kids are still in high school.
Yeah.
My dad goes, nobody's going anywhere. And, you know, Lieutenant Colonel, when he speaks, you fucking listen. My father didn't talk a lot. He like all my friends were kind of afraid of him because he was just like, you know, he wasn't interested in trying to be friends with his son's friends or anything like that. So like he goes, nobody's going anywhere. Everybody sit down. So we sit down, like the living room. It's all like 11 of us. And he goes, do you have any idea what the hell you're even doing? And this was my thing. And I'm sitting there totally mortified.
Yeah.
Like he's asking a question that's basically saying, this is fucking stupid. Because the routing, by the way, I will reveal now, was Haverhill, Providence, Atlanta, Birmingham, Alabama, Nashville, Tennessee, Cornelius, North Carolina. Hold on. Connecticut.
What?
Baltimore.
Oh my
Hold
God.
on. Virginia Beach. And here's the real kicker. Vermont.
Oh my God.
And then back to Haverhill. And then back to Connecticut.
That's insane.
With like maybe one day off or something like that.
Dude.
And I think what had happened is my father actually like looked at the MapQuest, like whatever printouts, and was like, what the fucking fuck? And he's like, what are you fucking doing? Like, he's like, this is a mess. And do you feel as if you don't even know what you're doing? And like, he's like setting doubt into my friends.
Yeah.
I've never told this story. And I'm sitting there thinking like, oh my God, I fucking hate my life right now. My girlfriend dumped me a week ago. My friends all hate me because my father right now is telling them that I'm an idiot. And it's all in front of them. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I don't know if I was about to cry, but I was like, all the pressure's just right in there.
Yeah.
And he looks around and like, he's like, and like, he's looking around, he's looking at young people trying to grow up.
Yeah.
And he goes, all right, stay in touch. And like, I thought he was about to say like, nobody's like, we're not going on the trip. Like you're grounded. You're not fucking going. And so he just, I'm now real. This has been very therapeutic for me to talk about this. That's because great.
For me too.
My son is 5 and you know, and I'm like learning what it means. So like, you have to let your kids grow and stuff like that. And so he was, my father was definitely looking at this as like, it was an experience for him too. He's like, my son is going out there, and this was,
let him go.
Yeah. And this was huge for me. So like, I'm walking away from that conversation in the living room. Like, I want to fucking kill my father. I was like, you fucking asshole. I'm 18, you know, like, I'm like, you fucking embarrassed me so fucking bad. Now I have to get in these 2 fucking cars with my face pressed up against the goddamn window while my fucking asshole dickhead friends flirt with my ex-girlfriend. And like, I'm like, motherfucker. And like, I'm the last one to like wedge into the car. And he goes, Patty. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And I was like,
wow.
He taught poetry and stuff like that. She quotes like Shakespeare to me.
It's hard.
And I didn't know what that meant. And in my mind, I was like, all right. And I got in the car and we drove down and picked up the shittiest fucking van possible. That's a whole 5-hour story. We shot it. We broke its window. We crashed the next day, driving to Birmingham after the Atlanta show. Yeah. Crashing across 3 lanes, landed between 2. It's a whole thing.
Oh my God.
Almost died. Like, but death, the clarity of death and the calmness set in. Like the tire popped and we spun a 180. 100 yards ahead, we would have hit a ditch, flipped. 100 yards back, we would have gone right into oncoming traffic, but we landed between two trees in the brush. But when it was happening, Marin was driving.
My God.
And you can't, like, it was just so big and it was such a shitty thing. It was not her, it was the tire. She didn't have a seatbelt. I didn't have a seatbelt.
Dude.
And I feel my love for her in my bones in this moment. And again, she dumped me, you know, but I threw my body over her and like it was just like that was all that matters. She's just gotta be, I'll be her seatbelt in here. And,
that's crazy.
A few days later on the tour, like we were like, it was after a show or something like that. She said, just so you know, I want you to know that I really, like, it means so much to me that you threw your body on top of mine during the car crash. We have it caught on camera too.
Oh, wow.
We were actually filming when it happened.
And how was the Atlanta show?
Yeah. So back to the Atlanta show. Oh, you want to? Your side is amazing. Oh, you've heard the looking forward side of it? Oh yeah. Oh, were they mad? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. They were like, no, don't be friends with these guys. They took our van off-roading.
Oh wow, that's the ones that loan the van. Oh wow, looking forward. Okay.
Okay. All right. We didn't really. Oh, dude, the van was
off-roading.
I'll give a quick rundown of what happened to this van. Like, you know, it crashed, but we get it. The heat only worked in the back, and it was wintertime and it was freezing. So to get a little bit of heat in the front, you had to blast it in the back. So there were like dudes with their shirts off sweating in the back, and we were up front like, oh, like freezing. Oh my God, it was like this hell chamber. And, you know, we're going show, it crashes then. And then like, I think like everything was like pretty cool. But then one of us bought a BB gun down south from a Walmart. And like, we weren't abusing the van, but like, you know, like we were just like shooting things, and one of the idiots in the band shoots the fucking window out, like big,
wow,
like side, it just shot out. And this is, as again, you know how this tour was in multiple different climates.
Oh yeah.
So this happens in like Nashville, but we're about to go back up north where it's fucking cold again.
Back to the winter.
And it's raining and sleeting. And it was awful. So then like we roll up. The only reason why we played Kinetic because the first step was doing what was back. And like we could not, they asked us to play and we're like, we have to. I booked the first steps on their first show in Massachusetts. So like Steve St. Germain, bless your heart. He puts us on the bill.
Yeah.
Like unbelievable move. Huge for us. But like we were in Cornelius, North Carolina. I was like,
I haven't heard of that.
Gotta get to fucking Hartford.
Cornelius.
We did Providence to Atlanta. We can do Cornelius to fucking Hartford. You know, and the set was good. It was popped off. We did some good covers, and I remember it was a good set. But then we had to go back down to Baltimore and Virginia Beach, and then back up to Vermont. So
that's the first Have Heart tour.
Yeah. But like, so there's no window. The gears, and then we get to Virginia Beach, and this is where the tour basically ended, because.
And this is all with just a demo out.
Yeah.
All this insanity for what's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's hardcore.
Okay, and that's what I was going to say. Okay, go.
So, all the while, my love of my life is with us, and
dude, she's ride or die, man.
Yeah,
I never met her before. This is crazy.
And so, like we're driving from. You might have been at the Baltimore show. It was in the Broasis, Modern Life is War, Forward to Death, Look Alive jumped on, it's Locking Out Band, like and us. And then the next show was basically that lineup, but in Virginia Beach. Overnight drive, we had to do it, and we're driving the van, and the singer of the other band is driving. I'm keeping him awake. We were running on like no sleep, and like I just completely I fell asleep. Yeah. But I was supposed to keep him awake. I wake up, we're in the median lane, like we're it's just all grass. I was like, holy shit, and like we're coming up against like what was like, you know, like in the like on a highway, it's like a big open area, but then there's like bridges and stuff like that. So like the grass goes away, and he's like, I wake up and he's just asleep at the fucking wheel, and I was like, wake the fuck up, and like, And he's like slamming on the brakes. He slams on the brakes as hard as he fucking can. And we stop. And we're like, oh my God. And we're stuck in fucking mud. And the only way out is like, we had to push it out because the tow came to get us out.
Yeah.
But it still needed, it was just so thick in the mud. And I'm pushing it and I just fall face forward in the mud. Like just truly like movie shit, pushing the van. I remember reading Get in the Van, my Black Flag. It was a little humbling to read what they went through, but like I remember being like, all right, I'm doing the right stuff here. This is just natural par for the course, you know?
Yeah.
And so like we get to Virginia Beach and one of the guys wanted to, like we were at the show, one of them wanted to go get like food or something like that. So they take the van and they're in like some parking lot in Virginia Beach. No, they're not in the parking lot. They're looking to turn in on like, it's like, you know, like a strip of like fast food bullshit and like stoplights and a lot of stoplights.
Yeah.
So stoplights are difficult when there's no brakes. So these guys are trying to, they're like, fuck, there's no fucking brakes. Like they're just like, we're going to hit a car and there's no brakes. There's a red light and it's coming. And so they just like immediately turned into like, I think this is like the only charm or blessing. It was like, they turned into like a mechanic shop and it like perfectly stopped at a mechanic. And yeah, we like, and then they were like, yeah, this is like this tour is over, man. We're not going to Vermont. And I was like, well, I got you this far, didn't I? And I did convince them to do the Haverhill and
skip Vermont
and Connecticut. We had a second Haverhill show. So you hit up Haverhill twice on this tour.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Connecticut in the middle and then Connecticut at the end to close it all out. But
if you make it through all that, then that's a great sign the band members made it together through that.
Yeah. We
and you continued.
Well, yeah, basically.
Did you lose any members from that didn't want to play?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. That was the test.
Eric St. Jake's was like, yeah, it's not for me, man. And I was like,
that's a real test, though.
Yeah, he was one of my best men, and like at my wedding, and he's just like he and his other band did a tour, but it was like in a car. He did a tour with the other band that toured with us, the demo band were called Through Words, and they did it was just 4 members. They just did a car tour, like later that summer, and I was like, you got it. And then it was just a car. It was basically just a glorified road trip for the 4 of them.
Yeah.
And then they were like, we hate the road. We're done. But man, like,
that's a crazy tour, just promoting a demo, just get first tour. It's amazing, man. All that, dude.
It built the character for what we would go on to do, like in China and like South Africa and all throughout South America. But
and how to get easier from there.
Yeah. But yo, it doesn't, none of that stuff skates unless there's the homies. You know? Like, it truly, and like, it's like people like you have like a slight kinship with, and you're like, that's a reason. Like Andrew from Foundation, you and Marilyn. It's just like it's like these weird little like lighthouses that make you go like, yeah, let's do it.
That's the community about all this stuff.
Yeah,
These people, meeting so many people through it.
Yeah,
they want to help.
Yeah, but like
that's crazy, man.
So like we do that tour, does its stuff, and it was cool. But like,
were the people come out to see you at that point, even with the demo?
No,
okay.
No one was seeing it. The Cornelius show was a real dud. There was no PA. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then,
but then you came back and you just
we kept going. Like we did an East Coast tour later that summer, and we did this crazy big U.S. tour with Guns Up and Verse, and
is this before the EP? Is when the EP comes out?
This is as the EP's out.
Okay,
and we played California for the first time.
Yeah,
and like,
are you only doing the band at that time? Or
I stayed in college.
Okay.
And so coming back, so like, my father's comment started to resonate with me. This like heavy as the head type of thing.
Yeah,
and I got to reflect on it, and I was like, my father was telling me, listen, like, you know, you're in a leadership role right now. And when you're in leadership, like it's hard. And that's the fucking deal. And if this is your mission, you know, like clearly no one here wants to do this with you. But for some weird reason, they believe in you. And you know, and you gotta understand that it's not easy to see them believing in you.
Yeah.
And so I reflected really hard on that, and just learning how to be, a leadership, and learning how to be a part of the team. And so that tour experience changed my life. So I came back and I was like, I felt change. I'm pretty sure like I was neurologically changed. Something happened in my brain. And I dealt with a lot of like hard stuff with like, losing the love of my life and just accepting like, hey, that's just how it goes. And like, as long as she's there in my life, that's good. And so I come back and I really started taking my shit seriously in college. And then what I realized, so then like you start writing more stuff, and like, I'm like, we put out, we put out our first record, and I'm like, now like I went to Japan, and I'm all while I'm still in college, coming back from like, I'm sitting outside. I just graduated from college, so like went through all that. We did all the tours, we wrote an LP, put it out. This was
the Bridge 9 one, right? 2006,
yeah. Things We Carry. We put that out, and like made some incredibly meaningful connections, like just like really like transformative stuff. It's our first LP, and I just graduated, and we're thinking about writing another record, and I'm sitting there like it's basically like I was still living in Boston, graduated, sitting out there on the steps of Harvard Medical, which I didn't go to Harvard Medical, everyone, just in case you were wondering.
Sounds pretty cool though.
But what I would do, and I encourage everybody to do this, because it's just one of the most gorgeous and beautiful views, maybe just personally for me, but it's on Louis Pasteur Avenue, and you go all the way to the bottom, the end of Louis Pasteur, and it's like this beautiful, like ancient Greek looking building. It's for Harvard Medical. If you think about what goes on in that building, they're trying to cure the world. And so it's just like, and it's very serene, big sprawling grass. And you look down this pathway, and what you can see is like the college I went to, Manual College. But right on the other side of that street, the literal other side, is Boston Latin School. And I remember just sitting there, graduated college, I'm about to go to Japan. I did this LP, and I'm just sort of thinking like, I don't deserve any of this. Like, like I was thinking about, my father was in the fucking 6th grade when he was like looking around, 6th grade. Odds are stacked against me,
Yeah.
I live in Hyde Park. It's, cramped up housing. And so, father's, struggling with alcohol, working jobs. That's in the 6th grade. He's like, I'm gonna get my shit together. I'm gonna go to this school, and I'm gonna turn my shit around. And what I realized is like, as I was like, Boston was like a playground for me.
Yeah.
Whereas for my father, it was like, he would always talk about because like Hyde Park is like kind of, it's not close to like Boston proper, but it's a part of the city of Boston.
Yeah.
And so it's out there. And so like, you have to get on a train. You have to go to school. And he would just be at the BPL. He'd just walk down the BPL from BLS, study his fucking brains out, which is hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also deal with like, probably just feeling like, all these kids got money. It's like the kind of the elite of Boston going to this school. And he's not one of them. But he's doing it every goddamn day. And for me, it was just like, Boston straight edge. Yeah, I love 10-yard fight. Like, and I'm sitting there on those steps, and I'm just like, and I was like, God, it's all coming to me. Like, and I'm thinking about like my great grandparents and like crossing oceans, like leaving poverty of Ireland, and like, just like, and I'm like, oh my God. And so I went back, to my apartment, and I'm talking to my buddy Joe Valley, who like he works at Fenway Park right now.
Nice.
Just to make it more Boston.
Yeah.
My college was on 400 the Fenway. There was the demo. It was the address on the demo. It was like,
wow, that's cool.
But I'm like, I go back to the room because we had already kind of started writing. We're about to go on this big tour that summer, and I'm talking to my buddy, and we're just like we lived in the same room together. I wasn't actually swimming in the money after the first record, but it's an apartment. We have 2 beds in the room. I used to sleep. It would get so hot in our apartment, and I would just like sleep bare-assed, and like he'd get up for work early, sometimes the blank would be off and just my bare ass would be out there. He's like, I really hated living with you, Pat. It was like, you're a nice guy, but it wasn't pleasant. But we would have these late night talks and he would really be good for like walking me through my thoughts. And I was like, man, I want to write this song, but I just don't know. Like, I don't know if it'll make sense. And I was like, I got to write a song that is something about like, because I had heard some stories that like how tough my father's childhood really was.
Mm-hmm.
He was never like, he was never physically abused or anything like that. But it was just, growing up as a child of alcoholism, it's got to have its woes. And that was a revelation to me. And I never knew that about my father and just how tough it was, because he spoke so highly of his father. He just recognized the woes. So anyway, I'm talking to my friend and I'm like, I want to write this song. It's like somehow about like speaking to this like duality that I experience here about like living in this city. And I've come to like really like enjoy it. I've had a completely different experience, but only off the backs of like the people before me. So it's some ancestral stuff, but I also really want to tap into like the idea of like generational trauma and cycle breaking, because thinking about my father did not succumb to alcoholism. He was not an alcoholic, and he saw it growing up, and he broke that pretty easily for me. And but he had his own, like, being a child of alcoholism, my father he would have his rage moments and stuff like that. Again, never physically abusive or anything like that. But there would be some yelling matches in life, and because likewise, my mother had it tough too, and it was. I'm not trying to paint a picture of like a torture house or anything like that, but it was there would be some late night yelling matches and stuff like that. It's not pleasant when you're a kid, but like, and I always knew it was grounded in like stuff in their childhood, and I was like, I want to write something that's just really about this idea of kind of like breaking that out. And I'm explaining, we're like both in our beds and like the moonlight's in the room and stuff like that. And my friend's just like, yeah, that sounds really hard, man. I don't know if you're going to be able to do it.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck with that one. I think you should stick to straight edge songs. And I was like, I think I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. And later that summer, actually, while GB was kind enough to take us out on like they were doing their first European tour back.
I think I remember that actually. Yeah.
And it was. Yes.
That's sick for you guys, yeah.
And we were writing the song "Scream the Sun" record when we were on that tour, and again, it was just like it's crazy. I was like seeing the world, and the thoughts and the words just started really coming to me, and I was like, and I remember Marin, my wife, she's the first one to ever see my lyrics for Half Heart. Show the lyrics to Lionheart, and she was like, "This is fucking awesome. You have to do this." Like, because me and Ryan had got kicked out of our previous band, and so like she was just riding for me. She was because I was really bruised up about it, so fucking I was like, I remember showing her the lyrics. The song came Boston's, and I was like, that's when I probably was in like my high, like, brooding poet, like, like I was just like walking around Boston for like, cause I was trying to like get the lyrics going.
Yeah.
And I walked all the way from like Brookline to Hyde Park, which is kind of a walk. And I was basically living on Louis Pasteur Avenue, just like looking at the world and just like really trying. Yeah. I was just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I finally figured out the lyrics. And I remember showing them to her, and she just started crying. And I was like, "Oh, okay. I think it's good."
Yeah.
But then it was like, is anybody gonna ever fucking connect to this? Like, because it's not like a simple stock, like regular song, and like, and I also like jumbled a lot of lyrics in there, and like, it's also like kind of a conceptual, like, what's going on here, and. Like we put it out there, and people really started. I remember the first time we ever played it was at the ICC. Bridge and I had just posted it, and I was like, I guess it was like we didn't have singles, but like it was like a single. I didn't expect anybody to give a shit, and we opened with it, and it was sick. The whole room, it was like 400 or 500 kids were just going into it, and I was like, well, that's a good sign.
Yeah,
the song connected, and then we ended up like deciding to call it quits about a year and a half later, because like the friendships were fraying,
Yeah.
and we didn't want to be around forever.
Was that hard?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, I was just like, this is it.
Okay.
I feel okay about this, and we put the we tried to put the friendships, ahead of the band. And
Yeah.
I feel good about that. They were pretty frayed, but we look back and we're like, it was good to end where we were. Like everyone pretty much hated each other.
Okay.
You have to imagine, like, you understand that, like, the touring conditions got slightly better than the first tour, but when you're in Bangkok, and you're one of the first like American hardcore bands to ever play there, and the paths are still being like paved, you're gonna walk into a hotel suite that they got for you, and they're gonna flip on the lights, and you're gonna see some cockroaches go all underneath under the mattresses on the floor for you to sleep on for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, it's brutal.
That was a fun night. We all were on like the same, like there were 3 mattresses that we were sure didn't have red bugs in them or cockroaches underneath them. So it was 5 dudes on 2 mattresses.
That's crazy.
And that was like at the height of Half Heart. So like,
wow, dude.
so like we were, that's why like I know I could hit the road. If Terror was like, we need you, I would be like, I can fucking do it. I know how to do it. And like, I know how to not like fucking want to like kill other people doing it.
Yeah.
But I want to be with my kids, I want to see my wife and my family. And, not that those guys don't, I'm just saying like,
does everybody else have kids in the band or just you?
Ryan Hudon has a little baby, 1 year old, just about one.
Is your last show Edge Day? Is that
10/17? Yeah, 09. Yeah.
And that's what started Edge Day?
No, that was actually 1999, 10-year flight's last show.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I never knew where they came from. Yeah.
Yeah, Sweet Pete was
Sweet
like,
Pete.
he was like, I declare this henceforth National Edge Day, just not thinking it was gonna be a stupid thing at like the last 10-year flight show. Lo and fucking behold, it's a globally celebrated.
It is, man. It's
thing.
fucking crazy.
It's funny. It's real cool. And so it worked out. People thought like, did you do this on purpose? And I was like, no. But like, it worked out that 10/17/09 was on a Saturday, and I was like, and now I remember just looking at the writing at the wall, and I remember just going like, it'd be a good day to break up. And so we didn't. We decided to break up. We didn't. We were like, we'll do the tour, this big world tour, and then that'll be that. And then we'll announce we'll do our last show. But then we started we played mainland China, we played Southeast Asia, and we get to every show for the first like month. Kids were like, we can't wait to see you come back. We'll see you next time. Meanwhile, we're like, we're fucking breaking up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about that. And so like we actually, the nice thing I've loved about the people who come out to Half Heart shows is that like they really, they're just wonderful people, and they really feel it. And so it got too much to be like, yeah, we'll see you next year. So
yeah.
And so we decided in I think it was in Bangkok actually, to like announce that we're done. And then suddenly, for the first time of our lives, ticket sales were like a thing.
Dude.
And we were like, oh wow, like, and all these shows started selling out, and it was very confusing for us. And because TUI had popped up and started a whole new era in 2008.
Yeah.
With Stay Cold, and we're all friends, and we could kind of see like the mood in terms of like the appetite for the music was shifting a little bit, and that's like how it works. And so
totally,
we never want to take up space, and in Boston, like Boston's always had a good tradition of bands breaking up.
Yeah.
Like it just SSD gone, DYS gone. It's just like, and then when I started going to shows, I like 10-year flight gone, in my eyes gone.
Yeah.
Like and then it was Stop and Think gone, Suicide File, American Nightmare gone, Suicide File gone. Like it was just pop, and then Mental, top of the game gone. Like
good point. Righteous Jams.
Yeah, exactly, gone. And so like, I felt good about that, because I think it's good for a local scene, like on a local level.
Yeah.
It's like, pass through. And when Mental broke up, I remember Greg came out to have our show in Worcester. It was like a week after they broke up. I was like, damn, you guys broke up. And he's like, yeah, man, but it's your turn. Like, hit it.
Yeah.
And we did. And so that was kind of the part of the reasoning. And we wanted to just, get out of the way. And
how long he broke up before he came back and did that like 9,000 people show in Worcester. How long was that gap until that happened?
It's 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and like
Holy
a lot of friendship rebuilding in the process there. Yeah, that was tough. Like it was because I'm real happy about because the band broke up because the joy was gone.
Yeah,
and that was there. You know, like that was the centerpiece. Because even on that first tour, we were still having fun. Like we were being idiots, but the joy was gone, and we recognized it. We said, let's just not do it. And so some of the members, we just they just worked it out, and they were friends again. The joy was back. And Riley Sound and Fury and Bob from Axe to Grind, and he's helped out, kind of have us do. They were like, hey, listen, it's been 10 years. We had no idea that people still gave a shit. Because like when Chapter Nice came on, and it was just, and it never felt like it was like against like the era of us. It was just like, that's the new mood. And again, like we took DUI out, and like with Polar Bear Club.
Wow.
Yeah. Justice used to come out to like the Maryland shows, and like, and I remember when Chapter Nice I popped up, I was like, oh, that's that dude from Maryland.
Yeah.
And he's fucking hard.
Yeah. Great front man, dude.
Oh yeah. He's just
great
an artist.
Man.
Like he's
super talented kid, man.
Absolutely. Justice shall prevail. That's what I say. I want to see him. I want to see him running the show.
Well, you did Clear after that. You did a couple of things. Obviously, Fiddlehead and Free. You did a bunch of projects.
Yeah. So Free was actually it was interesting because Free was like how Half kind of ended up coming back together, because Free was 4/5 of Half Heart, and we just wanted to write together again.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening with that is I look back, I love that demo, and I love the 7-inch. It feels so
Lions and Lambs. Yeah.
Lions and Lambs was supposed to be on Songs from the Sun. It's so confusing because that song was supposed to be on Songs from the Sun, but we decided to not put it on, which is insane because it's like a good song.
Yeah.
Most bands would be like, definitely put it on. We're like, no, it's going to disrupt the flow of the songs. And then
sequence.
And then like we put it out at the 10-year reunion, and like people are like, whoa, this song's fucking sick.
Yeah.
But Free was basically like, we were just kind of like picking up where Half Heart left off, is like in the writing room.
Were you missing like touring and stuff at all during those years? Or just
not necessarily, because I discovered my love for teaching history.
Yeah, it's amazing, man.
And that really just is taken kind of center
And do
stage.
kids know that you were in a hardcore band?
Yeah, they do. When I was subbing in Boston, I tried playing the game of like, like I'll just like kind of hide it or whatever. And then it became like a game, like I know about you. And then I was like, all right, this is stupid. But I never
see videos of you online or something.
Yeah. And like, so I was like, just play music and it's it,
But when they see you, it's part like, this guy is on, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. A fun little story. I had this, Julian Baker, she's in that band Boy Genius.
Yeah, I know the name. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They just killed it this past year. Yeah.
Big time. Good record, great record. I had this student, her name's Joya. And she comes in, she's like, I want her, like, her vibe was a little like, I'm worried that she's going to be socially jilted and like, it might be a tough year,
Yeah.
She comes in one day into class. She goes, were you in a band called Half Heart? And I was like, yeah, I was. She goes, my idol likes your band.
My idol? Oh, wow.
And she's a big Boy Genius fan and a huge Julian Baker fan. She's like, Julian's mine. Out of the three, Julian's mine. And I was like, oh yeah. She's like, I don't know why she likes your band. And I was like, and I was like, well, I was like, I didn't know she liked my band. And well, that's great. What did she say? She said like, she was like, I think she was listening to an interview that Damien did with her. And Julian said something like, there's nothing more empowering than being a teenager and like listening to Watch Me Rise and like, and just to kind of get me up and out into life. And like, I was like, oh shit. I had no idea that.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that's great. And so Julian Baker was at Sound and Fury the other day, and I saw her and I was like,
she was at the show?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I saw her and I was like, hey, you're Julian Baker, right? And she's like, Yes, and I could sort of sense that she was probably like, who's this like fucking rando dude just being like, hey Julian. and I was like, hi, my name's Pat. And she sees me, she like her eyes wide. She goes, oh. And I was like, hey, I told her a story about my student.
That's amazing.
And it was cool. She was like, I was like, oh, you actually like my band. I was like, that's cool.
She was at the show to see you guys, probably, yeah.
Yeah, she was there for Fiddlehead and Half Heart, and I was like,
that's crazy. You never knew who was listening, man. It's crazy.
I know it's cool. But the coolest thing, and just kind of wrapping it back to what I saw on my drive up here, when my friend showed me, he just wrote gasp. I think that was the craziest show we've probably ever played. There was like 7,000 people.
What, last night?
Well, actually, the Worcester show was pretty fucking crazy.
Like 9,000 or something, I heard, yeah.
It's like just short of 10,000.
I remember people were freaking out about like, why is it so big? What's going on? That was like the biggest hardcore show, I think.
And I'm real proud of that because like...
Should be.
Like, I'm proud of it because there was no barrier.
I know.
Sick. And there isn't a place in this country or arguably world that would do that without a barrier.
That big of a show.
Without a barrier. And it was so important to us that there was no barrier because like we were talking about with Ian,
yeah,
in that video, that Foo Fighters doc or whatever, he's like, this is just what I love. Is this just like Fugazi used to play outside at this little stage somewhere in DC, and he's like, just stage and people, stage, people. It's just all the same. And so we had to pay a fucking pretty penny,
I'm sure,
for that, and it was worth every pretty penny because like I look back at that, I'm like, this has symbolic value. It's like saying like, music does not have to deal with this separation stuff. Like this world isn't like it doesn't exist without the people. It's a completely interdependent thing. And the second that's there, you can have a hardcore band playing that, but for me personally, it's just not a hardcore show.
I agree, man.
And
it's so tough to barricade.
And it's tough, but you see Turnstile, Knocked Loose playing to huge audiences. There's a safety component too.
Absolutely.
And so I'm not on this like black and white thinking you're not a hardcore band, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like that's not my way. There's real safety shit. I remember talking to Ned from Title Fight, and he was just explaining like, when there's that many people there, like people are getting fucked up, and the worst thing you want is someone getting cognitively damaged for the rest of their life. And
absolutely.
So I the thing I love about hardcore is that it's like it's careful and it's complex. It's not simple, and so like you can have this kind of manual shifting where it's like listen, like the audience that is like Turnstile and Knocked Loose, they're bringing in people who are at the fringes, and you want them to feel like this is a place that you can come back to,
inclusive and safe and all that stuff.
Yeah. And so but if it's like a reunion show, and that's the other thing I'm real proud of. It wasn't a festival.
It wasn't, man.
And there was no major label backing.
No.
We had no management.
Yeah.
We had like nothing.
You just did it. And you made it happen.
And like if we that many people, I was like blown out. I was blown away when the and to be totally real.
Was it inside first and they moved it outside or something, or?
Dude, like the guys in Half Heart, we have self-confidence issues.
Okay.
Like we were gonna do the show, the Boston show, or we did the last show at this place called Club Lido that's holds 2,000 people, and we were like, I don't know if we can fit 2,000 people. Like, are they still gonna come out? They call us up 2 nights before we're supposed to announce, and we announced kind of out of the blue, and the word was like starting to bubble and get out or whatever, and so we had to figure something out, and we're like, why don't we just do like the Middle East, like downstairs, hold like 500 people, and it'll just be a safe sellout. We'll feel good about it. So that was we actually called the Middle East because we were like, it's 500. And then so we're like, and then Bob was like, why don't you do the Palladium? It's not Boston, but it's a Palladium. And we're like, man, like it's a lot of fucking people there. Like it's like 2,500 people. We only had about 2,000 people come to our last show.
Yeah.
Last thing you want is like a reunion. It's like doesn't look packed. It just feel packed. It's like, it won't like matter in the end, but it's just like, And so he's like, let's do it. He's a believer in us. He understands that we are like all Catholic and are struggling with our like guilt as, Catholic boys. We're like lapsed Catholics, I guess. Ryan and I went to the same church growing up, stuff like that. So I'd see it. I'd turn in the pew and be like, hey man.
That's amazing.
But St. Mary's. She
put it on sale. We announced it.
We announced it, and the Palladium was like, we think it's broken. Like it didn't go because it's like it just like wasn't working. And they're like, no, it's sold out. And they're like, how can that be? It literally hasn't been 20 seconds.
Dude.
Sold out in 7 seconds.
Wow. That's perfect.
They said that was bigger than anything that the Palladium had ever done. And it was across the board. Sold out Belasco, which is where Sound of Fury was. And so we were originally not doing any fests because we just wanted to have BR shows. But Riley put on for us when we were teenagers. And so we had to ride for Sound of Fury. And so Riley was like, you're just going to do 2 nights. And the second night will just be like, day one of Sound of Fury. You'll play the Friday on your own show, your own terms. And then I was like, great. And then, the European shows, we just doubled them. But the Palladium was like, we have another option. And we think it could be really cool. We could just do it in the parking lot. Boston's played there last year. It was cool. And I looked at it and I was like, that's a pretty big fucking parking lot, man. And, and he's like, yeah, but like, you don't understand like how, like it's sold out. It's pretty indicative and of how it will sell. You'll double it. We're like, all right, whatever. So I think the true count was like 9,980 something. So like,
no, Kenny was there.
Yeah.
My
my mom jokingly said like she bought like the rest of the tickets to make it 10,000. So, but I'm real proud of that because I at this point because I'm not like a musician. I'll take like I like art and I like doing art, like creating art, but I'm not I'm not in the music world. And I think that's the thing with hardcore is like it's like. Yeah, it's not for the music world, and so like to me it was a testament to like the spirit of hardcore and like and just there's a lot of like temptations to follow this trend, and like have art. We just like Locking Out was like popping right off, like popped off like the genre, the style, the breakdowns, right as like our demo, like we putting out our demo.
Yeah,
and like I knew Greg and Derek. They're from the Cape, and like they were cool guys. They were doing their own thing, and everyone was following them. And with Wes, when it popped up, everyone suddenly started looking like Wes, and like just all like it's never on the trend setters. It's on the trend followers. Like and that's all fine. Find your identity. But but it becomes very tempting. We had a lot of friends who were like suddenly dyeing their hair black, or then. Bleaching their hair blonde and then like wearing like camo shorts to look like they're part of like the Locking Out crew or something like that. And like
we all been through it for sure.
And the cool thing is that those people were always just be yourself. You support yourself, just do your own thing. Yeah. DFJ, he's just a total human individual. Like he's the Dark Prince of Boston hardcore. But like there's just a spirit of just do your own, be yourself, do your own thing.
Absolutely.
And we did that and. Like I rolled the dice.
Historic show, man.
Yeah, I feel good about it, and it was all, no major label. That's the thing I'm most proud about.
The biggest DIY show.
Yeah, and I feel I want it to be empowering to the kids and stuff like that. Yeah, and also to be like you don't have to be on the road all the time. You can live a life. And what I found was helpful with Fiddlehead is that like. There's not overexposure. So people like when we come around, people really want to see us and like I can have my life with my family and my job and but being on the road's great. But yeah, like the something about just like whatever the video my buddy sent and seeing that many people sing these like intricate tiny lines that is about just breaking generational trauma and stuff like that. I think back to that night I was just sitting on the steps of Harvard Medical and just being like, and it all just kind of rushing into my head and being like, fuck, I gotta try and make sense of this. And like, it's a song about, basically like, like, kind of just like accepting yourself as you are, and I feel like hardcore struggles a lot with trying to like outdo itself in terms of its hardness.
So true, man.
And to me, like the hardness has been like, Jim Flynn, working 3 jobs,
Yeah.
Richard Flynn, like dealing with a father working 3 jobs and like, being in 6th grade, trying to test that's hard to me. And that's been, I was talking about this a little bit on stage last night. Did it make sense, Kenny, what I was saying? Yeah. I was like, yeah.
Do you feel two different, sorry, Carl, but two different, when you sing for Fiddlehead and you sing for Have Heart, do you feel different energy or different vibes through your body or through you as a person? Because I don't, it's still you singing these lyrics you wrote, but do you feel different on both sets? Is this?
Well, there's like a
I'm not explaining that, but
there's like a real like kind of like ancient primitive tribalistic rage that comes with the Have Heart shows.
Yeah,
which is like I understand like when people do like rain dances like in like indigenous cultures, like I understand like the primitive thing. It's like it's amazing. And there's catharsis to it, and there's elements of that with Fiddlehead. But it's again, like in terms of neurological development, like my brain has changed since having children. My brain has changed. Have Heart all happened before my father died, and that neurologically changed me, and man, like getting like marrying the love of my life, committing to a marriage, having children. It's with Fiddlehead, I wanted to like the Have Heart speaks to a part of me that it's still there, but I don't know if I'm glad to not want to like be feeling that way every night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because with Have Heart, it was coming out.
It's very therapeutic.
And I had like kind of really confronted and made sense of some shit while we were on the road. And that's another reason why we broke up, because I was like, this stuff has been figured out in my brain. And, so I'm always, for me, it's like, I think Ian put it best, man. Like, they wouldn't write, like they wouldn't like go on tour to support the record. They would write the record to support the tour.
Yeah, I love that too.
It's just like, it's such wisdom, man. Like, and it's great. I wish more bands would consider the live experience.
Yeah.
Because like you might end up producing better work, because if you're writing it, and not just like in terms of like sick breakdown, but like, can you as the singer, when you're writing the lyrics, can you get the music, like the players, to write how you want to feel in a moment that might produce some catharsis, not just for you on stage, but for the people in the audience. And I'm always chasing that. And I just, really circling back to Sean Brown.
Yeah. It's all about Sean Brown, man.
Yeah, like we can have.
And you met him before, right?
I did. I got to meet him.
Good.
I got to meet him, and because Sweet Jesus, there was a Salad Days there was a viewing of Salad Days in Providence.
Yep.
Brian Simmons organized it, and I think it was Red Hair came up to play a couple songs or to play a set, and Sean was there, and I got to meet him. He had sang. And it was actually the last Sweet Jesus show.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because, again, it was a science project band. It was never intended to like be around. Mission accomplished. We got the actual singer of Swizz to be on the record. Mission accomplished for the science project. But
such an impact on your life is crazy, man.
Yeah. And so like, I discovered my passion for teaching and history. And I'm reunited with the love of my life, and we're going to start a family. And, I got this thing with Fiddlehead sort of on the side. I'm just trying to see myself in the world of hardcore. This is like 2015 or 14 or something like that, 2015. And it's the last Sweet Jesus show. And Sean Brown says to me, he goes, you guys are breaking up? And I was like, yeah, I just... it's kind of more like, we wanted to just kind of like write music in the vein of our favorite hardcore band. He's like, I appreciate that, man, but you're a lifer. And he was like,
damn.
And I was like, he's like, I know it. I know it in you. I see it in you. I see the way you play and how you talk and your lyrics. And I was like,
damn.
If Sean Brown's telling me I'm a lifer,
yes,
I probably got to read the writing on the wall out there. So
yeah.
And I'm glad I heard that, because I was, I don't know. I was like, I got a family, I got a job, and it really kind of.
I like how you keep that like this, obviously separated, but also like what's important to you is just Like you've already toured, you've already made the records.
Yeah.
Now it's this chapter of my life. Now I'm teaching. Now.
Yeah, and what I realized is I can do both.
You can do both.
And this thing is it's in me, and
spirit, dude.
Because I've gone through waves of being like, I gotta get out of this place. It's like, like for all the praise we could talk about hardcore, you could talk it's just as long as how much it sucks too. Like, but
facts.
It's the light versus dark battle, and I want to stay in it, and it's in me. I don't. And
it's in you, dude. Yeah,
that's the thing. I don't think I can get it out. Like there's people don't. I like my coworkers, but you ask any of them, they'll be like, "Yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's never eaten lunch once in the teacher's room."
About you?
Yeah, not once in 11 years.
Do you feel like a black sheep, no pun intended, because you're part of this kind of subculture, underground world that's changed your life, and then you're in normal society as a civilian, as a teacher, and it's like the secret world that nobody really knows about that you're part of, and it's so impactful. I don't know.
Again, back to Ian. He said like punks, they look at the world kind of differently. Like
totally,
even like curves. It's like something that like it's something that you can build and create off of. And I was actually talking to Rob Fish. He came out to our show in Phoenix. Massive 108 fan. You 108 fan? Did you get down with that?
Yeah. I know you're down with 108. I know he lives in Phoenix. That's cool.
They neurologically changed my brain.
Okay.
Big time. But he's done really well for himself. Dropped out of high school and, was just doing hardcore, Release, Resurrection. Just trying to figure his shit out. And started working at Kinko's, which apparently everyone in the 90s worked at. Is that
that was the thing. Yeah, making flyers for free.
Yeah, I think it was actually good for hardcore because there's so much paper and advertising going out. Here's a quick one on Chris Wren.
Kinko's Chris Wren's the best.
He's amazing. People don't know how much of a trickster he used to be.
Yeah.
There's this one story. I wasn't around in the scene at the time, but apparently he worked at Kinko's and he made these fake JP Licks, which is an ice cream store in Newbury Street in Boston. He made fake free ice cream scoops, cards.
Oh,
and said welcome back, freshman. Show this up and get your free scoop. Spent the entire day passing out 1,000 of them. So JP Licks was just like, oh, what the fuck? All just to fuck with people. They made fake parking tickets.
What a genius, dude.
Yeah, he's great. God bless him. And truly the ability for Have Art to continue is he's always supported us and just always been there. It's just
he's an incredible human, man.
Yeah. We
haven't had a contract with him for 8 years. It was still on the label just because we love him. You know what I mean? He's always done right by us and he lives it, dude. He lives it.
We actually never had a contract with him. It's a funny story. We all signed it. When he asked us, we were over the fucking moon. But it's Posse Fest 2005, shut down early. Were you at that one? Yeah, shut down early, big fight. It's all
a big fight shut down at the Posse Fest.
Yeah. It was also the last Posse Fest too.
So nobody's listening to the lyrics. Okay.
Yeah. So and it's in a dome, and you know how in those or inside domes, if you open the door, the air gushes out. So they usually have a 2-door system. Well, it's all hardcore kids, and they're not closing one door as they open the other one. I'm literally handing the contract to Chris as we're about to dart off from PA to Illinois to Chicago on a tour. No joke. I hand it to him and he's just about to grab it. And then some kid 50 yards away opens the door to the dome.
Wow.
And
dude.
all this air shoots out and it shoots the contract into the woods.
That was it.
And I was like, we gotta go to Chicago, man. And he's like, all right, we'll figure it out. So
my God. You never even knew contract after that?
So we technically, for that big show in Worcester, never signed a contract to a label,
Wow, dude.
It's funny
so
stuff.
Nothing signed to nobody, just ourselves.
Yeah, but we would, Chris is Have Heart's ride or die, it's this, he's the man.
That's incredible, man. What a journey. So obviously there's that live record too that came out in 2010.
Yeah.
That's cool too.
That was cool. That's my favorite Have Heart record.
Is it? The live record?
Yeah, because that's what we were. We were.
Yeah, live band.
It was live. I can't listen to the recorded stuff because I'm not to be Mr. Hippy Dippy about it, but Have Heart is the people, it's us and them. And
I love the Fiddlehead stuff so much, man. I was telling you before the podcast, such a DC vibe to it, man. Brace
nice.
And it's really, really, it's nice. It sounds.
It's weird.
It takes me back.
Yeah, that was kind of the ethos, just and not just because we were we had we're doing like the post-hardcore thing.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like, a lot of that stems from Alex Dow. He and I started the band. I was depressed about being broken up from my wife.
Such a big part of this, man. It's
yeah,
incredible.
She's huge.
Man.
She's there. She and my father, they're every step of the way. And Dow and I were just sitting in a coffee shop, and this guy I knew from college comes in. He's all like super happy. He's like, "Hey, what's up? What's up?" And this is when I knew I had to start a band with Dow. Like the guy's like talking. Dow doesn't know him. He's a college friend. He's like, "Hey, what's up? Really good to see you. All right, okay, see you later." And like he leaves, and Dow just goes, "That guy seems really nice. He just seems like somebody who's never thought about death before." and I was like 3 years into my father's passing. I was just
man.
and I was like, I think this Dow guy's gonna get me. He was like an intern for Locking Out. Like Dow's not much younger. He's younger than me, but he was like a child, like packing mental records and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
we wound up living together, thank God, because I was like, I know where to live. It's fucked up. I was in grad school trying to become a teacher, and he would just kind of noodle in his room, and he played this like pretty depressing, but like weird. Like this is what I love about the band, and because it kind of speaks to me, because like I can't like I got the woes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I go through it, but like I can't succumb to it, but I also can't forget the fact that like I got my low points, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
And there was something about this riff that he was writing. I was like, man, that's a riff. That is a weird, joyful riff, and I got a line for it.
Yeah.
And so me, him, and we just kind of bounced around. We met with our friend George, and George was not feeling it. So we're like, all right. But then Dow goes like, well, there's this kid from England who he's working for Run for Cover, and his band just broke up. They're called Basement. I was like, oh yeah, I heard that band, Basement. And UK band. What's he doing here? He's like, oh, Basement did one tour out here in Boston, and he just thought Boston was beautiful. And I was like, oh yeah. Well, it was like, cool. I don't really know him, but and Dad was like, he's a Half Heart fan, and I was like, oh, well, even cooler. So he's like, and lo and behold, like, I mean, like I had seen Basement because they were a couple years after Half Heart broke up, and I was like, again, I was like pretty detached, and I wasn't like out of the scene, but I was like school, just it. And so like I was kind of looking afar what was happening, and I loved what Title Fight was doing. Like, we stayed at Alex Russ and Cole World's house where the Russ brothers were, and the Russ brothers were like children and stuff like that, and they'd known that they had like a little tiny band called Title Fight.
Such hardcore historians, those kids, they know so much.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And then like they started like they were catching on, and I was like, oh, that's so great. And like kind of opened a door because they are hardcore kids and they were playing a sound that was like really kind of coming from that spirit. It just connected with hardcore kids, but it also welcomed in a whole ton of like the emo and the pop punk kids.
Absolutely.
And it didn't hurt that like the older brother of two of the members was in like the hardest band in hardcore, Cold World, at the time. Yeah. And so I remember when Alex Wilson was wearing a Title Fight shirt, it was like the liberation moment for all like the closeted emo like pop punk kids. And
like that too. Yeah.
Yeah. But then like the Title Fight stuff became increasingly more aggressive and stuff like that. And it opened a door, and it was really interesting because Basement at the time had just started as like it's a little like Ramones, Sex Pistols type of thing, I think. Like it was like kind of generating at the same time. And I remember seeing them, and then I was like, oh, and then they played Sound of Fury. I was like, oh, they're cool. They remind me of like Far and like Seaweed and stuff like that. And then they broke up, and then I was like, hey, what's up, man? And so then we started jamming with the bassist of Sweet Jesus, Adam Gonsalves, and man, and the cost of the drummer of Half Heart. And it just that's the thing about that band will never break up. It's just like we get in the room and it just fucking flows. It's easy, and it's all unintentional because I was coming from a place of like I didn't want to deal with any of the Half Heart bullshit. Half Heart took a lot of shit on the online because we were singing about, it wasn't like
the online. I love you said that.
Yeah. Like just
the worst.
Like like I was happy to be vulnerable and to sing about, you know, stuff and like that wasn't like popular amongst like, you know, closeted vulnerable people. And so like I'm sure like I've heard like GB got shit for like, you know,
everybody
like,
got shit, dude.
and like
the message boards when they came around back then, it was the worst.
And I just wanted to like tune the world out.
Yeah.
And so with Fiddlehead, I was like, we were all like, and Basement had kind of crumbled. They broke up. They had like, I think it was like some classic interband stuff, and the singer Andrew wanted to be a teacher, and I was coming from a place of like, I just want to write freely and just like, you know, like just throw in anything that we like sonically, ascribe to no identity, and honestly never play out live. That was the plan.
Damn.
We'll just write it, put it out. So put our record on lock and out.
Does Fiddlehead have any kind of inspiration? Just the name Palehead?
A little bit like, well, I mean, respect to Palehead.
Because of Jesus, yeah.
Well, the real reason for that, it's coming back to my wife, but
jeez, man.
The real reason,
she needs her own holiday, man.
The real reason why I named it that, and I think it's actually a cool reason, is because I was so broken by her not being in my life.
Damn.
That I didn't know what a fiddlehead was, like the vegetable thing.
Oh yeah.
And it's not after that. It's like it's in New England. They have them in New England and stuff like this. Most people, it's not named after the vegetable. Okay. It's named after she cooked me a dinner, and I was like, what are these things? It was super interesting. She's like, they're called fiddlehead ferns, and I just adored the way that she said it. And I was like, oh, just say it again, fiddlehead. It's just, her voice is wonderful. And she just said it in a way that just like, I was like, ah. But then the idea of like somebody stuck in their brain with like somber, you know, fiddle sounding shit.
Yeah.
And I wanted, if we were ever going to play live or write music, I wanted it to be under the most painful thing to get me into it and to get it out. And there would be nothing more painful than hearing the sound of the voice of the love of my life who's not in my life.
Jeez,
man. Anyway, you got to go big, you know what I mean?
So big.
And but like I know how to be simple. I was in a band called Clear.
Yeah. So the online shit, people were bummed because what, you were talking about too much emotional stuff?
I was really, Battery's one of my all-time favorite.
Great band.
You know, Brian's lyrics.
Doesn't get mentioned enough, dude.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Brian's lyrics and lyrics to Why Is She in Pain were hugely influential for me. It helped me just sort of write about shit that, you know, I could see my sister was going through.
Yeah.
And just like on stage, just sort of like, you know, just like, I'm not into like telling people what to do, but just, I usually offer questions and just thoughts of my own. And it like, you know, like if I'm going to be on stage, you know, like Bedard from Bane was just so like, it was like watching like an ancient philosopher just sort of go.
Yes.
And work shit out on stage. It was big for me, you know, growing up with my father. My father was actually like Bane is, because Bane has a record with E. Cummings quotation on the back. And he was like, what is this? And he's like, you need to listen to this band.
Wow, that's cool.
But you know, it was really great growing up with Bane. And, you know, I would just sort of like, not a sermon stuff, because being in church and Catholic boy is just.
Same.
This shit push you the other way, and I want to do the opposite of what this priest is saying.
Yeah. And
so like that, he's not effective. I'm still gonna go masturbate. I'm a human being, you know, like that's like he's not getting the job done. Like you know. Oh, it wasn't so much on. To be fair, it wasn't the priests. It was the teachers. It was like the religious studies teachers who
catechism.
Yeah, so I went to Catholic school. So like they were always like, they were the one. Like I liken them to like mall cops. Whereas the priests, this is, I'll let the world know on this. So I was like, you know, grew up Catholic, and like
same.
I was
in Boston. We were like altar boys, me and my brothers.
Yeah,
Boston.
I was an altar boy too.
Wow.
And I was like, you know, you have to go to confession. You know, I remember doing that. It was a horrifying concept. If you don't know what it is, come in, just tell a strange person.
Especially a little kid, yeah.
Yeah. And so I did have this priest one time, and he was like, I was, man, I've talked about some things I've never talked about here, but
I'm honored.
But I was just like reading the room, and I was still in high school, and I had access to a $75 car that my father bought, and I felt like things were not going well with me and Marin, my wife, now wife. And I was like, maybe what this fucking religious studies teacher is saying about sinning is actually like coming and is causing problems with my high school relationship. And I was like, I didn't believe it, but I was like, maybe. And the way to purify your soul is you go to confession.
Yeah.
And so I got in my car and like on non-church hours, I drove. It's like 6. It was like the first ride I made in my car ever. I went to church because I was like, it feels like Marin's like doesn't like me anymore or something like that. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just go to St. Mary's and pop in, purify the soul. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I was like, at the same time, I was like, this feels stupid, but like,
how old are you then? How old?
16.
Okay.
And like, but this is where the doctrine, the dogma was getting at me. And so like, I can see how religion can help people, but how it can like really hurt people as well. But man, this priest was a wonderful human being. He was not some mall cop, low-level teacher just trying to like sell you on something. He looked at me and was like, hey, like, you're a human being. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to, like, sin is natural. This is here for you to have someone listen to you and to remind you, you're not alone. You can be, you can be a human being.
Yeah.
And, and I was like amazed by that. And like, just all like the terrible things about like, all the guilt flew away. And I'm really grateful for whoever that priest was. But, it was probably the antithesis of like the altar boy, like common altar boy story of priests in Massachusetts. But
yes.
But I'm real grateful for that. But yeah, man, I don't know how we started talking about that.
Well, just
like,
online people.
Sermons and people giving me shit.
Yeah.
Cause like,
did that ever bother you? Like a negative review or comment or stuff about your band? Did you ever let it get to you?
Yeah, I thought I when I got the first mix for Songs from the Sun, I cried because like my voice was so torn by touring, and I was like, oh, I don't sound like I sound on the first record, and it sounds too fucked up and like too haggard. And then I turn it around by listening to Swiss.
Nice.
Because Sean Brown's voice is he, I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
That's raw. And like, you know what? This is a documentation of where I was. We've been on the fucking road.
Yeah.
And this is what I am. And so I look back to it. I'm like, all right, that's cool. But the reviews were all positive unless it was like people just being like, oh, this is like, just using like old bullshit language to describe.
Yeah, but did you ever let that stuff bother you, internet stuff back then or anything like that?
Yeah, I did, but
because we're all sensitive humans.
Yeah, but the thing is, we get on the road, channel it out, and like
totally,
and it's the best place for it to come out. And like, like I was really, I hate the bravado of hardcore sometimes. I hate the machismo, but I got my heroes in there, and I was trying to say this on stage last night. I hope it came across, but like, I'll turn to the figures of light, man. Like they're there constantly.
Yeah.
The music's still there. It's huge.
Yeah. Do you have any major regrets in your life?
Yeah, definitely.
You probably sing about them already. Probably talk about them.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'll leave. Yeah. I think it's good to have regrets and to be okay with having regrets.
Yeah.
I just, people have no regrets. I just feel like it's,
yeah, it's great. Yeah.
We're going to fuck up, There's, you can read my lyrics. There's
yeah.
I usually channel out the regret in there.
I'm sure.
There's a couple
That's your
songs.
therapy. Have you been to therapy before?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think you can't. I'll conjure up old Aaron Bedard. No one makes it in this world alone, man. I remember hearing those lines on it all comes down to this and sticking with me. But the Irish Catholic thing was like hard to get by, and so like it took my father dying. My mother was like, you need to talk to somebody. And I was like, all right, and I did, and it was this Jesse Reber, this amazing guy.
Shout out.
Yeah. Shout out Jesse Reber.
Still around.
Old guy, long blonde hair, long white beard, just like a godly figure.
Wow.
And I remember it was like he was just saying, like it's all cognitive behavioral therapy, which CBT I think is, I don't want to speak for anybody, find your own path, but I just think it's the way to keep you on the path of what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Yeah. And I really worry that a lot of people lost that plot and see it the inverse. They think like, what doesn't kill you is going to, it's still going to make you weaker. Mm-hmm. And CBT is, and the nice thing about it, honest, straight up, it's like, it's what hardcore has to offer when it's at its best. Because if you look at the like nervous breakdown, that's someone confronting it.
Institutionalized, we talked about earlier.
Yeah, like that's someone openly saying, this is the shit that is going on, and I'm confronting it, I'm facing it. And I remember Jesse River was like a first meeting, and I was like, I did go to therapy. One time I ran away in the 8th grade. It was like some shit went down, and I just ran out. And my parents were like, this is fucked up. Like you need to see somebody. And they put me in front of this guy, and I didn't talk to him. I just stood there. And I didn't even open my goddamn mouth. And I see that in some of my students sometimes. And I try to think back to like, just how hard it is to be a kid and to deal with an adult. And, what I found, I learned this from Jesse. He was just, it was a mixture of listening and kind of helping me see my own logic, but also like actually like full on just like, confronting and like facing the things that are in front of you, and and not looking away, and just realizing that like you're the one in charge. Yeah.
Are you an optimist or pessimist?
I'm going to quote Cornel West on this one.
Okay.
I am not an optimist, but I am enslaved to hope.
Okay.
I
respect that.
I think definitely not a pessimist. That's suicide.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm an optimist. Studying history, does that for you.
Okay.
And that's where I find myself going back to listening to Crass and just, but they're a light in the dark, truly, like what they were doing, if you really put them in context. But the hope can never die. That's stuck there. Yeah.
What about daily rituals for you? Like, are you a coffee guy? I know you run. Like, what's a day like for you when you're not on tour? You don't have to be teaching.
I kind of stopped running for a bit because I snapped my Achilles tendon on stage in front of 600 people at a Fiddlehead show.
Oh, dude.
Finished the set, so.
What is that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
It sounds horrible.
It was awful. What happened was I had a second child, my dear Fiona, and I realized like, oh, there's like absolutely no time whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because my wife can't be with both of them at the same time, in the infancy too. So I stopped exercising, and when you're in your 30s, PSA, shout out, like the random German guy who was telling me I'm an idiot for not. He's like, you still have to work out. Yeah. You think this doesn't matter anymore?
That's a good one.
Are you idiot? So every morning, not every morning, probably four to 5 times a week, rowing machine.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's amazing. I did that, started doing that in the last year and a half, and it's full body.
Yeah, it's no joke.
Elliptical. I burned 400 calories in the rowing. Sick. Another 100 on the elliptical, and then like in like the town club, I do swim 10 laps, and then I go to work. And
nice.
I got that back. Having children, and then that injury just fucked me up. I just nosedived. Physical health is just so massively important.
Yeah, and mental, obviously. Yeah. What about coffee? You a coffee guy?
Big time. Yeah, I want to cut it out, but
How many coffees a day?
I wouldn't say I'm like a Milo Ackerman style like coffee guy, but 2 or 3. I have a picture of Milo's coffee cup.
Oh, nice.
They played at the Royale, and a buddy of mine who's a PhD scientist knows Milo through the science world.
Oh yeah.
And got me to go backstage. I was like, oh my God, it's Milo.
That's amazing.
But like, while no one was looking, like I saw him drinking coffee, and I saw him put his cup down, and I was like, Yeah, I'll take a little snap of that. I might get that framed, honestly.
You should.
Yeah.
So coffee's that's your thing.
Yeah, it is. I'd love
black coffee.
What's that?
Just black or no?
No. I have. I need some good stuff. In
there.
Yeah. Oat milk. And if if I'm feeling like I burned a couple extra calories, I'll throw some cold foam on that from Dunkin Donuts. Shout out. Trying to get that. You know what? I'll take an endorsement from Dunkin Donuts.
Yeah.
Any day.
It's Massachusetts.
I don't feel like it's that far off because Ben Affleck wears half-heart shirts.
Bro.
Like
I've seen all that, and it's crazy, man.
You don't know what that's done for the Flint.
I forgot about this. Yeah. Because Chris would send me pictures of all this stuff, and then he shot a movie by there.
Yeah. Oh,
you got to go meet him.
Yeah.
And then just sending him shirts. Somehow Chris got this, just like you made those free ice creams. Chris got this guy's address, and he started sending him merch. So yeah, he starts wearing the Bridge 9 shirts, and then like what's the one about the Boston ones? From the movie. It was always in the movies back then.
Yeah, there's
Departed.
Bridge 9 shit in Manchester by the Sea.
What's the other big one you wore in though?
The Town.
The Town. Incredible movie.
Yeah. But there's some like Bridge 9 shit colored throughout all of it. Cause,
Believe in Boston shirts.
Yeah. And because they wanted like authentic looking Boston stuff.
Yeah.
And so they were picking Sully's unbeknownst to them, like that Chris was running Bridge 9. And
Dude.
then I think in Manchester by the Sea, the main kid.
It's a dark movie.
Extremely powerful. Probably one of the best.
Incredible, man.
It's up there with Monsters Ball. I don't know if you're a fan of that one, but.
And what about the other one about Boston, about the priest? Oh my God.
Mystic River. Yeah.
Okay, so I see Ben Affleck wearing half-heart shirts.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
Huge.
Is that huge for you? That's like he's a Boston legend. He can definitely not name a song.
No, but that's okay.
It's okay.
I welcome that, and that's fine.
It's okay.
But you know what I really like about that guy is that he's very open about his alcoholism, and he doesn't shy away from it. And he said, I'm just in recovery, and my guess is he's not Xing up.
No.
But it like if there's any element in which straight edge and just rocking that, it's great. I think it's cool. He seems like a really nice guy.
It's like you in the Sick of It All shirt back then.
That's right.
Everybody starts somewhere.
Yeah.
This could be his first introduction to hardcore. This is half-heart. He dives into it.
Yeah, he's like 55 years old.
No, but it's really cool. And then Chris is just somehow getting this out there.
But man,
that's insane, bro.
I'm not trying to be like a whore or anything like that. But if I could just get free fucking Dunkin Donuts.
Oh, dude, somebody from listening to this podcast is connected to Dunkin Donuts. It has to be.
I mean, they would probably lose about $10,000 of revenue every year from me driving to work every day.
I like it. It's crazy. It's everywhere now too. It was just like a Boston thing growing up for me.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, I remember the old Dunks. It wasn't even called Dunks. It's saddening that they're no longer called Dunkin Donuts. It's just
the coffee's supposed to be good there, right?
It is. Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it's not like like.
Are you a coffee like a snob?
No, absolutely not.
You have a coffee machine at your house?
Yeah, okay. I make the worst coffee.
Okay.
That's why I go to Dunks. My wife is so bummed because I make it for her every morning, and like, she's like, I just kind of wish you were like not like ground floor closet mopping loser who knows how to make coffee. Like I used to like not even like measure this. I just like wing it, and she taught me how to like actually put in a cup and stuff like that.
Back to Ian, I love that video of Ian talking about the kid coming up to him and saying that there's caffeine in his tea.
Yeah, tell your friend, fuck you.
It's the best shit.
Yeah.
It's the best shit, dude.
Yeah. I kind of live by that line.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's okay. I can have caffeine. Yeah. It's so on some weird level.
Well, also I live by it in terms of like, oh, you heard something? Okay. Yeah. Fuck you.
Yeah. That too is yeah.
You just got to ignore the noise. And so coming back to like dealing with shit online, like that's just it. You can't let that stuff get in.
I know. Cause in real life is amazing. People coming to your shows. People love your band.
Yeah, I know.
You're living your life outside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just noise. I think it was like, I was listening to a podcast with Ricky Gervais. And
he's awesome, dude.
He was like just describing, he was like, why would I give a shit about what someone has to say on Twitter?
Yeah.
It's as if I was walking on the street and there's a man in a tub of shit telling me that I'm a fucking asshole. You're in a tub of shit. Fuck you.
So good.
So I was like, I like that. That actually like was like, I was like, that's pretty wise. Like, that's something I'm gonna like look at the internet. You know, it's just like you're just fucking noise. You got something to say it to my face.
And it will never happen. Nobody ever say anything to your face.
Never. And you know what? Like, I'm all
It's
for
frustrating sometimes when I see people online talking shit about some people that we know from the hardcore scene who are fucking savages. Like you wouldn't even be in a room with this person if you met this person. Like so many heroes that we know, like legit badass humans in the hardcore scene. I see people talking shit about them. Like, dude, these people have no idea what they're talking about, man.
No.
If they saw that dude right, they would never do anything to him.
And what I find is most of the time, the internet noisers, they won't even talk to me. And I'm not exactly like, Debo from Friday or something like that. Like fucking, dude, like,
it's kind of sad. I feel bad for people that have that much time.
Yeah.
And it's a reflection of themselves. And I don't know. And then sometimes if you do respond, they're like, oh my God, thanks for responding. I'm a big fan. I think you're going to respond.
You know what I've noticed? Like, so like occasionally I'll like, if I feel really passionate on a political issue, whether social media, if I feel like there's like something that I think I'm not hearing, I usually don't like echo anything.
Yeah.
But if there's like not to turn the attention to Israel, Palestine, but like when we played Outbreak, it was like 8,000 people.
Yeah.
We got the digital background option. And like I had a student this year. I have a very like a pretty diverse group of students.
Yeah.
I got kids from Jordan. I got kids from South America. I got kids from Europe. I got Boston kids. I got kids from in the town. It's just like it's predominantly not white school, and so I get a lot, and I teach history. So I think we're in the thick of things, and Israel, October 7th happens, and it's demoralizing, and the war begins, and that stuff is on the front lines. I do a course on the Holocaust and like the modern world history, so it's all there, and. I got students who are like, from Jordan. 1 year, like years ago, I had a student, and I used my course on the Holocaust. I had a student, she's Palestinian. First thing, like we're doing some icebreakers. First thing she says is like, my name is X, and I'm Palestinian. I want everyone in this room to know that I'm Palestinian. That's day one of a course on the Holocaust. And there's a lot of kids also at my school who are, we have a Jewish American sect of kids, but we also, we have kids who are, Israelis, and I've had kids who are just joining right into the IDF, like right after high school.
Wow.
So I take my job super fucking seriously because the world is right then and there.
Absolutely.
And really, not to be stock or sloganeering about it, but like my primary goal is to not teach kids what to think, but how to think. And part of that is really more about listening and like mapping logic and reason and seeing it in your own way and also hearing it others, and then having more meaningful conversations, all the while avoiding like emotionally succumbing to like violence and stuff like that. Yeah. So, demoralized by October 7th, demoralized by the war, demoralized by the excessive killing of children, demoralized by the war in Ukraine, like just demoralized by the world. But also for me, demoralized by like I'm extremely motivated by nonviolence, and I think
crass,
it's big time. Yeah, they hated communists, and they hated fascists, and they got shit for it from everybody.
Yeah,
and
war.
I just like, to me that's actually exciting. Like I've kind of talking about this in Detroit on stage with How Hard I Feel. I want to. The song kind of more naturally, organically call for some commentary on the world. But, like I've just found myself, I teach the modern era, a lot of revolutions, and I found myself kind of bored by revolution. The Haitian Revolution is truly revolutionary, but like I've become kind of bored with the violence, like, and because it's an ancient thing that we do. But the story of like Indian independence, not to give everyone a history lesson right now, but it's I love
this, man.
It's fucking unbelievable. Like, India found itself independent of the world's largest emperor at the time. There was violence here and there, but it wasn't this massive like ethnic like violent like decolonizing war. And yes, there was the tragedy of partition between the Hindus and Muslims. That's all there too, but it started something. It started something enough to get into the mind of Bayard Rustin, who organized the March on Washington, who introduced King to Gandhi, And Gandhi was influenced by like the Jainists and stuff like that. This idea of like, ahimsa, which is like non-violence.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, like the 20th century is an extremely violent century, but it's also, there's been good research by this political scientist at Harvard Kennedy School. It's not a book. It's just kind of like basic research. Her name is Erica Chenoweth, for those interested. I'm getting nerdy here, but this stuff is like what I'm extremely passionate about.
Yeah.
And you can see it. I was actually listening to the last Half Heart show, and I had said something like, if there was one thing that this band stood for, it was nonviolence. And just like we were talking about goons at shows and the violence. And
yeah.
like where you were saying, like, Ian would talk to people if there was violence at shows. And like, that's always been my way. I mean, I've had my bouts with the people, and I've always gone through the way of the word and had success with it, actually.
Yeah.
But man, like this book, this Harvard, this political science came out, it's called, like, she tracked it, and I wasn't that surprised, but she was saying that, the studies show that like in the last like 115, 20 years, nonviolent civil disobedience, organized protests, boycott, strikes, and stuff like that not only spares lives, spares people of the physical violence, but also is more effective than violent resistance. And so to me, that poses a question to all of us. There's two buttons, and we know that one is more effective. That's what the data shows, what the actual evidence shows.
Mm-hmm.
And so, no one's talking about that, because violence is sexy, like, and chaos is like romantic. And
I think everybody's so desensitized to things now too with social media.
That's right. And so I came across, one of my students gave me this book called I Shall Not Hate. It's by this Palestinian doctor who grew up in Gaza in a refugee camp. His name is Izzeldin Abuelaish, and he became a birthing doctor and, worked in Israel and was birthing, Israeli children, nurturing life.
Yeah.
And, through, again, being born in a Gazan refugee camp, becomes a doctor, and he's, it's like an unbelievable story. And in 2014, in a terrible conflict, known as Operation Cast Lead, IDF bombed his house and killed 3 of his daughters.
Wow.
And his niece.
Damn.
And his like 2 years later, he writes a book called I Shall Not Hate.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
And I was like, really? And so this kid's Jordanian, family in Palestine. This kid gives it to me. I read it. I'm in my car, like listening to an audiobook, just got to pull over. I'm just like totally like taken aback. I hadn't been this moved since my mother gave me this book by Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl called Man's Search for Meaning. I read it when I was in Japan, right by Mount Fuji. Wow. It's totally moved. It just like unbelievable stories. But I was moved, and I decided at Outbreak, because we get the digital background platform, I'm just going to put his fucking name on the background. Let's just have that there and give the element to curiosity. What the fuck is that name? And it was cool. And I got some really good feedback from that. But just
I'm sure people looked it up automatically watching too, like at the show.
Yeah. It was good. It was good. And I'm going to work out some, like, he's got this, he still holds that message too, even after the war. Yeah, he's done interviews, and he's just, those people don't exist. But you're gonna get the criticism and stuff like that, and like, but what I have found, just to kind of come back to like the noise of the internet, is that I'll chime in and I'll sort of say something, and then inadvertently some like Marxist or like some dickhead right-wing fascist, I'm happy to have them both fucking hate me, is gonna go at me, and I will. I've had to like archive some stuff on my Instagram, but I'll comment and I'll message them like, yo, I will Zoom with you right now. We got the technology here. Let's talk. Let's do it.
I love it.
They never do. They never respond. They never fucking respond.
Sometimes I'll be like, yo, go my DMs, let's talk or something. Nobody does that. They want to do it in public. They want to.
Yeah. And I don't come at it like, yo, I'm going to fucking debate you into the ground. I literally say, yo, I want to listen to your side. I want to hear what you have to say. And they never fucking do. Not once. I haven't had one. Anyone out there?
Wow.
Because I think I don't know. I'm just not interested in.
But they also know you're educated. You know what you're talking about. It's not like just.
I'm not up for debate. Like I'm here for discussion, and part of discussion is listening.
Yeah.
And the problem with like when you let people listen, like when you listen to people, and this is coming back to CBT and therapy. Like when you really let people talk, and you really listen to them in a meaningful way, like you've been doing a fantastic job. This is great. This
is incredible.
You've been, of course. I know you got. It's like a balloon. You're tapping here, tapping there, dipping there, and I know it's good. It's great. You should be a therapist.
Thank you.
No, but
it's just conversations. It's nice.
But and I also don't like to like. This is good for me because I don't like to talk too much on stage, and I don't like social media. I kind of like keep it separate. So I prefer. I thank you for letting me talk.
This is amazing. You check your social media. You check DMs. You talk to fans and stuff like that.
Here and there. In the early days with Half Hour, I was responding to everybody, and it's draining, dude. Yeah, it was good, but But like you said too, if you want to really get to know me, listen to my lyrics, listen to my songs. Yeah. But like when you really let people talk and you're actually listening to them, what ends up happening is they can actually like see their own logic or lack thereof. And I think that scares a lot of people because when you recognize your own shitty logic and that everything that you're saying is just fucking bullshit. Yeah. You're just facing yourself. And, there's so much of that now too with the world and everything happening the past couple of days. Just everything is just. Oh my fucking God. Nothing was more. I'm like getting ready for the Fiddlehead set. All right. Okay, cool. Oh, the president was shot. And I was like, or Trump was shot. I was like, oh my fucking God. Dude. Like, I was at a friend's. I was away all weekend. Otherwise, I would have been at your show. And I had my phone off for like 3 hours with my friend. His kids were hanging outside. It's beautiful in Santa Barbara. I turned my phone on because I'm always like, shut your phone if you're not going to miss anything. If you don't have your phone, you don't need your phone all the time. What are you going to miss? I turn my phone on. It's like, I'm like, holy, is this real life? This is crazy, bro. I had to get on stage with Fiddlehead and like. I never say anything because I feel like a public pressure to do it. Yeah, dude. But I did want to say something, and so it was actually kind of funny because like I was like, like, does anyone here have children? Does anyone want to have children? Yeah. I was like, well, I have children. We have a song I wrote a song called "Welcome to the Situation." Here's a fun fact. Sorry for going on too long here, but I got a lot of fun facts. What time's your flight? Oh, you're chilling, dude. Okay, you're all right. This guy's sleeping over. I'm downside. So the song "Welcome to the Situation" it's on the most recent Fiddlehead record. Apparently, according to their bassist Nick Hinch, there's some footage of two people asking Ian to write their newborn child a message, and all he writes is "Welcome to the situation." And I was like, "That's so amazing! Dude. Life as the situation." Dude, And so, wow. And so I had just had my second daughter, my son was born and then it was like pandemic, summer 2020. I was like, oh, sorry, brother. Brought you into a situation here. And then a situation. And then I have my daughter, Fiona, and it's like, it was like still in the pandemic and like all the, like the feelings of like, did I set you up to be in the worst time? And like, scary, man. And so I wrote this song that's like imagining, because the record is kind of getting at like the ways in which like I can let like the woes of life kind of take over and try to push back on that, And so the song "Welcome to the Situation" is about it's just about like imagining like the world's ending, but then there's like this like kid who's just like, yo, idiot, like stop wailing, like stop, like life is not about you, like you gotta like tell the boys and the girls to fuck the noise, fix the world. Love it. And so we're about to play that song, and I was like, you know what, I'm inspired. I feel the moment. I know what I want to say. And I was like, does anyone have children? They want to have children. I have children, and I have 2 children, and ever since they've been born, it feels like the world is going to fucking shit. And I'm just sick of the fucking violence. I'm sick of the violence in history. Yeah. I'm sick of the violence in now. And I'm here to tell you, I deplore all violence. And so then and I said some the guitarist of Anxious. You gotta get in touch with those guys.
Okay.
Real young one, Dante. Dante was like, oh man, what you said right before you went to that song was so sick. But I said it was just like, those moments when you really connect and you know what you're saying. Ray Capo was always like the best at it.
The king.
So I felt it, and then we went into the song, and then the kick pedal broke. And it never happens with our drummer. And he was just like, yo, we actually got to stop. So like all the gusto of the moment,
my God.
My little like kind of like hoo-ah speech got fucked. And then, and there's 6,000-7,000 people watching. And then I fucking hate it when sometimes the guitarists don't keep the feedback going. Cause then it's like all on me,
It's all on the singer.
So, but then what ends up start happening, I start thinking about what I said. And I was like, I wonder if there's people out there who think that I was saying like, yo, leave my boy Trump alone.
Oh shit.
And I was like, I wouldn't trust it because there's a lot of fucking morons out there and who would love to interpret me as in the wrong way.
Dude.
Because I'm just saying because I could see someone being like, he's saying violence is bad and Trump had violence.
The timing,
on him.
dude. Yeah.
And so while the drummer's fixing the set, I just very this is, yes. Pretty neurotic, awkward guy. I don't know if the listeners have caught on here, but I was like,
I love him.
I was like trying to be cool about it because we were about to start the song again. I was like, how do we get back into this? And I was just like, just to be clear, I'm not here to say that I want to see Trump as my president again. I'm just sick and tired of the bullshit. And then we went back to the song. But
just get it off.
It was like a real just so you know.
Just so you know. I bet nobody even thought about it, but you.
No, they usually, and that's the other thing. 99% of the time, people are thinking positively about things. You know?
Damn, I need to do a whole other pod with you. We're talking about verbal assault, embrace. But what I am going to say on this podcast, and I'll make it happen, is that we're going to go see Ian in DC.
I'm down.
Kenny's coming too. You ever been to the Discord house?
You've never been, dude.
Let's go. Then I'm going to take him. Then
let's do it.
We're going to make a trip out there because I have to see both you guys in there and see it.
Yeah, we got to get the homie on the mic.
Yeah,
we got to get the homie on the mic.
Yeah, get you on the mic. We have to get you out there though and take photos. You bring the camera or hang out out there.
Yeah.
Let me check my notes. Where are my notes?
I bet you'd have some cool shit to ask Ian. Oh, you have? Yeah.
It's like if you're around Baltimore enough,
you'll see him.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You're gonna go to some film screening and Ian's there and it's
yeah.
And give him the nod and try not to punish him too hard.
Yeah. Try to punish him.
Well, we were talking before. I think Sam Trapkin from TUI shares this too, but maybe I've talked about this with you, Kenny. But I was telling Toby before we started, I interviewed Al Baril a year and a half ago, and I was super nervous about it because he's he's like the Lord, he Boston straight edge, and Joe Nelson of Trust Records, they're doing the SSD stuff. He wants me to interview him on video and be on the internet, and I'd been interviewed, but I never interviewed someone, and so I'm like, oh fuck, what do I do? What questions do I ask? And I ended up talking to Chris Bratton from Chain of Strength because I was like, what do you think I should ask Al? Do you have any ideas? And he's like, dude, you punished me so hard a couple years ago, and it was just because you were interested in what was going on. I was like, Chris Bratton was there for it. Mm-hmm. I was like, tell me everything about Inside Out. And he was like, the cover of the Underdog record where Richie's wearing a tie-dye shirt. And I was like, yeah. He goes, that's the moment Inside Out started.
That's incredible.
So Chris Bratton was down for it.
That's so cool.
And I caught the vibe, and I was just asking him everything.
He's down for it too.
Yeah. Oh, so if he's down
for it, dude.
So
I got to witness this conversation, man. Yeah.
But
he's down for it.
What I realized in doing the Al, and I liked it. People were like, "Hey, that was you did a good interview with Al," and I was like, "Huh," and I was like, maybe I would love to because the conversation was cool. I'd like to share them with the world, but it would be effectively the Chris Farley skit where he interviews Paul McCartney, and he's wicked nervous.
Oh yeah, it's good.
And he's like,
you said wicked.
It's like a SNL skit.
Okay,
but he's playing the role of Chris Farley, but he's super nervous to interview him. And he's like, when you said, the love you make is equal to the love you take. And Paul McCartney's like, well, yes, I do. And Chris Farley's like, that was awesome. Like,
You do good impressions, man.
I won't go that style, but what I realized in interviewing Al was like, I was able to have a good time because I was okay with my punishing ways.
Yeah.
And I realized that I'm a punisher.
But you're passionate.
Yeah, but like
you're passionate punisher.
Sam apparently, I think I was talking to Justice about this, and he was saying that I think it was like, would Sam like dying fetus? Is that something that he's into? Or?
Sam is like the #1 dying.
Okay.
There you go.
So apparently Sam, and this is like a cool symbiotic moment. Sam was like, he's like, I just leaned into being a punisher. I was like, I'm just okay with this. I accept myself as the punisher, and I went for it. And so I think I want to start a podcast called Rhyme and Punishment.
It's pretty good, man. That's smart.
Yeah.
You should do it.
If I ever get my shit together.
Do you have time? You have time for a podcast?
Fuck no.
You go back to you guys off for the summer. That's right. Summer break right now.
When I do my routine, it's at like 4 a.m. It's
oh
the
wow,
only time.
you're one of those guys. Mark Wahlberg vibes. 4 a.m.
Oh,
club.
it's funny you say that because my wife and I joke about that. That like we joke about like, are you going to bed before Mark or after Mark tonight?
He's a savage.
He goes
bro.
to bed at like 7:30 at night, but he wakes up at like 2 and he's like, let's roll.
Bro, he's a beast, man.
He's got like a prayer session.
Session.
Second workout.
His municipal work, his merch he's pushing.
Yeah.
Do you follow Huberman, Andrew Huberman?
No.
Stanford University, scientist, PhD.
No,
fully tatted punk rock kid. Used to be a skater. One of the biggest podcasts in the world. You know Huberman, Andrew Huberman?
I'll have to check
I
it out.
have to show you about it. Yeah.
Punk dude?
Yeah, he gives out tips every day for free.
Oh, nice.
For the mind, body, and soul. He's awesome, dude.
Oh, great.
Do you listen to podcasts?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm driving all the time.
Yeah.
So I got a pretty big variety. I start the week off with Axe to Grind.
Nice.
I jump into your podcast.
Nice.
But I tend to spend a lot of time in like the political social commentary.
That's
stuff.
nice. Yeah.
It's my job. It kind of feeds into it, and like I feel like I can reflect about it, and I don't come in hot emotionally in the classroom. I can kind of be like get the takes, and I do listen to like I'll listen to like Marxist shit. I don't like I'll listen to like right wing stuff.
Wow.
Like not all the time,
but all the sides.
Yeah, and like
that's smart.
I'm just doing it, and like I'll listen to conservative talk, I'll listen to liberal talk, and like, I'll hear the moderates and stuff like that. I just don't think that there's any other way. And like, if anyone wants to if anyone has a problem with it, you can all come at me once.
Is there something for the listeners that they knew that you listened to, like some sort of a favorite artist or something that would be kind of surprising for the listeners?
Surprising? I don't
like Britney Spears or something random. Or,
I mean, like, I don't know if it'd
music.
be surprising, but like the Disney shit, Like,
because your dad, obviously.
Yeah. I get down pretty hard with the My Little Pony.
Okay,
That's some like
respect.
good stuff. Real good stuff.
That's amazing.
I don't know. I sometimes like I can't tell what people think I listen to.
You listen to hip hop?
Yeah, but no, I'm not like. I do. My brother was taken up by Liquid Swords and Illmatic.
Incredible albums.
And like so like the New York stuff, like Big L. That was in the mix, and there was a rawness to it, and then in my view of things, it started changing. I love the rawness and the recordings of like Wu-Tang, and like
best, dude.
It's like you can tell that it feels punk in many ways.
It does, man.
And then it just kind of got fairly produced and like kind of in what was the mainstream of shit, just fairly materialistic and like and as that was happening, I was like discovering 108.
Okay,
so, like,
there you go. Totally opposite worlds.
Shed all material possessions, and so I was like,
were you ever Christian conscious? Like getting
almost.
Wow.
Very close.
We ever vegetarian too?
Oh man, I got a story for that one.
You were
on weekends. Okay. So there's like an actual like I want to be. I legitimately do. I understand. I can.
No judgment.
No, there's just judgment come my way. I know, but I would like to highlight that the moment that could have happened was ruined by Domino's Party Pack pizza. with the Buffalo Wings.
Perfect.
Me and Ryan Hudon, Guitars to Half Heart. We went to Providence and we got this video of Youth of Today live at the Anthrax.
Oh yeah.
We're like just really discovering Youth of Today. It's live at the Anthrax.
Anthrax was amazing, by the way. Yeah.
And
not the band, but
yeah.
the venue.
We're watching this shit we're discovering what the Anthrax is for the first time. And at the beginning of the VHS was the No More video.
Hard.
I had never heard the song No More yet.
Hard.
And I knew that I'd known that vegetarianism was in the world. In the moment in which I could have been taken by the propaganda of that video was ruined. Because in a good way, like a good.
It's such a funny, amazing video.
Oh man, the burger, like
slap it up his hand.
But that could have grabbed me because basically, I mean, I've been meaning to ask you, but like, what was it like seeing Youth of Today? Like,
it was sick.
Were you like cool? Were you just like taken by it? Like,
yeah, you know what's something cool? I worked at a rehearsal studio in Queens where Gorilla Biscuits, Bad Trip, and Youth of Today practiced. I did the scheduling. Sid got me the job there when I lived at Gorilla Biscuits, and Capo came back from his first trip to India with all the beads and stuff, and that was when he was turning that way, and they started writing "We're Not in This Alone" in the studio I was at. So I heard
he was bouncing off the walls.
He was bouncing off the. He was doing handstands and all that kinds of shit in the room.
Real.
Yeah. So I witnessed that as a young kid, him coming back from there.
Yeah.
And I became vegetarian living in the GB house in 1988 with Sid, Walter, and Alan Cage. I was roommates with them.
Man.
And that's how I sang on Start Today.
So sick.
It's my favorite album. I sang backup on the whole record, which is crazy. It's kind of nuts. Did you know that?
I did. I did. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a random time and place for me.
Listen, you're going to be on the podcast.
I'm down, so down.
Rhyme and Punishment.
I'm down. Thou Shall Not Kill, just all those songs. Like, I didn't realize the impact of that record. I realized the impact they had on me personally, but that record, game changer, life changer.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
But vegetarianism, yeah.
But like, well, what was it like seeing like Youth Today, like at that time? Like, see, this is
it was pretty sick with him and Jordan wearing Jordans and shit on stage, like
but
hard
like,
tank top, just intense.
Like, I would be watching videos 15, 20 years removed in my basement, and I would be like, oh, I can't imagine like being at the show, like because he's so inspiring,
charismatic,
and
inspiring.
The words the word choice and the physicality, the mentality.
Everything he said was perfect.
Yeah.
Do you see the video of him recently that just came online where he ran and he drop kicked Purcell from the back?
Again?
It's an old video.
It's an old video. I've seen that video.
It's freaking crazy.
You've never seen it before? Oh, dude, that was like a classic for us because I was like a
Why
YouTube.
do you do that, man? I'm going to ask him. I'm going to call him and ask him. He drop kicks him in the back. You seen that? He runs feet first and just drop kicks Purcell from his back.
Straight up
playing.
Like Ray Capo Mortal Kombat kick style him down.
His friend on stage. That's a crazy move. Yeah. No, they were intense. They were incredible, man. Big. But I'm a big, Youth of Today was a big thing for me, but GB was more of an impact for me living with them.
Yeah. And
becoming vegetarian with them.
Yeah.
And Killing Time too.
Mm-hmm. So like I have no excuse other than I just can't do it. But I tried. You can ask Ryan. You can ask Ryan. And like all my friends from Boston. There was a period.
So that was a Christian part for you to want to do, maybe.
I probably if I had gone for it. But I was like reading the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita is like still in my heart. And if anything, while I have such a complex like take on Israel Palestine, all war in general, is because reading that book and just like in like Christian like. Who's the main guy? Who's the story about? What's his name? His name escapes me right now.
The main guy, yeah.
I had a lot of students named after him, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The main Krishna god, or?
Well, the central character in the Bhagavad Gita, because it's a story about him, like contemplating violence essentially, and restraint, and like I find it very beautiful, meaningful to have as a young man being filled with like rage and violence and stuff like that. But I don't know what it was. I think I had just been kind of the hyper religiosity and dogmatic approach of Catholicism. It kind of just put me off from just sort of being like ascribing to anything.
Yeah.
And granted, I am someone who I'm straight edge. To me, it's like there's the utility of like this is so important for young people to come into contact with. So I'm happy to promote the concept of straight edge.
Absolutely.
As a very direct causal utility. It's like straight edge is good. Yeah, so religion has all of its values. It's just when it gets mixed up with in politics and state power, I find myself like, I want to be a silent like appreciator of this. And there's a Hot Water Music song that Chuck is talking about where he's just sort of talking about like just he's just sort of basically appreciating all the beliefs. And I was like, I remember hearing that song, and I'm talking about like I was like gonna be a devotee. I was gonna really go for it because there were some like temples around Boston and stuff like that, and there were some Boston heads that were Krishna.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't. I think that it was just I bet it had something to do with like just my worries of like how Catholicism kind of like disrupted my life.
Yeah. And to answer your question, Youth of Today was amazing live. And GB too.
Oh, I bet, man.
Oh, my Anthrax days, all those days, yeah.
You went to Anthrax?
Oh, yeah, a bunch of times, yeah. I wrote it for Token Entry first, and then Sick of It All, and then I did some stuff for Killing Time and Underdog. Underdog's another underrated band you mentioned earlier.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Incredible album, incredible frontman. Dude, Richie's
Running into Walls.
What?
Running into Walls.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Into Another is just...
Oh, Into Another, yeah. Richie was a badass, too. He used to work at the Pyramid Club. He was a bouncer.
Yeah.
He was a gnarly dude, man.
So I heard.
You see pics of Youth of Today, how jacked he was?
I really want to, like, I want to know the stories of his Steve Reddy.
Oh, my God.
Was he an ass beater back in the day?
Steve Reddy is an OG Krishna. He's the definition of hardcore family, everything, man. He takes care of everybody still to this day. He's a badass. He protected Youth of Today.
Yeah.
He's a Krishna warrior, straight edge. He's everything positive about all those things.
Yeah. And he
represents him well.
He came up to the Half Art merch table one time, like years ago when we were an active band, and he's like, I wish I could sign you.
Oh,
but we were like on our way out and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's one of the realest cats in the hardcore game.
That was a big deal just to have his nod, and
he's everything you heard about him is all real, and he's just so humble and so sweet.
Yeah,
still a Krishna.
Yep.
He runs Ironmans. He's like 55.
Is he?
Still straight edge, still vegan. Mike Judge works there. He takes care of everybody at that spot.
I met Kate.
Kate 108
at the Stew Memorial.
Kate upstate.
And like my wife is a Montessori teacher. Kate was a Montessori teacher, and so we've gotten to chat, and she ended up singing on the last Fiddlehead record.
Oh wow!
I borrowed some.
That's cool, man.
Some 108 lines, put it on there, and got her to sing the part. It was real cool.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Damn. Fuck, man, 3.5 hours. This is amazing, bro.
Oh shit, yeah, I can go, but
no, this is incredible.
I told my friend we'd figure out the dinner.
Dude, this is. Make sure I covered all my notes. Did I miss anything, Kenny? It's pretty sick, right? It's so much shit, man. Nah, dude.
I tend to talk, and
you're incredible, dude. Next up for you is Tie Down's coming up, right? Or Outbreak this year?
Tie Down was
what about Outbreak? Is that coming up?
That happened 2 weeks ago.
Did already? Wow.
Yeah. We're the 5-show Half Art tours.
It's over?
Nearing its end. We got New York next Friday, and then Boston. So that'll be probably it for Half Art. That'll be because the last time we did the reunions, it ended in Leeds.
Okay, yeah.
There's a lot of reasons why we're doing these shows again. The most important one for me is my brother's out of prison, and he missed our last show, and he missed the reunions, and so he's gonna be there.
Oh wow, that's nice, man. How old is he?
We had the same exact birthday, but he's 5 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah. Named Miles Flynn. So the song "Watch Me Rise" ends with "Watch Me Rise for miles and miles," and so
that's amazing, man.
People, I don't know if everyone's ever noticed, but in the lyric sheet, it says that one of the M's in miles is capitalized. So
I don't know if Kenny knew that either. Kenny's learning some shit here too. That's cool for your brother. That's really sweet, man. That's awesome, man.
I'm really excited to have him there. And then there's the other reasons why we just want to do these reunions, because like hardcore feels like in a really healthy spot, and it
really is, man.
Kind of like what we always wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And so the reunions felt tasteful last time. get on, we leave, leave the space for the moment,
Yeah.
the present. And, people have been really receptive to it. And so it's good,
Yeah, man.
And it's gratifying, again, seeing kids, connect with it years on. It's real satisfying.
Thank you for all you put out into the world, man. You inspired so many people, man.
Likewise, man.
Changed so many people's lives, man.
I appreciate that a lot, man.
It's nice.
Coming from you, it's high praise.
No, it's great to have you in my kitchen, man. Massachusetts boys in the kitchen, man. How far was Taunton from where you were born?
Oh, man, Taunton, I was born in Jersey. So
yeah, but how far is Taunton from where you live in Mass?
20 minutes.
Yeah. I used to go to the Brockton Mall growing up and stuff.
You go to the Brox Mall? Well, you probably were gone by the time the Taunton Galleria opened up. That was 92.
Oh, yeah. I was way gone. I was barely there for a couple of years, and I went to Newport, Rhode Island. That's where I met Verbal Assault and went to school with Chris Jones' brother, John Jones, from Positive Outlook.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's where I got into skateboarding, is Rhode Island, because of those dudes. Vicious Circle, Proletariat.
Oh, yeah.
Outer Witch.
One of my buddies growing up, his dad was in the Proletariat.
Dude, I saw this. My first show I saw.
Really?
And also I saw Impact Unit too, Dickie's other band.
You saw Impact Unit?
Yeah,
oh my
still,
God.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I know. But Verbal Assault, man, underrated band. Shout out to Verbal Assault. They're, man, great band.
We cover them on the demo.
That's amazing, dude.
More than music. I used to hit up Chris Jones.
More than music, yes.
I used to hit up Chris Jones when I was like 15. Be like, I know that you're busy and that you're like a cook now in Newport. And
cook, yeah.
Yeah. But we're playing a show in Providence, and if it's not too far, we'd love to have you sing. And he would respond.
Oh, that's cool.
It was really cool.
Damn.
And I got to finally meet him. Punished him hard, big time.
Dude, do we need to go meet Ian this year and then come back and do like a follow-up podcast about that experience? It's gonna be incredible, dude.
I would. I would.
I'm surprised you haven't met him yet. It's exciting.
Brian Simmons said to me one time that, because Brian was putting out the Sweet Jesus record, he's friends with Ian, and he said that Ian said, people mention that dude's name to me a lot. And I was like, oh, really?
That's cool, man.
But yeah, that was,
that's really cool.
What I like about the guy and just the interviews I've read from him, he just seems like a very, common person.
Yeah.
In a way that, but is also not, he's very uncommon at the same time.
And he's very honest.
Yeah.
Straightforward, dude.
And his demeanor's good. I was listening to this interview with him and Steve Albini, and Steve Albini's like, he's a little acerbic, Steve Albini.
Yeah.
And they're talking about Rev Summer, and obviously, Ian's liked it.
Yeah.
But Steve, because this is basically the birth of emo in many respects.
And he hates when you say that word too, man.
Yeah, I know. I live
even though Rites of Spring, Embrace.
Yeah, I live by the video of him responding to Thrasher magazine. Just being as if hardcore wasn't hard enough. That's just the best line I've ever heard. As if hardcore wasn't emotional enough.
Everything's emotional.
I've been talking about it at the shows, just the idea of throwing labels and stuff.
I never liked that stuff, man.
It kills it, and that's why I like hardcore right now. It's
there's no labels.
Fiddlehead is hardcore band.
Yeah.
Okay, great. But
so true.
In the interview, Steve, they're talking about when Rites of Spring came out, and Steve, I'm assuming that Ian is rides for Rites of Spring. And Steve is just he goes, yeah, I thought it was the worst shit I'd ever seen. I thought it was absolutely terrible. It was complete ass. and Ian just goes, yeah, okay. So and just presses on,
wow.
And I think they're friendly, of course, but just the you just went yeah, okay. It's a cool way of just, adult and just whereas Steve's just talking shit about it, and
Yeah, Ian's straightforward. He'll just
I'll reserve my commentary.
Yeah, this is my goal for this year. It's gonna happen. I already have the date in my head when I'm in the East Coast. If you're around, we're gonna make it happen.
Yeah, I can bring my kids down for I used to go when I lived in Columbia every weekend. My parents would just drag us to the monuments. I fucking hated it. But I'm a history teacher now, so it had some effect.
Yeah.
But
not the Discord monument.
I have not gone there. We drove by it once. I was too scared to go to the steps.
Dude, a real quick story before we go. Hey, Mom, is the sun out there? You have a light in your camera? Oh, he's sick. Okay, because we have the step picture we have to take.
Oh yeah.
But real quick, a couple months ago, Travis hit me up, Barker, whatever, I'm not gonna name him, my friend, whatever. He said, yo, I'm gonna go to the Discord steps. And I said, okay. So I texted Amanda. I didn't have Ian. I don't know why. I just didn't. I don't know why I didn't do it this day. But I texted Amanda. I didn't know he was gonna pull up in a black SUV with security guards with Kourtney Kardashian. They pulled up to his house. People across the street came out kind of freaking out. Amanda didn't text me back until after the fact, and then he knocked. I said, and Travis texted me, was like, what do I do? I said, go on the gate and knock on the door. He was totally shook, but he knocked on the door and nobody was there. He took the photo. They posted it, like probably 1 million views, and then Amanda writes me back. She's like, what the fuck? She saw it. And then Ian said, I thought I was friends with Toby. Why didn't he hit me up first? And when I saw he told me that to my face last time, I was like, dude, I was just nervous. Like, I'm not sure if you know who this guy is. He's in this band. And he heard of the band, but it's not really his world, but it's crazy. It came up with security in the yard, and it was a weird moment. But people get nervous. It's intimidating as fuck. And I went there the first time, and Adam Blake, like, he got high before we went there. He's like, I'm going to get high before I go in here. So I brought him to the door, and we knocked on the door. When he answers the door, it's like the beanie, the burgundy shirt, the Dickies, the ripped up Vans. And then Adam's like, holy shit. And then you get the tour.
Yeah.
You're going to see, dude. It's fucking...
That Discord House and Dial House are on my bucket list.
Oh yeah,
it's Crass House. It's the same thing. Like they're relatively of the same age group. There was just something going on in like being born in like 60s and the 70s. There's some spirit there. You can just walk up to Dial House and like G Voucher or Penny Rimbaugh will just be like, hey, what's up? And
you can do it here, but he'll appreciate if you knock on the door because he loves to come out.
Yeah,
like he wants to be the host.
I can't say that I have the same for my house.
Yeah.
I had a dude walk up. This is a
They knew you lived there?
Well, it was fucked up.
This is one of my favorite podcasts, by the way.
Oh, okay.
No, seriously, dude. I'm fucking so
I'll wrap it up.
We're chilling, dude. As long as you have a light for the fucking steps, we're good.
I do gotta
This guy's starving. Go ahead.
No, I feel bad for my buddy. I gotta hit him up. But I'll end this dude was my wife was talking to her next door neighbor who's got dementia, and out in the front, and then these two dudes in camo pants and like black, like I know that they're not called wife beaters anymore, but like thankfully. But what are they called now?
We can't say that no more. Tank tops.
Tank tops. There you go. These two dudes.
That's such a fucked up name for a tank top. You think about it.
Yeah, wife beater. Good one.
Gnarly, bro. Okay,
and it would be that way in stores.
Oh wow.
Someone would type up wife beater and put it on the rack.
That's so crazy that lasted that long.
Yeah, okay. I know.
So tank top.
Language change. So these two dudes in camo pants with like black tank tops come up, and they go up to my wife who's talking to our next door neighbor who has dementia. So my wife's checking in on her. Say, how are you? And they're just sort of standing there. I was like, all right, I'm going to fucking check in on this. And so and they're like on our fucking front yard. And I never wanted to be like Clint Eastwood and Gran Torino. Get off my lawn. But like,
let me get that. You have that one? Can you do that one? His voice. Yeah.
Get off my lawn.
So good.
Love that movie.
It's so good.
You've seen it, Gran Torino?
Yeah.
It's just like an old crab. There's like my favorite line, the scene. This kid, this like very nice little sweet like Hmong kid. That's the setting. It's like Detroit. There's like the Hmong community, and she's like so sweet. She's like, "Hi, do you want to play today?" And he just like holds up his beer, and that's it.
That's so good, dude.
But these dudes looked like they were like fucking two Rambos, like talking to like my wife.
So it wasn't hardcore camo. It was Rambo camo.
Yeah, and so I walk out and I was like, "Hey, can I help you?" And they're like, "Oh, hey, we were wondering if we could survey your lawn, for metal detection." So I live in a house that was, it's the plot of land dates back to 1675, and it was first on the record in 1785. And so like literally the guy who lived in my house, his name was John Felt. He was part of the Wrentham militia. And when the battle at Lexington popped off, they rounded up all the militias, and so he got on horseback and rode to the Battle of Concord. He's listed in the archives.
Damn.
And he was in the Revolutionary War, and he was stationed at Valley Forge. I don't know if you know what Valley Forge was, but it was like where Washington, piece of shit, There's this book about Washington. One of the people who he like enslaved, like got away. It's called Never Caught. It's about her. Washington did everything. He's known for like being like, he made it so that the people he enslaved would be liberated upon his wife's death. But but in his lifetime, while running the fucking, American Revolution and leading the war, first president, he found the time to spend the rest of his life dedicated to finding this one person who he enslaved who got away.
Holy shit!
Like I'm not Mr. History's got to be taught the way like there is the good stuff, and I think more people focus on the bad stuff.
Yeah,
because we spent the last century looking at only the good stuff. So but we can't overfocus on the bad stuff.
Yeah,
but there's some bad fucking shit out there. Anyway,
Damn.
So fuck him. But Valley
Forge. The most I've ever learned, probably ever in school.
The Valley.
Or my smartest guess I ever had. But good.
The Valley Forge is just like it was hell. They're fighting the
Yeah.
British, and it's like wintertime in PA. Everyone's dying. John Felt, the guy who lived in my house, is listed as a casualty, but his casualty means like dead, killed, or unable to no longer to fight. Usually it's like missing limbs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
His in the record says a loss of constitution, which is an 18th century way of saying that he lost his mind.
Oh, wow.
So he's just in this like wintry thing, and they had to take him out because he lost his mind. So he comes back. He's at my place, and we were carving up the house because we're building a Montessori school into it, and
oh wow,
we found it like an engraving of an F that used to be like in the back walls. It dates back.
Sick.
And his great granddaughter, Marianne Felt, the town that I live in. I'll leave my town anonymous because I'm getting to the story of dudes being on my front lawn.
Exactly.
But I'm sorry, Ian and G Voucher and Penny Room, but I'm not that okay with people coming out.
But Ian doesn't live there, by the way.
Oh yeah. But
Office.
yeah, but
For the listeners.
so I'll wrap the history shit up in just a minute. But Marianne Felt, the great granddaughter of this guy John Felt, she was the town I live in was like kind of like it was straight up like a Berkeley, California in terms of like the abolitionist movement.
Yeah.
And the road I live on was actually like a main highway. The French troops that fought in the American Revolution were marched on the road in front of me.
Holy
and would
shit.
likely be like, fighting for Napoleon in like 5 or 10 years, so like 10, 20 years, something like that.
Wow.
But like they would, go to Boston from, Rhode Island and whatever. But Marianne Felt took on this house, and if there's a part of my house, the guy who sold it to us showed us the people we bought it from the Felts. So it was like Felt, the guy who I bought it from Proctors, who were like a wealthy family in the town. And then there was the Felts. And the Proctors had told, the last generation of the Proctors told the guy we bought it from, his father, that the previous owners, the Felts, were active members on the Underground Railroad.
Wow.
I don't think that people realize that, like, just because like the free states, in the antebellum period, like before the Civil War and emancipation, it wasn't like you could just be out and about and black. Like there were, few, like you could be some like drunk dickhead from Georgia in a slave state, and you can make money just going up north, cracking someone who's black on the head, and then just saying, "Oh, this is the one that got away," and it not being them. It's like that should happen. So many of the people were en route to Canada, like, or what would become Canada, because it was just, you could kind of be more free from it. So like you legitimately had to hide. Like we hear stories in the Holocaust and like people hiding in like basements in Poland and stuff like that. It's not that unlike what it was like in the North, and it's just a terrible time to live. And so like you really needed these like safe houses.
Yeah.
And in my fucking house, if you go in the attic, there's like this hole, and if you crawl through it, it turns in, and it's a whole other attic that you can't get to outside of this hole. And it's like, and any historian, if they were to look at that, to know who Marianne Felt was, she's the leader of the abolition society in the town I was in, highway, route, that little, the likelihood of that being a stop on the Underground Railroad is huge.
That's incredible.
So like I feel the spirit of that kind
Are
of
you
like,
building a school on your property?
yeah, Montessori school. Yeah.
Wow, man. So what, next
Yeah.
to your house?
It's in the house. Like, so like,
Oh, wow.
like there's like a big barn associated with it. Like we bought the house for like fucking nothing.
So you have a lot of land to build. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And like, but my father-in-law is a contractor. And so he's cooking it up. He's like, you have to buy this house. And it's done well. I'm real proud of my wife. She's just like, she's been mothering the kids and just being I'm so excited for her just because like that's been the dream to like she was a Montessori kid, Montessori student, study the philosophy. And I don't know if anyone really knows what Montessori education is, but it's kind of get at the roots before like schooling turned into like a fucking factory.
Okay.
Where you feel like you're just stacks and rows and it's more about like curiosity building and kind of allowing I remember listening to your podcast with Wes and like he was talking about they were doing the unschooling thing.
Yeah.
There's elements of like a lot of the
homeschooling, all that stuff. Yeah.
A lot of the unschooling stuff I've learned is like it takes a lot from the Montessori method approach, and like it's not surprising when you find like people like Noam Chomsky, like they all come from like a Montessori method, and I try to incorporate that as much as I can in my classroom. But I'm in the public world, and it's a little factory based, but I feel proud of the connection I make with my students because I take a lot of the stuff I've learned from my wife, just about like let's solve some problems, let's go where the curiosity is.
Yeah,
it's a really great method, but I'm real proud of her and
Dude, your wife, man. I need to have your wife on the podcast, bro.
Yeah,
I learned
she's great.
so much about your life, and she's just such a massive part of it, man. Everything, dude.
Oh, big time.
It's incredible, man.
She's the best.
You guys are definitely meant to be, dude.
Yeah. I'm happy for
You're a
her.
very lucky man.
It was our anniversary yesterday.
I know, man.
She was.
I love this.
I will say though, she's so great, but like, our anniversary is when we started dating. We went to an Ignite show in New York.
Nice first date, yeah.
Well, it wasn't our first date. It was I guess it was because we were like friends.
Yeah.
And I had a huge crush on her, but her best friend, God rest her soul, she passed away. Heather Johnson told me, she's like, Marin likes you. I was like, oh my God, are you fucking serious? And so like, all right, okay, we're going to go to the show. I remember I woke up that morning and George Harrison had died. It was December 1st, 2001, I think. Shortly after 9/11.
Oh, wow.
And Ignite was doing a benefit, like some like family charity fund in like somewhere in New York.
Okay.
I was a huge Ignite fan. I don't know if you
love Ignite, yeah, man.
Dude.
Call my brothers, all that, yeah.
Oh my God, big for me,
dude.
Just the values embedded in some of those songs, are so huge.
Ignite fan? Okay,
I'll get you on there.
Kenny missed him. It's okay.
They missed a lot of people, but not me.
His voice is incredible. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but we're going to see Ignite in New York, and we stayed at like our slightly older friend who got us a hotel room at the Super 8 in Connecticut and Hartford. It's still there to this day. And it's December 1st. We call it Deck 1. And, that's the day that we celebrate.
Deck 1. I like that.
And it's fun. It's like everyone knows, Deck 1. So, like, that's a big thing. That's the day. And I don't know about your marriage process, but, like, I realized I hate the engagement thing.
Yeah, I never got engaged.
So, like, we did the engagement thing. I brought her to Ireland. It was the one spot I had traveled, and I was like, this is the spot. If I ever ask her to marry me, it will be right here. It's in Dalkey, Ireland. I sing about it in a Fiddlehead song. And I brought her there. And surprise, it was a few days before Deck 1, the engagement ask. So I surprised her. But anyway, it was great. It was beautiful. If I talk more about it, I'll start crying. But so like, what I realized in the engagement thing is that like it's this weird bullshit. Like, are we actually getting married? It's all false pretense bullshit.
Yeah.
The moment that we were married was on that seaside cliff in Dalkey, Ireland. That was when we.
That's
married.
Incredible.
So like, and then like so like, the wedding was just the date. It's technically on the storming of the Bastille, the beginning of the French Revolution, but July 14th. just in case everyone was wondering.
I love this dude.
But it can be. She hates history, by the way. She
wow. Okay.
She doesn't hate it, but she's like, stop talking to me about it.
I'm sure she's like. She learned a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's like, you got some friends you can talk to about that, and I'm not one of them. So, but so I'll wrap this up. But like, it's last year was the 5-year wedding anniversary, and like, you know, deck 1's the day, not July 14th. And so like it came to July 14th, and I didn't think of anything, because the year before we were like, you know, young kids, we were like, oh shit, it's our wedding anniversary, yeah, whatever. And so the 5-year comes around, and it's like, you know, getting closer. And I think she was like, it's kind of bum out. We didn't do anything for our wedding anniversary. I was like, what are you fucking talking about? We've never done anything for our wedding anniversary. It's never been a thing. It's always deck 1. It's not fair. You can't not care for 4 years and then suddenly care. And so yesterday, I was a little fucking preoccupied with the nerves of like half-art playing
and headlining 2 shows in the weekend. You know, we'll bring it back to that. You should get your wife's name as a tattoo, if the only tattoo you have on your body.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of hard.
That's not a bad idea.
I'm just putting it out there, man.
She
the one that earned that shit, bro.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Her initials or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's also cool you made it through hardcore with no tattoos. Something beautiful about that clean canvas.
And it's not an anti-tattoo move at all.
Yeah.
I just like, this might be a good place to end the podcast.
Let's do it. Tell me.
Here's why I don't have tattoos, because I've always said, if I don't like the idea for longer than a year, then like I'm not gonna stick with it.
Good point.
I heard, according to Sweet Pete, that like just older heads in Boston that like were around in the 80s, that like having tattoos was like fucking crazy back in the day.
Totally was, man.
And now it's like
totally normal.
Teachers
now.
have them on their necks.
Yeah, my FedEx guy has one. The lady at Trader Joe's has one on her neck.
And I remember like old heads in Boston who were there in the 80s saying like, well, one of the biggest moves to show that you were like a true punk was just like the Black Flag bars.
Oh, yeah.
That's been the one that's almost lasted for longer than a year.
Oh,
so I've just sort of thought about just getting like branded just somewhere on me. Just the
Black
bars.
Flag over a sheep?
Yeah, just the bars.
So Black Flag over a minor threat sheep instead?
I think so.
Wow, man.
It's
powerful.
The sheep is a little too happy. If you look closely, it's kind of a happy sheep.
Maybe like 3 X's though. Double line
I
X's.
thought about that. Like true, like that's been there. But the first one, and I feel like because the first idea was so bad that like it got me on this path of being like, I shouldn't trust my decision making with tattoos.
Yeah, but you can get them lasered now too, which is
there's that.
They're not forever now, which is crazy.
The first I saw 7 Seconds, just virtually obsessed. I don't exist without 7 seconds, and I'm gonna say hardcore doesn't exist without 7 seconds.
H2O doesn't exist without 7 seconds. Facts.
It's just that's just it.
I might not either. Yeah, Kevin Seconds was like a father figure to me.
Yeah, it's monumental. It's not enough words.
I wish the whole world loved him like we did too.
Ugh.
I feel like they're underrated in certain ways, you know.
Yeah. Nonetheless, though, I got grounded because I went to a show. I told my parents I was coming back, and I was staying at a friend's house, but I ended up going to like a punk house. But I was like straight edge and just talking about like, it was like learning about Noam Chomsky, you know, like, but anyway, I lied to my parents. They weren't okay with that. And so I was grounded for a bit, and they told I could only go to 1 show a month, and I had to choose between the last In My Eyes show or a 7 Seconds show with Reach the Sky and Vision.
Wow, dude.
And, you know, like, I love my parents, but fuck them for giving me that Sophie's choice. That's a bunch of bullshit.
That's
you know?
a hard
like,
choice, man.
Oh
man.
So I could only pick one, and I chose 7 Seconds. And
Does Sweet Pete know?
Oh yeah.
Okay, he knows now, but yeah.
And like
which album? You remember what album it was?
It was on the Good to Go.
Good song, good album. Yeah.
Straight up, it is good.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, it's good.
It's a little return to form. But the rumor was that on that tour, it was that like because Reach the Sky was with them, and Reach the Sky was reporting back that like they're playing the hits. Like,
oh yeah,
they're like doing Committed for Life. They're doing the deep cuts.
And every time they go to DC, Ian comes to their show.
Yeah,
every time. And Kevin says he still gets nervous, and that's his friend. It's more Ian dropping. Okay, go.
So, I live and die by Young Till I Die. It was
best.
It might be my all-time favorite hardcore song ever.
Great one.
Tap on Battery's cover of it, you know, like just
great
the more emotional driven one.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's a great one.
But I somehow I was a madman during their set. It was actual like hardcore utopia for me because they bust out, and like I knew every fucking word, you know, like, and like I think they start with Definite Choice. Yeah. And I was like, oh, it's on. Ian Larrabee beat up like a drunk dude that night. Do you know Ian Larrabee?
Yeah.
I remember like, oh, it was just like it's a real show. Like it was so sick. There were punks, there were skins, there were hardcore kids. It was just like everybody. It was as if the cover of Walk Together was actually happening.
That's sick.
It was so sick. I think I literally was moshing with like a skinhead and like a punk at that time. Like,
that's amazing.
And they do Young Till I Die, and it's like my song. I was like, oh, and so like I'm just diving a million times, and I'm not even like trying for it, but I'm going for a dive, and I see the microphone, and it's Kevin, and it's like the third I'm gonna stay young till I die in the breakdown. And he's looking right at me. I still remember looking at him in the eyes, and I was like, I lost my mind, and it just carried on. But dude, I'm fucking 39 years old. I still remember it.
It's amazing, yeah.
And I went back and like, you know, left the show, and I was like, oh man, that was so amazing. It was so amazing, so amazing, so amazing. And I was like, I'm gonna get a tattoo of that moment, of Kevin Seconds,
like a portrait,
putting a microphone in my mouth. And like, and then I turned, like, you know, years later, I got old enough to get a tattoo. I didn't have any friends who could give it to me underage. And Marin was like, that might not look good.
Yeah. That's a great way to end it. So a portrait of you with a microphone.
Yeah.
That's damn.
Yeah.
So it might be a 7 Seconds tat, I'm thinking, over Black Flag, dude.
You
just want the bars because they're classic. I get it, but 7 Seconds.
Oh, the 7 Seconds logo is classic too.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dude, 4 hours. I could talk to you fucking 8 hours, bro.
Hey, likewise, and I will when I punish you.
Yo, this is above and beyond. Like, so great, man. Thank you, man. Hanging out with you, man.
Yeah, man, it's a good time.
I'll be on your pod. We're gonna go see Ian. We'll do a follow-up pod about our day with Ian. It'd be so sick. Kenny, thank you for being here. I've never done a podcast this late.
Oh no, shit. I'm sorry.
It's fucking great. My wife's happy. I'm not talking to her. She says peace right now. Max is gone, but dude, thank you so much. It's great, to sit
thank you
down.
For having me.
We met throughout the years, and I always have respect and love for you and your band, everything you do, and it's just nice to have you in my kitchen, man.
Hey, likewise. I also would like when you were in the schools and stuff like that. That was good shit.
I want to bring it back, dude. But the pandemic came and kind of crushed all my dreams.
Yeah.
But I did like 35 schools, man.
Yeah, no.
Maybe I'll talk to you about that sometime. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have my nonprofit and everything. It was awesome, dude.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Well, thanks for having me.
Dude, thank you so much, man. Kenny, you too. Thank you for being here, man. This is incredible, dude. Peace, everybody. That was great, dude.
Think about the fact that, like, it was like basically a month and a half on the road. So
yeah,
I don't know if you ever saw that movie, The Hurt Locker.
Yeah, man. Renner. Yeah, for sure.
It's been like one of those things where I've been like washing the dishes now that I'm home, and I'm like thinking about maybe I should get back out there.
You know, it's crazy. I think about that sometimes when I said, when my son was first born, I was in Hazen Street, and so we toured for like 9 months, and I would just walk into the house, and my wife would just hand me my son, like, here you go, it's your turn, because she'd be holding it down the whole time. Yeah, you're like, it's a crazy difference of reality when you're on tour and all you have to do is perform. You really have that not many responsibilities. Obviously, checking in with your family and holding stuff down, whatever you can from the road, but. And then you get home, you play an amazing festival to all these people, you have a crazy show, and the next day you're in the carpool lane picking up your kid or you're doing the dishes. You're right. It's just like, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. It's the transition's totally tough. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to. Netflix is not working. Hold on a second. I grew up with like no, so it's very. My father ingrained that in me. We had like a television with an antenna. That's how we watched the news of 9/11.
Wow,
dude. You know, it was pretty. I was in the 21st century with a TV with an antenna, and I remember thinking that like I would go to like my friend's house and like they'd have like HBO and all this stuff, and I would just think like, man, we must be like dirt poor, and like. All it was that it was like my father's like, he didn't understand why people bought things because he never bought anything growing up. So like,
that's interesting, man.
Yeah.
Are you by yourself today with the kids?
Yeah. My wife, she actually just stepped out. She rarely ever does. She's just wants to go clear her head. She's got a, she's her school, like she's starting her school in her house for the first time.
Oh,
So
wow.
she's just sort of mapping out what to do and whatnot. So,
Is it hot out there too?
oh, it sucks, man. It's humid though.
It's brutal.
It's terrible. It's you walk outside, your glasses just like they just fog up. I hate it.
So
It's like the
how long
worst.
are you off now for? So what is life like for you now? I know you did the 2 tours, the 2 different bands, and played the New York show. I saw the footage; it was awesome. I watched the Sound and Fury footage, which I was going to ask you too. Not that it really matters, but I'm always I'm always like I don't know if the word's intrigued, but when I see people rocking like Converse or Vans on stage, people that jump around, how their ankles are and how their backs are, because you've never really, did you ever rock like running shoes on stage and stuff or no?
No, never.
Always Chucks.
I'm not sure if I talked about this on the pod on the interview, but I snapped my Achilles tendon on stage.
Yeah, I
during
know.
Fiddlehead.
Yeah.
And I think it was because I was wearing low tops.
No ankle
and
support.
So
Yeah.
no ankle support. So but not that like Chucks really give a lot, but like what I think they avoid is like if you could, because like the ties go up kind of high.
Yeah.
Like it avoids like just like the shoe pressing into your Achilles. So like I've rocked those and occasionally I've been rocking like Adidas's, but
Yeah.
the other night in I think it was somewhere in Ohio. I think it was Cleveland. We played a show in Cleveland, and it was a Fiddlehead show. The floor was so sweaty that like I literally was just, it was like a skating rink. I've never been on a slippery floor, so I had to play shoeless just in my socks.
Wow. It's a hard style.
I mean, it wasn't like cool, like totally barefoot, which would have looked cooler, but
Grounding.
I had no other option. It was either that or stand completely stationary, and I just can't do that with Fiddlehead. You gotta move.
So are you so is it possible, safe to say that the New York show for Half Hour might be the last one for a long time?
Yeah, I mean, like after we did a Boston show the day after the New York show.
Yeah.
That's right. I honestly like I would prefer the band just be done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's I have no problem with bands coming back. I love a reunion, and I remember Supertouch came back with like a record, like an EP, and
That's right.
my buddy Sam put out a record, and I was like, this is good. This is like just straight up good. Like it's so rare. I mean, you guys did it too. You came back with like you guys. It felt a little dormant for a bit, but then you came back with Nothing to Prove, and it just like shot the life, like totally like back into H2O. And like I was like, oh, so you bands can do it, and the guys in Half Art and I were toying with the idea of like possibly writing a new record, but then it's just like the only way we would do it is that it would have to be better than anything we ever did.
True.
And my stance is, it's like for us, it's not universal, doesn't apply to all bands, but like I just sort of feel like if we're gonna come back at the stage now that like after like 16 years of no music, like if we're gonna come back and play slightly consistently, or like we gotta have some new material.
I agree, man.
And I just sort of think that everything that we wrote in the 7 years that we were like a full-on band, there was a little bit of magic to it that just it's gone, and the magic now only remains in the live experience, and I'm grateful for that. But maybe I'm neurotic about it. But I just sort of think it's better done. And the other thing is like I get a little restless like when it comes to being in bands. Not on this like I only want to play new material type stuff, but like I really love the creative process.
Yeah.
And like I also like my buddy Ned. He he sang for Title Fight.
Yeah, great band. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got his band Glitterer now, and Title Fight has gone in this kind of weird hiatus, broken up period, and it's like, sadly, it's like created this like dynamic where like people seemingly are unwilling to accept Ned's new band Glitterer.
Because
like
you want,
because they just want Title Fight, and I'm like, man, that's got to be so. I mean, kids have made and even sold merch that just says like, I miss Title Fight, and they wear it to Glitterer shows, and I think that they're wearing with the intention of making Ned feel like, hey, we like your band, but like, man, that would be really annoying to me if I was like, beginning a new project and people in the audience were like, yo, you don't we just want to see your old band, and I just sort of like, I worry that if I were to kind of keep Have Heart on this back status, like we're playing against status, it might stunt any other artistic endeavors that I have.
Yeah.
So like I started this new project about 2 years ago with a buddy of mine who actually he grew up in Taunton.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He had a bad run with heroin for a bit, and so he kicked it. He's a single father. It's a sad story, but he and I linked up. He had a son, and like the second Fiddlehead record is kind of a lot about like what it means to bring life into the world, and so he and I kind of reconnected on that front, and he's like really good with like synth and just like loves like all that like kind of Joy Division New Order stuff that like I've loved since I was a kid, partly because my sister got me into it. Yeah. And so for the last 2 years, we've been putting together like a project, and it's called How Much Art. And so Fiddlehead for me is like an eternal band. We're going to continue, but I just like starting new projects. Yeah. And on the Fiddlehead tour, on the Fiddlehead tour we just did with that band Gel.
Oh yeah, they're sick. Yeah,
they're great. We bought a bunch of fireworks one night on the tour with Gel. We just like blew a bunch of shit up, like like really disenchanted youth, like teenage adolescent behavior. but it was great, and we took this great picture, and I very jokingly said like, oh, this would be a great album cover for like a Cro-Mag style, just a straightforward, like fastball punch Cro-Mag style hardcore band. And like me and the guitarist and the drummer of Gel and the bassist of Fiddlehead, like, let's just fucking start this band right now. So like, I get super excited just like starting new shit and just sort of seeing what happens. And so all that's to say that like, I worry that like kind of bringing Have Heart back into the fold, it would kind of create this kind of like weird situation where people like are like unwilling to check out other things that I'm doing. But
so far it seems like they love, like, obviously to cut you off, but the Sound and Fury thing with like Fiddlehead one night and then Have Heart the other, it seems like people love both, and
I'm super grateful for that. I don't know, like I feel truly lucky to be able to kind of like to have both those projects as well received as they are, like, but it's delicate.
Yeah, but I think if people love and like appreciate your lyrics and you as a front man and everything and what you represent, I feel like they'll support it. It's like Walter Schreifels. I mean, he's done so many different projects, and he gets bored as well and does a project and it just deads it right in the middle of it, moves to something else. Like he's an incredible songwriter, and obviously I'm sure you like Walter as well. And
of course.
Like everything he does, it's like, dude, the GB record, the Civ record, just Rival Schools, everything, Walking Concert. There's so many bands he's done, man. Just like he just keeps it moving.
And I think that's that might be a reason why I think like the newer Quicksand record is legitimate. It's good. It's like it's not a throwaway record at all. Great. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like better than the first two records, but like it's not a piece of shit. It's like I'll put this on and feel good about it.
I agree.
I just sort of think that his mind is kind of constantly moving when it comes to artistic projects.
Yep.
And like, I think I've come to a place in my life where like, that's kind of where I always want to be. Like
Yeah.
when Have Art broke up 15 years ago, I was like, that'll be the only band I ever do. And then I was like, well, I kind of want to start another one. And then like, you know, Fiddlehead started getting going, and I was like, all right, Fiddlehead's going to be the last thing or the only thing that I do. And, you know, we've written 3 LPs and like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, like I kind of want to keep doing it. So I've just sort of accepted at this point in my life, like, I think I'm just down to just always be creative.
And you get
learn
restless. Yeah. You're talking about being restless too.
like,
yeah.
Yeah, and you know, a part of that is like, I think my like other life as like a relatively sedentary teacher,
Mhm.
like I love that job, but there's like even with the job of being on tour, there's like a whole lot of monotony that comes with it.
Oh yeah.
And like, so, and it's a good yin and yang for me, like the monotony of being on tour and just like the oftentimes like, I don't want to say anti-intellectual, but it sometimes you go on the road with the same 5 people, and it's not as if you're like really like all the conversations are always super awesome. Sometimes the conversation dies.
It's true.
You're like,
it's true.
and you're like, what band do we want to analyze today? Oh, we already did that. Like you cover the canon, and like there's only so much. Whereas with it kind of, that monotony makes me yearn for like teaching. It's a new lesson every day, and like it's new people every year. But then the monotony of teaching, and just kind of the cycle of like driving in traffic every morning, driving in traffic on the way back, that makes me really want to be super creative musically. So I think I'm grateful for having both of those things.
It's a great balance, man. Yeah, it's extremely real life, adulting, education. Everything you're doing is just so like legit. And then everything you're doing in music is legit too, and you do both. It's like, yeah, you're gonna go leave your family, leave your job, and go get in a van and eat like shit, sleep like shit, play these shows because you love it, miss your family, hate leaving your family, but love coming home to your family. But then once you're home, you're home for a couple of days, back into reality. Like, when's the next tour? I get it, dude. I totally get it. I mean, it's just it's just what we do and we've been doing and we love doing. But then you have this amazing family and this balance and the support system at home that, like, you know, you go out there and get to be like a big kid. You're an educated adult, but you get to go out there and just play music and just play this crazy music that, I don't know. It's
my all-time favorite hardcore song is "Young Till I Die."
Best,
and I remember, I just remember hearing that. I mean, that has to be one of the earliest. Like the nature of that riff. There's like an emotional tenor to that riff. Like there's and I've always loved that song, the opening track, and then like the you know, like, and then I remember the battery cover of it. They really hammer in on the emotional version of it. I like that song has kind of colored me, you know, since I was a kid. I remember just sort of thinking like, yeah, you know what, like, how do I retain a sense of like, you know, like youth, I guess, not necessarily youth, but like a feeling of like being young, you know, like the, you know, minor threat lyric. It's not how old I am, it's how old I feel. Like, how do I stay feeling young and kind of like this, like in this state of new beginning? And so that's why I worry about revisiting Have Heart unless we were to have new material. And so, you know, I'm happy to kind of leave it there. And, you know, and also like it's, there's like a rage and a fury with Have Heart that like it is like I can come back to it and I can associate, but only for so long. I don't know if I am of the like roaring intensity that I was 20 years ago.
That's a great point. I mean? Yeah, do you feel that same? Yeah, obviously you feel the same because you wrote the lyrics but like, yeah, like that, the anger that Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it's still there. It's just like, you know what it is? It's like I've kind of come to accept life as a little bit more complex than I used to.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, it's also one of the reasons why, like, I kind of rarely, I tend to stray away from the political in music because,
Same.
like, I just like politics is so complex, and I just hate, like,
man.
you know, I hate zero-sum binary thinking. I'm just like, you're either good or you're evil. You're on this side or that side. I'm just sort of like, I don't think that's the most, like, philosophically wise way to look at the world. And
I agree, man. I leave that for the Dead Kennedys or Bad Religion and other bands that taught me things as a kid about all that stuff. I never really cared about it or talked about it, or just, and especially now, man, it's insane now, man. Especially social media, just everything. Just it's so intense, man.
It's not great. I don't like Massachusetts is you know, it's kind of like a liberal bubble.
Yep.
But like what that does is it kind of like it was funny. When I was I did a tour about 4 years ago during like the last election, like lead up cycle, and I remember we were down south, and I was expecting to see like Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that, because when I would drive to work from Rentham to Lexington every day, you know, I was like, damn, there's like a lot of Trump supporters in Massachusetts, like just with their bumper stickers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get down south, and I was like, I don't see any Trump stuff. In fact, I'm seeing like a lot of, like, you know, Biden stickers and like Biden flags.
Wow.
And what I realized was, and this tends to happen, like when people are like outnumbered, they tend to flex a little bit harder. And so for like conservative people in Massachusetts, they tend to flex a little bit harder, and they got to put their yard sign out. They got to get their bumper sticker out. They got to wave their flag. And so I just sort of see more Trump stuff. But in reality, I mean, the perception is that, oh, there's a lot of Trump voters in Massachusetts, but the reality is not the perception. Like, the reality, people vote mostly Democrat. Likewise, in the South, you know, like the reality is that people are voting conservative, but the liberals down there, like, they feel like they got to flex a little bit harder because they feel so outnumbered.
Yeah,
and like,
sense.
I just like observing the way people present themselves and vote. I'm just like, oh man, I think things are way more complex than it actually seems. So like musically, like, unless I had like long form, like, you know, like the types of riffs that like Brett Garrett's could write or something like that. Yeah. I can't do that. Like, I would love to just, you know, I even so though, like I think, you know, Crass, I always come back to Crass because they actually like were somehow able to like touch upon, because they're more complex than people think. They are not a bunch of communists. They hate communism, but they also hate fascism. So like that to me, if I could pull off a band like that, I would. But like, I don't know how many people are gonna like it musically. Because and I'm not like a fool. Like, you know, Crass is important, but they're not exactly like everyone's favorite punk band.
No,
you know,
not.
so.
But they're so like,
you know,
powerful in lyrics and what they talked about way back then, 80s, just animal rights, human rights, women's rights, everything. And just like,
yeah.
Like before, so many bands, and I don't think they get enough credit. They did recently in some documentary I saw, but people really brought it back to them. But like, because nobody really talks about, I don't know. But yeah, the logo's great. It's cool, but like actually what they were saying was like way ahead of its time, man. It's
ahead of its time and like hyper specific. Like really, they were getting into like Margaret Thatcher's like, you know, war policy.
It's crazy.
Like, well, you know, like talking about like this conflict in the fall. They did a whole record on the war in the Falklands, which was like, oh my! I mean, I could bore, you know, 100 high school teenagers with the history of the war in the Falklands and how it was a conflict between Argentina and the British, but there actually was. It's so. Anyway, Crass wrote a whole fucking record about it.
It's crazy, man.
But no one. Good for them.
I wonder if they even understood it, or people understood the lyrics back then, even got it. Yeah, I'm sure some people. I'm sure people did, but.
Yeah, you know that you know, they're an interesting, like, I talked about my Rhyme and Punishment podcast that I want to do eventually.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
and most of it will be a lot of questions about what like I want to interview you one day, and like I just want to like see what did you think of X band when they were around? Like I remember I was punishing Chris Bratton from Chain of Strength, and I was like, dude, what did you think of Burn when Burn started? And he was just like, that's a great question. And I was like, I know, I want to know what a dude on the West Coast thought of Burn.
Yeah.
And he was just like, nobody cared. I was like, that's amazing, because Burn, that 7-inch, quite in my opinion, changed the face of hardcore.
It really did, man. It really did. And it seemed that it was so big to us, but obviously being in New York during that time as well, we thought it was like, thought the whole world knew about it. You know what I mean? Like it was just a 7-inch though, but like, you're right. It's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't know if they toured California, to be honest. They probably did, but I'm not sure.
The earliest image of someone on the West Coast rocking anything Burn related is Rick Rodney from Strife wearing a Burn shirt. And that's the earliest thing I can find, like in terms of the historical evidence that I've gathered.
I can see Zach De La Rocha rocking something Burn back then too, maybe.
Oh, totally.
That would make sense.
Big time. I could see him vibing with that. But also, had he discovered Burn, say Burn came out in like 87 and he discovers Burn, like would Inside Out have taken a different path? Would Rage have changed? It's a lot to wonder.
What's crazy is that Fred Durst told me that his number one inspiration for Limp Bizkit is Orange 9mm.
Really?
Isn't that crazy cool? It's so wild, man.
I'm not surprised. I could see that.
It just seems so random, this Orange 9. It's just, I don't know. It's cool. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
So when do you think the you'll be putting out the podcast?
Oh, whenever, dude, I'm putting up soon. That's why I'm gonna jump on the call and catch up with you. I'll put up soon, man. When's your birthday?
Cool, man. My birthday is in July 6th.
I missed. Okay, so I'll drop it soon. Then.
I was just curious.
Yeah. This is the long form. This is gonna be a sick one. People are gonna be stoked, man. People were stoked when you posted the picture, but people are gonna be stoked on the. It's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate your time and appreciate you coming on, and yeah, I mean, just meeting people, from the scene, from this world that we're part of, and throughout the years, crossing paths with you, whatever. But then like just talking to you and like just finding out, you telling me that H2O is maybe a gateway off a mix CD or mixtape that got you to go to the Warped Tour and get into hardcore. It means a lot. It's a big deal to me, and I've been thinking about it since we had the conversation. Like I might never have known that if I never talked to you. You know what I mean? Like it's really cool, man.
Well, I'm glad I got to share that with you. As I said, you guys stood out as different at Warped Tour that year.
Yeah.
I remember being like, they're doing something different than Blink-182.
Yeah, but it's just cool because you were so young. Your parents brought you to Warped Tour. It's just like, it's wild, man. It's like, but I would have never known that if we never really connected like this. It's awesome, man. And like, I have so much respect for you, everything you've done and put out there and continue to do. And it's exciting to see what you're going to do next. And I don't know. You're a real one. I appreciate that. You're like, what's the word? I was watching something about hip hop the other day. Not like a hip hop historian. Like you're just a real. You love this. You love this music so much. You're not a historian, but you appreciate all of it. The past and the future of it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Dude, it truly is. I think there's something globally. There's something I think globally significant to it because and I think there's a case for that to be made. Like ska, I love ska is great, but ska has not. There's no ska scene, as far as I know, in Japan.
Yeah.
Like there's no like booming ska scene in Jakarta. I don't know of a booming ska scene in South America. But when I was at Sound and Fury, these two kids from fucking China came right up to me. They're like, hey, we're all the way from China, and we wanted to say that we had heard we read in an interview that when you guys played Hong Kong, no one showed up. I was like,
wow.
That is correct. And he's like, well, they were like, well, we were 5 years old and we would have been there.
Oh man.
But they were like, we love Half Heart, and like, you know, and it was awesome. And you know, I've been in touch for the last couple of years with this band called Pacifist from India with this dude Sid.
That's
like
cool.
Like there's like these kids are starting the hardcore scenes in China, in India, and you know, those are the, like, Half Heart got to play China, but we didn't get to play India because they're just at the time 15 years ago there was nothing there. Like our dude Nanook, who was our booking agent in Germany, he would kind of get us in contact with all these other bands, and you know, like all these other agents around the world. He got us in touch with the Chinese booking agency that we went to, and it's great, but it was like super small, and like we were told that we were the first hardcore band, the first straight edge band to play some of these places. It's so totally
cool,
awesome.
That's so cool.
But now it's like it's starting to take root, and like, I mean, there's only 8 billion people on the planet, but basically between China and India, they're like basically a quarter of that 8 billion, more than a quarter of that 8 billion. Lives in those two countries. And so I would not be surprised that in the next 50 years, you know, that hardcore skyrockets out of China and India. I really just think it's gonna get so massive there. And
I believe it.
But bigger point being is like that's not inevitable. Like there's something that is compelling about this type of music that makes people from all backgrounds go, oh, I want to do that. And it's, you know, young people too. They're and it doesn't feel, because it's like because the interesting thing is that like hardcore is like in kind of a slight boom time right now.
Yes. But
it's still a subculture. You know, it's not cool. It's not Taylor Swift big cool. Like it's not even like Foo Fighters mainstream cool. And it kind of never really has been, you know.
I agree.
But for some reason, people around the fucking world are drawn to it. And so I don't know. I
still
think
very underground, man. It's very underground still.
But that's a global thing, and I just think that like how could anyone say that that's not fascinating? And I just feel so lucky to have found it, because it's something that I found in my life, and like that I'm like I can just sort of watch evolve, and like, you know, that's why like I think, you know, kind of coming back to why like, you know, I'd rather keep Half Heart in the past, because I'm a little more curious to see like just what's coming out, like how can it shift and evolve.
Yeah, it's crazy how people are so bummed, like, well, this band's like Turnstile is huge, and this band did this, and this band did that, and this band, and it's like, and people think that it's way bigger than it is, but I mean, obviously Turnstile is huge, but it's a small community of people, like you're saying. It's not as big as Foo Fighters or big as these other mainstream artists, but for us, it's everything. It's the whole world to us, and it feels bigger. But if you tell somebody, if I'm on a flight last week and somebody asked me what you do, I'm in a band, what kind of music? Oh, hardcore. They're like, what is that? And it's 2024. Like, not every single, they'll know punk rock. They'll know like Blink-182. They'll know like radio stuff. But when you say like hardcore, they're like, it's still a foreign world to so many people, man. It's crazy. So so it's like, it's hard to explain what you do or what you're into or why you live this way still. But I know people think that it's this massive thing that all these civilians are going to now, and it's not like what it was, but it's thriving. These kids are putting on shows, putting out fanzines still. There's so many freaking shows in California. Every time I look online, there's like a show happening somewhere outside in the basement, in a yard, like under a bridge. Like, it's amazing to see, especially as somebody who grew up in it. I've been in it for so long, and you know, I'm 30 years in the same band. I don't know how much longer we're going to have in this band, but as an older hardcore person's been around seeing it, it makes me so happy to see how thriving it is and how diverse it is and unified it is. And I don't know, it's really beautiful, but it's like you said, it's not on the world radar. It's not it's not mainstream. It's not something on the radio still, and maybe it never was. You're right. Maybe I'm trying to think of bands that maybe had, I don't know, bands that like really blew up from it. I feel like the Bad Brains should be living somewhere so comfortably somewhere for all the inspiration they gave the world and all the stuff, like.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really interesting, man. How that perspective on it, what people think how big it really is, and then when you're in everyday life, like you're a teacher, like not many people know. You're like Clark Kent and shit. Not many people know that like this is what you have, this other life of this music. And if any of your students come to see you, I think we talked about it, they're probably like, yo, this is crazy. Like I've seen mosh pits on the internet, but when you go to a show and you see the energy of the crowd and the connection, people singing, it's magical, man. It's like not, I don't know.
Yeah, I had a bunch. I had maybe 30, 40 of my students come to the Boston show, the last half-hour show.
No way.
Yeah, it was great, and like they were like
tripping.
Talked to them after the set. They were like, we saw some videos and pictures, but this was just nuts. And a couple of their parents came along too. And
no way.
They're like, wow, like what? All right, okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not like a Lollapalooza or a Warped Tour. Like it's nothing like that. People always try to say like, oh, it's kids are moshing on these big festivals now. It's ruined. And no, dude, like a hardcore, it's different, man. It's just, I don't know. And probably seeing you up there and like not teaching but like singing, that must have been so crazy for these kids to see, because it is like I don't know. It's so special, man. They're like, this guy, my teacher, yeah.
Yeah, the thing I like about it is that it's it reminds me of what kind of drew me to, like, the first show I ever went to. I'll never forget it. The thing that stood out the most to me, that made me go, huh, was there were in the hall that we were playing in.
Yeah.
Not only were there windows where the bands would play, like windows like right onto the street. And you think about most venues, like there's no windows in the room the band plays. Not only were there windows, but there were like curtains that like my mother would hang up on the windows. And I remember being like, what the fuck? As like the opening band was this like blasting hardcore punk band, just like screeching, like, like breakneck speed hardcore songs. And I had never heard of them. No one had ever heard of them. But for some reason, there's like 7 kids all singing along to them. Awesome. I remember being like, something doesn't fit here. Whereas like when I went to H2O, Warped Tour, I remember seeing bands and being like, oh, this just looks like a concert. But likewise with H2O at Warped Tour, I remember like something. I remember like there was something that stood out. You guys just like, it's not that you didn't fit. It's just that like you weren't. It was the hardcore band, and then it would be like, like I think like Mustard Plug would get on there, and that's Mustard Plug's cool, and it just Mustard, like so many of those bands, they kind of just sort of fit like the stereotype of like a concert, and there was something off, and I didn't realize like, oh, what's not fitting here is that like. I'm watching hardcore as H2O plays, and like that's the nature of hardcore, is that it's something that you kind of just doesn't fit. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, and that's okay, because not everything in life has to make sense. Yeah, man. It doesn't make sense that this guy, who's screaming on the stage, people are jumping off of him, is like the most like poised, mild manner history teacher Monday through Friday. Like, it's so cool. Like, and like people are like, when people and my coworkers are like, "What do you're so calm." I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. It's the music. I'm just trying to get it out. Yeah. So it's probably like Bad Religion too. That singer's a professor as well. Yeah. You come see that. You're in a band called Bad Religion. You're a professor. Like. Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's just like, it's how you express yourself. And that's, I don't know, it's I feel like it's the spirit of youth that we still have in us from this music. It's not just, you try to explain what hardcore is. It's not a sound. There's no blueprint to it. There's no sound or look. It's a feeling. It's everything. It's how you live your life. It's how, I don't know. I'm sure there's stuff that you
use as you every day as a parent, that you learn ethics and stuff from the hardcore how you grow. I don't know. It's just kind of it's in us, and it's like, and that's what keeps us young. I think also is just playing this music and I don't know, traveling still. And I just did the most brutalist tour, bro. I just did the 9 shows in the Sprinter van with crazy drives, like 8, 9, 10-hour drives, no days off. I'm 54. I'm still wrecked. I've been home for like a week. I have like, I call it like the post. I call it microphone. I don't want to say it. I guess I say microphone AIDS. So I'll take off the podcast. But like from like, I'm a germ collector. I hand the microphone to people back and forth. For 2 weeks, I'm just collecting people's germs, and then I'm just have to give it 120% every night. Then you get home, and I'm just like totally wrecked and mentally and physically drained. But I love it. Now I'm thinking about missing it already. I'm like, how am I missing it when I'm just so wrecked? I'm barely sleeping. I'm like, it's crazy, man. It's just, but we love it, and it's like, it's so special being out there and talking to kids and meeting people and playing with bands and crossing paths with your friends. Like we played with Terror out there twice, just different festivals and stuff. It's amazing to still be able to do that in my 50s and 30 years in. This music that's, I don't know, man. Like you said, it's not. I don't know. It's just not. The world doesn't know about it. Yeah, it's a secret society in a sense. I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but for some reason it keeps going. Music genre. Like when you think about it historically, like music is not that old. There are people still alive who are like rock music. There are some people still alive who are older than rock music. And
true.
Like before rock music, it was there was little bit of folk, but like a little bit of like jazz here and there. You get a little bit of the blues, like but it's not really making a lot of sense. Like it's not really. It's even all that pre-rock stuff is not that old. When you think in the grand scheme of things. So a lot of that stuff dies out, or it stays regional, or it stays national. But it doesn't really seem to go global. Hardcore is different. It's seemingly continued now into like, I think it's fair to say maybe a good 50 years, where you want to start the timeline. But like,
for sure.
And it's continued. And, like I said, I got these kids, these Chinese straight edge hardcore, Beijing straight edge is what they are.
So cool, dude. Beijing straight edge.
It's pretty cool.
Do your students know about? Cool. Do students know your straight edge? Know what that means too?
Say what?
Does your students know about straight edge and stuff?
Oh yeah.
It must be inspiring for them too to have a teacher. Like he lives this life as a teacher. He doesn't party, doesn't do this stuff, but he has a awesome life where he travels and does what he loves and doesn't have to do that kind of stuff. It's awesome, man.
Yeah, I always try. The thing I'm always careful about is like avoiding, like the dare officer effect.
Yeah. Scared straight. Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember I had dare officers come in to my school when I was a kid, and like I just remember being like, man, not only do I not want to be a cop, I also want to do drugs now. There's something so like so ineffective about their mission and their strategy for their mission.
Yeah. It's too much.
It was all. That's also one of the reasons why with I love the 85 to 89 youth crew scene. Like that is like canon to me without a doubt. But there's not to excess. Like I appreciate the lore and the history of it, but like when the presentation of straight edge starts to feel more like a dare officer, that's when I go like, and not even because I'm like, hey, you don't want to be corny. It's like, no. You have to preserve the awesome effect that is like how straight edge has been presented in this world of ours. Like 100%. It's not lame.
It's not.
And because it's not lame, guess what? You have this whole generation of kids who find it when they're young, and then they avoid, all the trappings. I was talking about my buddy Darren, who I started that band with.
Yeah.
He even said to me, he was like, because we came up in the same, music scene together. There were a group of like emo kids, and there were the punk kids, and there were the hardcore kids, and he kind of ran with like the indie emo kids. And he said to me, he's like, man, I just wish I was straight edge when I was a kid, because what ended up happening to him was his lacrosse coach was like selling opioids to like kids. It was like a whole scandal.
Wow.
It was a huge scandal in Massachusetts when they found out, because like 15, 20 kids became opioid addicts as a result.
That's fucking horrible.
The guy's in prison now, but like my buddy Darren, he was one of those kids, and he was like, dude, like if I were straight edge, I would have, he's like, I would have completely missed all of that headache. Like, and he's like, it was the biggest tragedy of my life was like losing 10 to 15 years to try to beat a heroin addiction. And he's like, if I had only just sort of like really just like embraced straight edge, but you know, his, you know, anyway, like it's just what a blessing it is to have this thing where people are like, you know, like, oh, not only is that actually like healthy and good for your life and avoids so much hardship, but it's like it feels cool, which is like
it does.
The most important thing I'm trying to preserve in my kids. Like how do I get them to just sort of like not become straight edge, but to like look at like health and positive decision making as like actually cool, and then to, you know, and for some reason straight edge has been cool, and like kids, and so for me it's like, you know, I like when Havart was like, you know, when we started we were just a pretty straightforward youth group straight edge band, and then I remember we altered our sound to take on a little more outspoken like influence. It was a little bit heavier, and I remember like all like it was funny because they were all from Connecticut. All the Connecticut youth crew kids like swore us off. They're like, you guys are like a metalcore band.
Really?
I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, I remember one of them was like, you're not even a real straight edge band anymore. I was like, what are you talking about? Like you're nuts to say that we're not a straight edge band because we have a slightly like more metallic influence. What are you going to say? Like, you know, Strife or Outspoken weren't straight edge bands, and like
Crisis.
And I remember like talking to them, like I'm like, fellas, I hate to say it, but you're making this whole straight edge stuff feel like a cartoon, and when it becomes a cartoon, nobody wants to do it, and then it all falls apart.
That's true,
So
man.
I'm very like, I would love to talk to Ian about this.
We're going to. Like, this is gonna happen, bro. I already told you it's going down.
Yeah, I'll November's a little tough for me to try and make work. I you know, the weekends are.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I just sent my friend there. I hit him up last week and he hit me back, and my friend went there with his son, but he wasn't in town. But he got to go take a picture with his son on the steps. It was really cute. It was awesome, man.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just I would love to see like, cause like you know, it's not that he swore off straight edge, but like, you know, like for me, I was like, like if it weren't for Youth of Today, like really waving the flag and like really promoting the concept, like, or SSD, you know, just like the iconography and like the aesthetic SSD brought to straight edge, it was essentially an advertisement, but goddamn, what a life-saving advertisement that I saw.
Yeah.
And you know, I've always appreciated Ian's take on it all, just sort of being like, as an idea I put out there, but it, you know, that's it.
It's not a movement. It's not, because so many negative things started happening in the 90s around the straight edge, and so it would all come back to him. Everything would go back to this guy living his life. Wrote a song like 20, 30 years ago, and I remember him talking about like how people were getting stabbed for not being all that stuff. It's like my song was not about that. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the negative part of it really, really bothered him. And I get it, I mean, obviously, but it got really crazy there for a minute.
I've always wanted to pick his brain and just but also communicate to him like, man, like, you know, Havart's classic T-shirt design is a T-shirt where on the back it just says nice, big, and bold in the most SSD fashion, you know, Berthold City collegial font, Boston straight edge, and you know, every time we sell one of those shirts, I feel pretty good because it's promoting something that basically saved my life.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
you know,
man.
like, and just to sort of be like, what do you make of that? And like, and just be like, yeah. I like,
It's such a positive thing for us. Yeah.
yeah.
Positive impact on our lives. Yeah, man. I want to make. Yeah, I'd love to be there for this combo, man. We'll make it happen. And he's so like. We talked about 100 times in this episode, but yeah, we both have our feelings, and yeah, he's our dude.
I'm gonna sit down and pen a letter of gratitude to the guy. I was able to. I was able to write one down to just basically like, you know, Ray, Walter, Marcel. I sat down after we played with them at in Detroit when Havard did. It was our first show back in last June.
Yeah,
and we played with YOT, and I got a chance to actually kind of really talk to Ray, and you know, really just let him know like, hey, like this has been a huge deal in my life. And then I saw him watching us, and I was like, oh my God, I gotta write these guys, because
that's really cool.
Anytime a kid comes up to me and thanks me for my band, I'm like, well, this is all one big giant debt that I owe to a band called Youth of Today. So like, so I finally sat down, I sent it over to Sammy, and he gave it to the guys. But I gotta do the same for Ian. It's the least I could do.
Do you want to mail it to him or give it to him in person?
I'm gonna mail it to him. He seems like a guy who likes a classic letter.
He does. He does postcards too. Yeah.
Oh, no kidding. Okay. Yeah, I'll send it out to him. Hey, I had a question. I was wondering if you could give me the rundown of like what equipment you use for your podcast.
Oh yeah, dude,
like
I give you I use a Jamie Josta sent me that. Shout out to Jamie Josta who told me to start a podcast. He sent me a Focusrite machine which people use to record vocals with, and it pretty much I'll send you a video. I'll send you a video after we got off the call of how it all set up. It just literally goes into your laptop. Then I upload it to I do it through GarageBand, and then I save it, upload it to Dropbox, and keep it up there. And then the guy who does my editing, he takes it off the Dropbox and he does his magic with it and sends it back. It's awesome. It's so easy, dude. Sick. Yeah, I'm not the technical guy. I know that stuff. It's super easy.
Oh, I mean, that's like my Achilles.
You're gonna get this. You can get your podcast off the ground, huh? It's going down.
Well, yeah. Well, what I think I'm planning on doing, like, I think. Because I think you understand that I know how to talk.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I don't know how to stop. What I was thinking is, like, it won't be like a consistent weekly thing.
Yeah.
And like, what I want to do is just like, you know, I love that you only do in-person interviews. It's you can tell when listening to your show that like, oh, there's a different different sense of humanness going on there.
Connection.
Because like,
yeah, man,
yeah, it's so huge, and I'm glad that the world is a little more connected by way of Zoom, but like, there's nothing like a real like human connection type
I love
of thing.
it. Yeah, agree.
What I was thinking about doing is like, you know, making like just interviewing people super long form, but also like kind of treating it with like some like mixing some like background like music in there, and then like kind of, and like just sort of like, you know, hearing from other people, just like, you know, in the mix of it. So it's more like almost like radio show like, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I like that.
And that way I can like, you know, if I put it out, it's like, hey, this is like, you know, 3.5 hours long. I don't know when I'm going to have another episode out, but, you know, stay tuned type of thing.
Yeah, I like that. Dude, this one's going to be like 4 hours. It's going to be so sick right now.
Yeah, right. Love it.
But I could talk to you forever, man. I'm so psyched to be connected to you, and, you know, we're texting and stuff, and hopefully I'll see you soon. All that stuff, just being connected to you finally, and
likewise,
I can relate to you so much, and we're both dads and both, living this life, and we're very both blessed and lucky, and we try to balance it all, man. Family and music, and I don't know, man. It's just cool to be connected to you, and It's awesome, man. I really appreciate you, man.
Amen to that. I gotta get to my kids again.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, man.
You, man.
Just let me know when you're looking to post that. I'll get everything up. I changed the Have Heart Instagram account back to my personal account.
Okay, cool.
And created like a new but smaller Have Heart account. So if you look up Have Heart HC, it'll come up as Patrick Flynn X.
Sick.
Anyway, you'll see it. I have Have Heart didn't have an Instagram before these reunions, and
oh wow.
So I changed 3 or 4 months before we announced the reunions. I just changed I archived all my photos, and I changed my personal account to say Have Heart HC. This is last November.
Wow. And
then the internet, I didn't think anyone would notice, but the the internet had a small viral moment of Have Heart, because people were just theorizing why I changed my personal account to say Have Heart HC.
Oh jeez.
And we were 3 months away from announcing the reunion. So
what's going on? Yeah.
Everyone in the band was like, "You fucking idiot! Why did you do that?" And I was like, "I didn't think anyone fucking noticed." And they're like, "Now the cat's out of the bag." And I was like, "No, it's not." And so
I love that.
But and then a bunch of people were asking me, and I just had to look them straight in the eyes and be like, "There are no Have Heart reunions happening ever."
Dude.
And then 2 months later, Have Heart reunions.
Also, I love seeing you X'd up at Sound and Fury. I love you still X'ing up, man. It's awesome.
Oh, fuck yes.
I love
absolutely.
that, dude.
I was out before the set. I was straight up Xing up everyone. I was like, "Yo,
hard.
Are you straight edge? Where are your fucking X's?"
I love it, dude.
Yeah, it was.
Keep it alive.
I had to get in the
it,
zone. Yeah.
Well, have a great day with your family, dude. I appreciate this time, this call, everything. I'm gonna drop this as soon as possible, and I'll keep you posted
Awesome.
what's happening. And next time I'm on the area, I'll let you know when I'm coming out there or something. Hopefully this.
Yeah, for sure, man.
But
right.
Patrick, I appreciate you so much, brother. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
I always ask my guests if they have any regrets. I personally don't have any regrets. Even when it comes to my tattoos, I have the silliest tattoos. Even my ET on my leg, it's still a childhood memory for me, and I love it. I've had tattoos on top of tattoos strictly because I wanted more tattoos. I started getting tattoos when I was 18. I'm 52 now, and I can't stop. I've had laser treatment before on something on my arm. It's 4 tattoos on top of each other. And that experience at that place was pretty fast. It was pretty cold. It was in and out, swiped the credit card. Don't really tell me much. Didn't give me much details or anything was going to happen. So I never went back. So as of most recently, I'm so lucky enough to have had 2 sessions at Removery Tattoo Removal. My tattoo on my arm that looks like a big black blob is now super light. I've had 2 sessions. I have a long road ahead of me. None of this stuff happens overnight. You cannot take a tattoo up in one sitting. You have to be patient. And it's painful. They ice you up. It's super fast. To me, it felt like a bunch of rubber bands. But what's more painful than that is looking at something on your body that you think you're stuck with for the rest of your life. That sucks. But now for me, I'm really happy I started this journey. I'm slowly going to get this tattoo removed. I never thought in a million years I have any kind of real estate on my arm. I don't even know what I want, but it's exciting. I'm so honored to announce that One Life, One Chance podcast is now with Removery. Call 866-934-4570 or go to removery.com. Use TobyH20 and get $100 off your first session. One of the most experienced tattoo removal companies in the world. Over 600,000 removal treatments done. 100 locations. US, Canada, and Australia. State-of-the-art Pico-Way laser technology. Cryotechnology to reduce any discomfort. This is so exciting for me because all I do in these podcasts is talk about tattoos. From day one, if you've been listening to this podcast, we talk about tattoos, talk about getting removed, talk about getting covered up. So this is such a perfect fit for me. Definitely check out One Life, One Chance podcast, episode 281. I have Carmen Brody, Mike McTurnan, and Dustin Ortle from Removery. And this is an over 2-hour conversation. People had submitted questions. It's an incredible conversation breaking down the do's, the don'ts, the fears, process, the results, everything you could imagine about getting a tattoo removed. It's all in this podcast. It's an incredible episode. I appreciate them all coming out for it. So check that out if you want to learn more about Removery and what it's like to get a tattoo removed. Once again, go to removery.com or call 866-934-4570. Use my code TobyH20 and get $100 off. These guys are located everywhere. Try it out.